Saga of the Jewels, Volume 1, The Fire Ruby. A free fantasy audiobook by Faenon. To listen to a bonus prologue to the saga for free, subscribe to the monthly written version of the Saga of the Jewels serial at sagaofthejewels.substack.com. You don't need to listen to the prologue to enjoy the saga, though it will enhance your enjoyment, and you can listen to it at any time. Episode 1. Awakening. Take me far, far away, from where my worries flood my night and troubles stalk my day. Take me to a place where I can face my fears and fight them through the passing of the years. Transfigure them into the incandescence of a tale for years. Transfigure them into the incandescence of a tale, for which my afflictions all shall fall and fail. Tell me a story that this secret fire fuels. Tell me the saga of the jewels. Rin awoke. Rin awoke. The colours dancing across the inside of his eyelids had turned orange. Bright morning sunshine oozed in through his bedroom curtains. He lay for a moment with his eyes still closed, enjoying the feel of the feather mattress beneath his limbs. His sleep had been dreamless, enjoying the feel of the feather mattress beneath his limbs. His sleep had been dreamless and content. He drew a deep breath in through his nostrils. From downstairs he could smell wafting up the delicious aroma of freshly baked bread being prepared by his mother. "Rin," came her sing-song voice from below. "Rin," came her sing-song voice from below. "Time to get up. Breakfast ready. Come on, you don't want to be late for the fair." "Coming, Mum," Rin called back as he opened his eyes. It was good to be alive. He hopped out of his bed, gave a little shiver at the drop in warmth, and dressed quickly in his simple brown overshirt and trousers before pulling on his leather boots. He glanced at his tousled brown hair in the looking glass hung on his wall, and ruffled it a bit so it stuck up less, then opened his curtains. The village was already well awake. Men, women, and children opened his curtains. The village was already well awake. Men, women, and children all hurrying this way and that, getting things ready for the spring fair, carrying boxes of fruit or pulling carts full of wares. He was surprised that they hadn't woken him up earlier. Just then a high-pitched noise sounded from somewhere far away. Odd. Rin thought it must be someone squealing with excitement at the fair. Maybe the spring totem had just been put up. A few people outside looked up at the noise for a moment, then returned to their work. Downstairs the aroma of the bread was even stronger. Rin gave his mother a good morning kiss on the cheek and settled down at the kitchen table to eat. "Where's Dad?" he said to his mother as she joined him at the table for bread and strawberry jam. His mother, though age had wrinkled the lines around her eyes and mouth, was beautiful. With long golden hair and a kind, heart-shaped face. It was odd to think of your mother like that, but Rin knew that everyone thought she was beautiful, and he was proud of her. He was a mother's boy through and through, and he knew that too, but he didn't mind it one bit. "Your father's out helping set up," said his mother. "Odric sent one of his boys, and he needed some help setting up the market stalls as so many people have come to trade today. I let you sleep in." The corner of his mother's lip crept up. 17-year-old boys need their sleep after pin. The corner of his mother's lip crept up. 17-year-old boys need their sleep after all. "Thanks," the boy grinned cheekily back at her. From outside a high-pitched cry sounded, this time closer, then suddenly stopped. A tingle ran up Rin's spine. "What was that?" he said. "What was that?" he said. His mother had frozen in place, one hand still holding a knife in mid-air, from which jam began to drip slowly downwards. "I'm not sure," she said. "It sounded like a scream." "Sure," she said. It sounded like a scream. A horrible crunching noise came from next door, the sound of wood snapping. More screams, very close now. Rin and his mother stood up. Their front door slammed open. It hadn't been locked, why would it be? Making a tremendous bang as it hit the wooden wall it was built into. Making a tremendous bang as it hit the wooden wall it was built into. Now Rin's mother screamed, high and desperate. Rin's breath caught in his throat. He wanted to scream too, to shout, to protest, but he'd gone utterly dumb. In through the doorway walked a hulking man in a black suit of armour. He carried a long, gleaming, black-hilted sword that twinkled at the no helmet, and his thick hair was flame red. Rin just watched the man walk in, rooted to the spot in shock. The man walked up to Rin's mother and, as the boy looked on paralysed, as she continued screaming, placed his sword in her chest. It slipped past her raised hand and slid in straight through her heart. The man withdrew his blade and a gush of blood flowed out of the wound with it, spattering his mother's clothes on the floor. She fell face forwards onto the ground immediately, landing with a slap. Mother, her blonde hair splayed over her head, lay face down on their kitchen floor in a puddle of her own life force. The image etched itself into Rin's heart. The man in black turned to him. There was something animal about the twitch that pulled up the corner of his upper lip in his round face. The man stepped towards Rin, raising his sword high in the air, but when he brought it down, Rin darted out of the way to one side, able to move at last. He knocked his hip into the kitchen table, lost his footing and tripped, putting out his hands to break. A shadow appeared from behind him over the floor, wide and long, another slimmer shadow jutting out of it which grew longer. Rin rolled just in time to avoid another swing of the sword, which thunked into the wooden floorboards where he had just been. He scuttered backwards on his hands and feet and banged his head on the kitchen wall, barely registering the pain. "Help!" he cried, suddenly returning to him. "Help!" he cried again in desperation. "Murder! Attack! Someone help!" The man in black armour yanked his sword out of the floor, then shoved the kitchen table over to one side. "No one will come for you, boy," he said, snarling. His voice was terribly, horribly close. "They are all dead or dying. Now hold still while I gut you." Out of the way again as the waking nightmare strode towards him and took another swing. The man was slower than Rin was in his heavy armour, but only just, so the boy ran round the kitchen as the man chased and swiped at him, smashing crockery, knocking the baskets of food from their places on the worktop, opening a breach in one of the pipes of the Aga, which belched steam into the room. The armoured man bellowed with frustration. "Hold still, damn you!" The man paused. Rin saw a chance. A clear path through the kitchen, out of range of the man, to his front door. He bolted out through the opening, out of the door, and into the streets of his hometown. His hometown, which was on fire. He ran past his neighbours' wooden houses, red and orange black smoke into the sky, and called out the first word that came into his head. "Dad!" As he ran, he began to cry. He was crying at the wanton destruction of everything he had ever known, at the sudden loss of his mother, and at his own shame, already constricting around his chest, at having done absolutely nothing to protect or save her. Filling the air along with shouts of pursuit and gurgles of death, the words of people pleading for mercy, the crackle of flame, the snapping of timber. More men in black armour kicked down the doors of houses that were not yet on fire, or walked out of ones that were. None of them paid any attention to Rin. When he reached the town square, the first thing he saw was the spring totem. It stood there in the middle of the square, erect but incandescent with a flickering red and orange aura, the silk streamers that hung from its top flapping in the air as they burned. At the peak of the totem, the wood carving of his hometown's frog god Imkala squatted with his contented, thick-lipped, grinning face, completely on fire. He, not able to protect Rin's mother or his hometown. Imkala was utterly impotent, squatting up there amid the flames. Rin looked round the square and his wet eyes grew wide. Beneath the totem the bodies of men, women, children lay dead, mutilated, burned, dismembered, bleeding, some begging softly to be put out of their misery. The tents of fair lay strewn throughout the square, interspersed among the bodies, ripped or burning or dashed to pieces. The armoured men had already moved on from here, having butchered the townspeople who had been setting up for the fair. "Dad!" Rin called out as his feet came unstuck at last and he began to run among the corpses, searching for a sign of his father. He was dimly aware at the back more soldiers, but he didn't pay attention to that, such was his desperation. He couldn't see his father anywhere. He couldn't even recognise the faces of some of the people on the floor, because wounds had been gashed across them, or they had lost their heads entirely. Rin had to turn away from more than one as vomit rose in his throat, and he choked it back. A woman with him pleadingly and said, "Please kill me." Rin stumbled backwards when he realised who it was. Mrs. Orvis, his teacher from the local schoolhouse. Where was his father? "Dad!" he called out again. "Rin," said a weak voice from about 10 paces away. "Is that you?" "Dad?" Rin sprinted over to where the off of another body. Underneath was the weathered, grey-mantled face of his father. Rin could not contain his heavy, shuddering sobs. One of his father's legs was entirely missing, taken off at the thigh, where now a stump stained what was left of his trousers and the grass around him red. "Dad!" Rin spluttered. "You're hurt!" Down next to his father, but he had no idea what to do. He had no idea what he was saying. He was just speaking for the sake of saying something. His tears continued to leak down his eyes. Should I tie up the wound? His hands were shaking. Should I try to do something to stop the bleeding? His whole world, all the safety he had ever known, was disappearing from him. Rin said, insistent though his voice was still weak, "Leave it, son. I'm past help." Rin looked into his dad's eyes. They were hazel brown like his own, ornamented with wrinkles. "I don't want you to die, Dad," he whispered truthfully through his tears. He didn't know what else to say. He just said what he felt. "I know," with his hard, calloused palm, tough and leathery from his years working in the fields. "But you must listen." "Shh, Dad," Rin said, pressing his own hand against the back of his dad's, treasuring it while it was still warm. "Don't talk." "No, Rin, listen. Left inside pocket, my jerkin." Though it was inhibited, Rin had only heard that tone a handful of times in his life before. Once when he had left the door to the chicken coop open all night, and maybe once when he had broken his mother's favourite vase. He made his trembling hands obey and reached inside his father's jerkin for its inner pocket. Inside was a hard, round object. He drew it out and examined an oval, red ruby set into it. "Do not hold it up," his father spoke again urgently. "Hide it." Rin immediately slipped the ring into his own shirt's front pocket. What's happening? This made no sense. None of this made any sense. The senseless destruction, the senseless death, and now, why had his father asked? Still looking into Rin's eyes, and it seemed that the last of the light was going out of his own hazel-brown gaze. "That is the reason the Empire came here today," said his father. "I don't know how they found out about it," his father went on, "but they took us by surprise. I didn't even... What do you mean, use it, Dad? Just listen." His father's eyebrows creased up in irritation for a moment. Then he coughed hard and some blood spilled from his lips, trickling in lines down his chin. "Don't have long. Rin, you must protect this ruby now, at all costs. Do not let it fall into the hands of the... Run, Rin, run!" "Where? Run where, Dad?" was all that Rin could ask. But his father's eyes had lost focus. His mouth stayed part open, the shape of the last "n" sound it had formed still on it, and a long, chill breath escaped. At Rin, or at anything. His father's expression froze in place, all colour draining from it, and his face began to stiffen. "Dad," Rin called out, Don't leave me here." He buried his head in his father's unmoving chest, and sobbed uncontrollably into the sweat-soaked wool. "We've got a straggler down the whelp." Shock spasmed through Rin. He stood, span. 2 Imperial soldiers, bearing down on him, about 20 paces away across the square of littered corpses. These ones wore square black helmets with horizontal slits for their eyes. "Run." His father had told him to run. "Run, Rin, run." Dash off in the opposite direction, but his foot caught on his father's body and he tripped. He fell onto his dead father, but his hands went out to break his fall, and he bounced off him, turning and landing on his back on the dust floor. Rin pushed himself up on his elbows and froze. The soldier was just a step away from him. This is it. The world slowed down and took on an unusual clarity. Rin could pick out every detail of the soldier's jet-black armour, the dents and smudges on his breastplate, the mud spattering his greaves, the gleam of his gauntlets in the light from the burning buildings, the glint in his irises as they looked out. Accompanying them, images from Rin's brief life flashed across his mind's eye, bringing a whole range of different emotions with them in a few moments. Joy at playing treasure ships with his mother and father out in the fields as a small boy. Sadness on the day they had buried his grandmother in the ground at the shrine, while he liked from his lessons, turning and smiling at him in class, the summer sun playing through her hair. And then in his mind he saw his mother's pale white face twisting up in horror as a man's sword ran her through, and the shock surged through his body again. He saw his father's hazel brown eyes dimming and losing focus as he followed them. The very last feeling Rin was left with as the soldier's bloody sword arced down through the air towards him was despair. What was the point of it all? A few short moments of happiness, and now I'm going to die. I haven't even lived very long yet. What was the point? Feeling he felt. Just as the soldier's blade came down towards him, red-hot anger exploded out of Rin. "No!" he shouted at the soldier, at the world, at death. Fire came out from Rin. He felt no heat except for the heat of the anger that filled his heart, but shimmering orange flames leapt from his body, from his mouth, from his head, from his chest, from his arm and open hand which he instinctively held up and thrust towards the soldier. The soldier's blade disappeared in the torrent of flame. For a heartbeat Rin's vision was obscured by the inferno he had unwittingly released, and then as quickly as they had appeared, the flames receded, disappearing entirely, leaving only tendrils of black smoke twisting up from Rin's unharmed body in the air around him, hissing. Rin looked down at the soldier who had been about to kill him, hissing. Rin looked down at the soldier who had been about to kill him. The man lay spread-eagled on his back. His armour was sooty and scorched. His face was a mess of deep pink burns, the skin singed away entirely, leaving charred muscle underneath. His eyes had melted. Rin looked at his charred muscle underneath. His eyes had melted. Rin looked at his hand, his mouth hanging open, dumb with astonishment. His whole body trembled. The second soldier still stood nearby. Rin couldn't see his eyes through the visor of his helmet. He stood statued in place, facing Rin, saying nothing. Without thinking about it, Rin extended his hand at the soldier, palm out, and willed for the fire to reappear and consume this man too. Nothing happened. Rin thrust out his hand at the soldier again. Nothing. Rin thrust out his hand at the soldier again. Nothing. He tried a few more times, then shook his hand, wobbling it up and down, as if that would fix whatever had stopped the fire from appearing. The soldier began to laugh, a cautious, nervous laugh, the laugh of a man whose life has just been spared by accident. Nervous laugh, the laugh of a man whose life has just been spared by accident. Another unhelmeted soldier appeared at the man's side, walking up to stand alongside him. This one had flame-red hair and an animal mouth twitch. Said the new arrival. "Funny that you should have it. I stuck your mother earlier, didn't I?" Said the new arrival. "Funny that you should have it. I stuck your mother earlier, didn't I? You didn't use it on me then, and it looks like you don't know how to use it again now either." That was his mother's lifeblood still staining the blade of the man talking to him. "Take this one alive," the man said to the other soldier. "Now." "Yes, sir, General Vor." "Take this one alive," the man said to the other soldier. "Now." "Yes, sir, General Vor." The soldier began to walk towards Rin. Rin frantically shook his hand up and down, desperately willing for whatever had just happened to happen again. It didn't. Pain rang briefly through his head as something bashed into the side of it. Darkness took him. End of episode 1. Enjoyed the episode? Support Saga of the Jewels and read or listen ahead of the public release schedule at patreon.com/Saga of the Jewels. Thanks for listening. Episode 2. Princess in Prison. The cell was dark, but in prison. The cell was dark, but her pale blue eyes lit it up. As Rin came to, he sat up and rubbed his arm. He must have been lying on it in a funny way. He looked around. He was in a dark, cramped cell about 10 paces across. He was in a dark, cramped cell about 10 paces across. He winced as the side of his head throbbed with pain too, and put a hand to it, finding a big swollen bump. Memory crept up on him. In the darkness, images flooded his mind. The rooftops of his hometown all aflame. Images flooded his mind. The rooftops of his hometown all aflame. His mother being run through by an imperial general's blade. The last breath leaving his father's lips. Dead. All dead. The memory made him gasp from grief, a quiet, agonized little moan. The memory made him gasp from grief, a quiet, agonized little moan. "I can't get you out of here," said the woman with the pale blue eyes, standing a little way in front of him. Rin started. "Oh, that's right, there's someone else in here with me." He had noticed her before, when he had been coming back to consciousness, but somehow his mind hadn't processed me. He had noticed her before, when he had been coming back to consciousness, but somehow his mind hadn't processed it till now. He must have been hit on the head very hard. His voice came out hoarse. "I didn't say that you could." It was an odd way to greet someone. "I know," said the woman, "but you're going to ask." He gave her his, took her in. Her hair was a weave of golden straw that crowned her, wrapped around her neck and fell over one shoulder. Her face was striking, proud cheekbones curling in towards a smooth chin. A weak amber bar built into the ceiling of the cell gave her a faint halo, but her eyes really did glow like... "It's because I'm crystal touched," said Nuthia. Rin got to his feet, rubbing his temples. His head still ached, and this woman, girl, was talking in a peculiar way. "Girl? Woman? Woman. What is?" "Why my eyes glow like this," said Nuthia. Her voice was authoritative, rich. She crouched and began to poke around with a finger in the dirt of the cell floor, the light from her eyes dimly illuminating it. "You were about to ask. Crystal touched means I've had contact with one of the primeval jewels. I assume you know something about those, or else the Empire wouldn't have captured you alive. Not everyone's eyes glow who's touched one of the lightning crystal." Rin shook his head, trying to clear it. Primeval jewels? What was this girl talking about? Didn't she understand that he had just lost absolutely everything and everyone that had ever mattered to him? No, of course she doesn't understand. She doesn't know about any of it. What are the primeval... On speaking to this girl who for some reason was here in this cell with him, he wouldn't have to think about everything that had happened. "Oh, you don't know," said Nuthia. She said it like he was some sort of slow-witted oaf, but Rin didn't mind that too much right now. "No. Can you tell me?" "I suppose I could educate you," said Nuthia. "At the dawn of our time and buried deep in the earth." She sketched with her finger in the dirt of the cell floor as she talked, and Rin couldn't see all of what she drew, but every now and again he caught a glimpse of a strange symbol in the light from her eyes or the amber bar. She spoke in a voice like Rin's schoolmistress, only even more self-assured if that was possible. "As Mid itself," Nuthia went on. "There are 12 of them, one for each of the 12 great peoples of Mid." She sketched another symbol. "If you touch one of these jewels, it gives you power over the element it is associated with. 12 jewels, 12 people, 12 elements." Her drawing completed, Nuthia dirt symbols she had drawn one by one as she listed off these elements. Water, a swirling spiral. Earth, a line that wound in on itself to form a square. Wind, 3 wavy lines. Fire, a little flame. At the word fire, Rin's cheek twitched. 1 bolt in 3 lines. Metal, a diamond. Light, a star. Shadow, a simple circle. Moon, a crescent. Nature, a leaf. Spirit, a triangle. And void. For void she had drawn nothings. Rin felt like there was something he needed to remember, something just on the edge of his mind that was important, that he couldn't quite recall. Mother, father, hometown, and there was something. "And where are these jewels?" he said after a while to fill the gap. He had no idea being left alone for trauma and grief to fill his mind. Nuthia turned her glowing eyes on him. "Weren't you listening? I told you. They were buried deep in the earth, although most of them have been found, true, so I suppose your question isn't completely stupid. Some of them are still in the possession of their respective peoples. Like my people, the Manolians, jealously guard the lightning crystal. She looked sideways for a moment. Some have been hidden, some of them have been lost. The Empire is desperate to get its hands on all of them. Rin breathed in through his nose. 12 peoples, primeval jewels. He had never heard of any of these things before. He was just a simple boy, had been to one day take over his father's farm, make a good living, go exploring in the woods on 7th days, and maybe somehow get his crush, Carlotia, to take notice of him. She was almost certainly dead too. This was all too much for him. At the same time, he felt like he was closer to remembering whatever was on the edge of his mind. What do these jewels look like then? Rin asked her hesitantly. Well, nobody knows what all of them look like, but according to legend they are... Nithya crouched down and pointed at the symbols she had drawn again, one by one. The earth emerald, the water sapphire, the fire ruby. Rin took initiative. He had remembered. He put a hand to his breast, where there was a small pocket sewn into the front of his shirt. He patted it, but all he felt was his tunic and the resistance of his chest. There was nothing else in the pocket. No! Nithya stood up and backed away from him. At the same time her eyes seemed to glow more brightly. Again, clutching the top of his head, gripping clumps of hair. My father, just before he gave me a ring with a ruby set into it. He told me to keep it safe. I put it here in my breast pocket, but it's gone. I failed him already. Oh, said Nithya. She looked down at the ground. And you lost your father. Another memory burned in Rin's mind now. A memory of fire. No, you don't understand, he said, starting to pace around the small cell, still clutching at his hair. Back in my hometown, one of the soldiers, he tried to kill me, and fire came out of me and burned him all up. How had his father ever gotten hold of a primeval jewel, if that was what this ruby had been? Nithya's eyes stretched wide. Yes, it was the fire ruby. You are ruby-touched. But of course you don't have the ruby anymore. They would have searched you for it before they threw you in here. How long have I been in here? Where is here? About 10 minutes before you woke up. May I ask, were any other people killed in the Imperial attack, in addition to your father? They killed my mother, my father, everyone in the town. They burned the whole place to the ground. It didn't feel real. It felt like it had happened to someone else. But it hadn't happened to someone else. And to her mouth. By the one, she said, wide eyes staring off at nothing. I never imagined... She closed her eyes, contemplating something awful. Truly the Emperor will go to any length to obtain the jewels, even an act of war, destroying a whole town. I'm so sorry. Leave me alive if they got what they wanted. Why didn't they just kill me as well? Part of him wished that they had. Nithya opened her eyes again. They want to question you. She said it like it was obvious. That's why they kept me alive too. For the first time, Rin considered what this girl was doing in grief from capture. It had not crossed his mind yet. Who are you? He said slowly to her. How did you get here? There was a deep, distant groaning sound from somewhere above them, and the whole room lurched sideways for a moment, then righted itself. Rin put out a hand on the wall to break his fall, to his mouth. Nithya put her hands out too, found empty air, swayed where she stood, then stumbled forward, knocking into Rin and banging heads with him. They collapsed in a pile together on the floor, then immediately disentangled themselves from one another and shuffled apart on their backsides. Rin was too surprised to pay too much attention to the awkwardness of their collision. We're on to the world in general. Nithya stood up again and dusted down her dress. Yes, we're on an Imperial airship. An airship? Rin hadn't even seen one of those before, though he had heard tales of them, let alone been on one. It must have had to bank to dodge out of the way of something, Nithya continued. Perhaps another airship or a passing dragon. That or maybe my people have finally caught up to this ship. Rin stood up and brushed some of the dust from himself, pinched his nose. Their collision hadn't helped his aching head. Your people? I'm Manolian royalty, said Nithya, crystal touched. My people will come to rescue me soon. Rin's mouth hung open. He couldn't help it. A real princess. He hadn't thought that he would ever see one of those in his lifetime either, let alone get close enough to meet one. For the first time, He noticed properly what she was wearing, a white dress inlaid with patterned gold thread, and certain others. Woman, definitely woman, not girl. "It's rude to stare," said the Manolian Princess Nuthia. He couldn't tell if it was pride or irritation that inflected her words this time. "Can you get us out of this cell?" Rin said to change the subject. The only thing he was sure of at this moment was that they needed to get out of the cell. Said the princess, "I told you earlier, I cannot see the way out, yet. I've been locked in here for what must be about a week, and I haven't been able to think of a way out." Rin looked her up and down again. She looked pretty good for someone who had been locked in a cell for 7 days. Maybe she was exaggerating. Nuthia gestured through the dark towards the far wall. "There's a door over." Today they opened the hatch and kick in a bowl of slop and a bit of bread. She motioned to another corner. "And there's a bucket over there for... well, it's not dignified to speak of. You'll have to turn around and shut your eyes." At that she made a brief little sobbing sound, like the thought of peeing in the company of somebody else was too much for her, but she put a hand to her mouth to stifle it. Relieved that any of this had happened. Another wave of grief rolled through his guts. It was like he was momentarily forgetting that he had seen both his parents die and his town being burned to the ground. But every now and again he remembered it, and the memory sent another tremor of pain through his body and mind. He should think Nuthia. At least keeping the conversation going with her distracted him a little for now. If he could keep the conversation going, maybe he could avoid falling down into the huge yawning abyss of despair opening up beneath him. Maybe he could avoid paying attention to the horrible throbbing pain in his head. Before he could think of what to say next, though, another tremendous sending them both onto their backsides again. That one hadn't come from above, but from somewhere off to the side of them. "It's not just banking coincidentally," exclaimed Nuthia from her place on the floor, like she was having some kind of epiphany. "That sounded like a blow from a cannonball. Someone's attacking this ship. But why? Why would my country..." Rin nearly joked that if she spoke to her countrywomen like she spoke to him, then they would probably have no hesitancy about blowing her out of the sky. But he thought better of it. His mind always came up with stupid jokes when he was nervous, or scared out of his wits like he was now. Nuthia didn't look scared out of her wits, though. In fact, before she had voiced the thought about her countrywomen attacking... Why is it a good thing that we're being attacked?" Rin asked. Another booming noise and the whole cell vibrated again, making them wobble. That one had definitely come from underneath him. Whoever was attacking the ship, if indeed that was what was happening, seemed to be aiming at different parts of it. Nuthia frowned, furrowing her forehead. "Escape, dimwit. Do try to keep up." Another cannon blow. Rin felt that one in his teeth. The vibrations were getting stronger. "And just how will it do that?" he asked. The threat and curiosity were distracting him from his grief for the moment. He didn't mind. "Don't you see?" said Nuthia. "So far on this journey I've been unable to use my gift, but I'm the most precious thing on this vessel. Well, I suppose you might be of some value too. If there's a sky battle, or this ship goes down, they're going to want to know where I am and keep hold of me. Come on, come with me." Rin stood and followed Nuthia over towards one side of the cell, where she had indicated the door was. They were on their feet again, so they settled for crawling towards the door. How can she be so calm about this? Rin thought as he crawled next to Nuthia. Shouts and the clang of metal came from beyond the cell door. Rin voiced his question over the noise. "Why are you so relaxed about the possibility that this ship might go down?" "Shh!" Nuthia chastised him in a loud... Too bewildered to protest, Rin made it to the wall next to the door and used it to push himself up, then flipped himself around so he had his back pressed flat against it. On the other side of the door, Nuthia did the same. She held a finger to her lips, then whispered just loud enough to be heard. "When they come through, stay out of my way. Let me handle them," bracing himself against the violence of another cannonball strike. They didn't have to wait very long. Some of the voices beyond the door grew suddenly louder. Then it flew open and 3 Imperial soldiers in black plate ran into the cell one after the other, going straight past Nuthia and Rin. Some of the same soldiers that had burned Rin's hometown to the ground. Left and right. "Where are the prisoners?" one of them said. "We need to secure the prisoners." They turned round. "Only 3?" Nuthia said. "You Imperials are getting stupider." She put out her hands, palms open, and they glowed white. The glow lit up her face. Her eyes had doubled in size, and her jaw set solid. Rin watched in horror as Nuthia screamed shrill and high, and something that he could only identify as blue lightning lanced out from her hands with a crack, connecting with the soldiers. 3 eye blinks and the shape of the lightning shifted 3 times, 3 different sets of jagged blue bolts linking each of the soldiers and Nuthia's fingertips. The lightning subsided, but the screams didn't, at least not right away. Each of the soldiers collapsed to the floor, wavy steam hissing up from their armour and bodies. The air smelled of burning. Nuthia had cooked them in their uniforms with... lightning? I said it's rude to stare, dimwit. One side of Nuthia's mouth curled up ever so slightly. Come on, let's get out of this cell. Another cannonball hit the ship with an almighty crash. Rushing air filled Rin's ears, and he found himself on his back on the floor again. The cell filled with sunlight. Then, almost as quickly as it had come, the sunlight receded into shadow as on one side, downwards behind him. Oh gods, Rin thought, they've blown a hole in the cell wall. But there was no time to ponder. The floor was still tilting backwards, and Rin had started slipping down it. He flailed about in desperation and reached for the open door that was quickly moving away from him as the floor tilted further. Nuthia did the same thing and bashed into him, then bounced off. As the airship continued to tilt, Rin managed to catch hold of the edge of the door jamb in the wall in front of him, which was now an opening in the ceiling above him. For a heartbeat his legs dangled by themselves, then something caught on one of them and pulled him down hard. Rin clutched onto the door jamb with all his might. The weight was yanking him downwards, but by clenching hands along his arms he managed to stay holding onto the door frame. Above him the door that had been opened earlier swung shut, down onto his fingers. Rin cried out as his fingertips flared with pain, but he managed to keep holding on just. A noise filled his ears. He realised that he had been temporarily deafened by the last cannonball that had torn into their cell. Now, replaced by an angry growl, growing in pitch and volume, that must mean that this airship was heading for the ground, fast. Rin risked a look down. Below him, clutching onto his right boot, was the golden-haired form of Nuthia. She looked up at him, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead, mouth a rictus of fear. It was the first time Rin had seen her show fear this whole time. "Don't let go," she called over the sound of the descending airship. "That's easy for you to say," Rin shot back. Beyond her was the pale blue of the sky, and wisps of white cloud rapidly hurtling up. Beyond her was the pale blue of the sky, and wisps of white cloud rapidly hurtling upwards, some of them coming up into the open cell. A jagged square of splintered metal framed the window of rising sky. Their attackers, whoever they were, had indeed ripped a hole in the wall of the cell with one of their cannonballs. "Ah!" One of Rin's hands ripped a hole in the wall of the cell with one of their cannonballs. "Ah!" One of Rin's hands gave way and he slipped off the door frame. He tried to wrench himself up with his remaining arm to find a better purchase, but it only quivered in painful protest and refused to move him further than a half-inch. Rin sank back down, his arm fully extending. Rin sank back down, his arm fully extending, the muscles in it feeling like they were about to snap. "I don't think I can hold on much longer," he called down to Nuthia in panic. "Get ready, we're going to... Ah!" Air and cloud rushed around them. End of episode 2. Thanks for listening to Saga of the Jewels. To support Saga of the Jewels, or read ahead, or listen ahead, go to patreon.com/or listen ahead, go to patreon.com/Saga of the Jewels. Episode 3. Sky Pirates Ahoy! Rin fell through the air, one hand still clutching Nuthia's. They tumbled and span, white cloud hand still clutching Nuthia's. They tumbled and span, white cloud and blue air rushed around them. Weightless, his stomach was somewhere far above him. The sensation might have been pleasurable, were it not for the immediate prospect of collision with the ground below. Images of his recent past moved in rapid succession across his mind again. Mum dying, Dad dying, roofs on fire. Somewhere over the noise of the rushing air he was aware of Nuthia screaming. The wind seemed to gust all of a sudden, and then their fall was broken. Rin slammed flat onto something hard with a sudden, and then their fall was broken. Rin slammed flat onto something hard with a loud thump. His face and limbs stang immediately from the impact, prickled with aftershock. This couldn't be the ground. They had stopped falling much more quickly than he had expected. Plus, he was still alive. Wood, he saw next, much more quickly than he had expected. Plus, he was still alive. Wood, he saw next to his cheek. He had lost hold of Nuthia's hand. Where is she? Rin pushed himself up onto his elbows with effort. Men stood around them, some brandishing swords, many of them gathered together at a rail at one end of the wooden platform Rin and Nuthia had landed on. Many of them gathered together at a rail at one end of the wooden platform Rin and Nuthia had landed on. Cannons sounded, but below them now, from within this ship, they had landed on the deck of another airship. What in the seven hells was that? Yelled a voice from somewhere behind them. Rin only barely heard it over the noise of wind and cannon fire, but the voice yelled a voice from somewhere behind them. Rin only barely heard it over the noise of wind and cannon fire, but the voice was irate. One man stood a few paces away, staring wide-eyed like Rin was an imperial invader come to kill him. He had a shaved head, baggy trousers, a cutlass sheathed at his side. Boy and a girl, Cap'n, the sailor called. Baggy trousers, a cutlass sheathed at his side. Boy and a girl, Cap'n, the sailor called. I think they just fell out of the imperial ship. Well, what are you waiting for, you fool? Shouted the first voice, matching incredulity with fury. Tie them up and stow them below. We don't have time for this right now. Yes, Cap'n. Tie them up and stow them below. We don't have time for this right now. Yes, Cap'n. The man hesitated, but then took a step towards them, drawing his sword from the sheath that hung on his belt with a sliding of steel. He held it out towards them. The point wobbled a little. You two, said the sailor, with me. Not again, mumbled Rin, as much to himself. You two, said the sailor, with me. Not again, mumbled Rin, as much to himself as anyone else. He looked to his side, wondering why Nuthia hadn't said anything yet. She lay sprawled on her front on the wooden deck. Her eyes were shut. Fear lanced through Rin. The sky sailor moved towards them purposefully. Please, said Rin, scrambling up. I think she might... The sky sailor moved towards them purposefully. Please, said Rin, scrambling up. I think she might be hurt. She needs a healer. He had to shout over the noise. The sky sailor set his jaw. Cap'n says you're to be stowed below, so stowed below is what you will be. To Rin's own amazement, he put up his fists. You're not taking us anywhere. She needs help. The ship went harshly to one side, and Rin lost his footing, stumbled, and put his hand out to steady himself. The sailor barely wobbled. Taking advantage of Rin's stumble, he stepped forwards and punched Rin hard in the gut with the hilt of his sword. Ooh! Rin doubled over as the wind knocked out of him. Pain in his stomach joined the pain in his head, and the pain in his everywhere else. And yanked his head up, and before he knew it, Rin felt a rope being wrapped around his arms and chest, tightening, so tight he could barely breathe. Then he was being shoved and kicked with barks of, Get in there! Hurry up! He staggered across the deck in bewilderment, battle cries and cannon sounds flying over him. When he glanced back, he saw the sailor behind him, prodding him, the prone form of Nuthia's shoulder, her hair and hands hanging down limply, swaying with the steps. Beyond them, a huge imperial airship filled the sky, descending rapidly, fire and smoke billowing out from its hull and blimp, a series of huge holes blown in its side. The ship they had just been on before. Then he was shoved down some steps and along a corridor with more angry barks, through another door into a cramped room not much bigger than a broom cupboard, with only a small circular hole for light. Stay in here, the sky sailor said. He kicked Rin's legs from underneath him, forcing him to land on his backside with a groan. The fight went out of him. This was too much. This was the second time he had been taken captive, and his family, his hometown. He felt something being propped up against his back. Nuthia. Another cord of rope joined the first that encircled him. The sailor tied her to him so that they sat back to back. Rin tried one last time. Please, he murmured. I think she needs to see a healer. Shut up, spat the sailor. We're finished. The captain will deal with you after that. He slammed the door shut, leaving Rin in darkness with only himself for conscious company. Nuthia, he said at once. Nuthia, can you hear me? Nothing. He craned his neck round to try to look at her. He couldn't see much, but he could see that the silhouette of her head was lolled forward. He turned. Nuthia, wake up, he said to the black wall in front of him. Nothing. He hoped to the gods she wasn't dead. Actually, he didn't hope it to anyone. What use had the gods been to him these last 2 days, after his lifetime of devotion and obedience? He just hoped it. The girl felt warm against his bound arms and back, his rapid breathing, and concentrated on the feeling of her pressed against him to work out if she was still alive. Yes, It was very gentle, but if he focused and tried to shut out the noise of battle above, he could feel the slow rise and fall of her body. She was still breathing. That's a relief. Although, why do I care whether this girl lives or dies? He thought to me so far as lecture me. But she had talked to him all the same, and she was still a human being, and there had been something in the patronising and the lecturing, a sort of antagonistic kindness, of which Rin realised he had grown weirdly fond. And you are very beautiful, he said aloud. Rin sat like that for a long time, willing for Nuthia to wake up. The ship continued to bank this way and that, to shudder and vibrate from time to time, but being tied up and sat down as he was, none of this threw Rin around any more. Outside the room, muffled to varying degrees, he could still hear men shouting, cannons firing, the occasional crunch of wood. His head still throbbed, and his arms, and his legs, and his stomach. His throat was dry. He hadn't had a drink in a long time. At least he didn't need to pee. That was a mercy. How long that would last, he didn't know. The ropes were tight on his arms. It felt like they were cutting into his skin. He was hungry. He could barely think straight. His mind was aching fog. I need to get out of here and get my head together and work out what I'm going to do now that... His mother, his father, the houses of his hometown, dead, aflame, destroyed. Said Nuthia. Oh, you're awake, Rin said. He felt her stir and lift her head behind him. Tell me. Yes? Tell me again about how very beautiful I am. Oh, you heard that? Nuthia laughed softly. Where are we? She asked after another quiet moan of discomfort. We're on an airship, Rin said quickly, keen to change the subject. A different airship. Pirates. I think they're the ones who were attacking the Imperials. They shoved us in here while the battle finishes, but I think they're winning. As if to confirm this, they heard a loud, many-voiced cheer go up from outside. The cannon fire ceased. The cheering did not. They listened out, and beneath the cheering, the sound of the ship's engine grew deeper. Rin's stomach lurched again. Nuthia spoke. Listen, when they interrogate us, just follow my lead. Your lead? All right then. Eventually they felt a jolt go through the ship, and the sound of the engine stopped. They'd landed. Eventually the sailor who had shoved them in here reappeared. Right, you two. His eyes were bright and he seemed... Captain wants to talk to you now. He wrenched them to their feet before pushing them stumbling and tripping back up on deck, where he plonked them down on their backsides again. Rin had got a brief glimpse of the surroundings they had landed in before he was made to sit down. They were in wide grassy plains, and away he thought he had glimpsed the wreckage of the Imperial ship lying crushed on... That was the smoke from it still leaking into the air. They must all be dead. Nobody could have survived a crash like that, including that officer who killed my mother. Rin felt a little pang in his heart at that realization. He was glad that General Vore was dead, but he discovered that he had wanted to be the one to kill him himself. Immediate surroundings. This time, what must be the whole crew of the ship stood around them in a semicircle regarding them. They largely wore brown leather jackets and baggy beige trousers with black boots. Some had goggles on their heads. Most had sheathed cutlasses at their sides. Rin spotted one or two blunderbusses too. Some were fat, some were thin, some shaved heads, some had thick beards and braids. All were men. All looked to them with a kind of leering curiosity. Rin reckoned there were about 20 of them, though he could only see the ones in front of him. In the middle of them stood a young man with a circular leather patch strapped over one eye, brown hair tied back in a ponytail, and his own deep brown long leather jacket collar. His unexposed eye glinted mischievously as he grinned with one side of his mouth, baring stained teeth. One of his teeth was gold. When he spoke, Rin recognised the voice of the young man as belonging to the captain from earlier. "Who are you?" said the man, not bothering with any formalities. "Why were the Empire—" "We're not telling you anything," said Nuthia for the pair of them. "You're just a filthy sky pirate." The captain's boots resounded ominously over the deck. Out of the corner of his eye, Rin could see him crouched down in front of Nuthia. "You've got a mouth on you, haven't you?" Nuthia spat. A moment's pause, and Rin heard the sound of a leather glove against skin, her head turned abruptly to one side next to him. To her credit, she barely moaned. "She's a feisty one, isn't she, lads? That'll make it even more fun to break her." A deep, lecherous jeer went up from the crew. "Leave her alone," Rin found himself yelling. "She hasn't done anything to you." The pirate captain turned on Rin, more obliging pup. "Well, who are you?" Rin didn't see any point in lying about himself. If Nuthia wanted to keep her identity to herself, that was her business. "I'm nobody," he said, more bitterly than he meant to. "A no one. I'm the only son of a landowning family in the town of Cleasor. You have no reason to hurt me, or hurt nobody of Cleasor. If you're so unimportant, why did the Empire have you captive of one of their airships, hey? Answer me that." Again, Rin didn't see any point in lying to him about this either. "The Empire burned down my village. They killed everyone I know. They only spared me because of—" Ow! Even though they were tied back together, able to elbow him in the ribs. "Don't," she hissed. Don't what?" said the captain. Rin was torn. He had no problem telling the sky pirate, but Nuthia wanted him to keep things a secret. Why? The pirate captain drew one of the twin swords that hung on either side of his belt, producing a long, slight wickedly, then moved the point of it slowly in front of Rin's nose, making him flinch. Then he stepped around him and crouched down next to Nuthia, whose body suddenly went very stiff and still against his back. "Tell me why, or I slit the lady's throat." "Don't tell him, Rin," Nuthia cried out at once. "He's bluffing. He won't do it. He could get far more money." Rin thought that was a reckless thing to say. He didn't think he could take the chance. He had already seen that the captain wasn't afraid of causing pain. "I have flame projection powers," Rin blurted out. "I got them all of a sudden when the Empire attacked my village. I think that's why they captured me. Nuthia thinks it's something to do with these magical jewels. They captured her because she has lightning powers. Don't you... I've done it before and I can do it again." "By the one," Nuthia said behind him with a sigh. "You should be grateful," Rin couldn't help himself whispering back, twisting his head to look behind him at the back of Nuthia's golden-haired head. "I may have just saved your life." He looked up at the assembled sailors of the airship's crew, standing around them, burst out laughing. They threw their heads back and guffawed, held their bellies while they shook, slapped each other on their backs. Some of them wiped tears of mirth from their eyes. All right, that's enough, lads," said the captain after a while. He stepped back round to Rin's side and held up his hand for silence, that devilish grin still stuck on his face, though Rin wondered if just for a moment. Eventually the laughter petered out. "Fire and lightning powers," said the captain, mockery lacing every syllable. "Magical jewels. Do you expect me to swallow this, runt? If you're going to play games with me, I will toy with you in turn." He bent down and moved his sword towards Rin again, making him wince, past him and cut the cord tying Rin and Nuthia together with a flick. "On your feet," said the captain. "Nobody mocks Captain Saga Ed Beanie. If you have flame projection powers, then show us, boy." Rin stood up and rubbed the sides of his arms where the rope had bound him. He didn't know why this guy, Saga, was calling him a boy when he didn't look that old himself, about his early 20s, but he didn't have time to ponder that now. Well, said Rin, "the thing is, it's all quite new to me and I haven't been able to summon the flames again since the incident at my village. I can't produce them on demand, but I do really have them, I'm being honest. Also, I really wouldn't want to hurt you or any of your crew." It was stupid, but it was true. The pirates laughed again, Captain Sagar too. They seemed unable to stop themselves. A bolt of bright white lightning shot out from behind Rin and lanced into the rail of the ship with a flash and a crack. It left a charred black mark where it hit, a thin ribbon of smoke. The pirates stopped laughing. "Tie her back up again, quick!" shouted Sagar, spittle flying from his mouth. His crew appeared hesitant. Nobody moved to do so. "Sir Pirate," said Nuthia, like she was beginning a stern lecture, "if you think for one moment that I am going to allow myself to be detained once more, least of all by a common sky again, or your life may be forfeit." Rin took a couple of steps backwards so that he was in line with her. "As you can see, I am a little more experienced with my own powers of elemental projection than my companion here." Companion? He was her companion all of a sudden? What did that mean? "If any of you lays so much as a finger on me again, I will turn—" Sagar opened his mouth, then shut it again. His grin was replaced by a deep scowl. After a moment he said, "There's a lot of us, lady, and only one of you. Do you think you can use a little trick on us all at once?" "Do you want to find out?" said Nuthia icily. Rin guessed that she had not enjoyed being slapped. "Up again, boys!" yelled Sagar. None of his crew moved to obey the order. He looked round at them. One man, slightly taller and stockier than the rest, who Rin recognised as the one who had tied them up originally, turned to Saga and said, "But Cap'n, you saw what she just did." "Yeah," piped up another. "She must be some kind of—" "To kidnap a witch," said another. "That's what I heard too. And Cap'n, you're the one who just cut their bonds. Yeah, if you want to tie them up again, you do it. The captain's face turned red as a rose, an angry rose. He jumped up and down on the spot like a petulant child. How dare you disobey me, he yelled. You just took down an Imperial skyship under my command. The government of Infis will pay us handsomely for this. You owe me. This is mutiny. Tie them up again right now or I'll throw the lot of you overboard. Well, you can't throw us all overboard, Captain. Yeah, that wouldn't be practical. No more practical than all of us getting fried by lightning, to be honest. Lifeboat, Rin thought, noticing something the captain had said. So General Vaughan might... It seems that we have reached something of an impasse, Captain, said Nuthia, holding her head high. Perhaps there is somewhere we could go to negotiate in private. Ah, you hear that, boys? Said the captain quickly. She wants to negotiate in private. His grin was back. What was with this guy? He had gone from throwing a tantrum to making lewd suggestions on the pirate's wolf whistled. Another brief fork of lightning flashed out and singed the deck just in front of the captain's foot. All right, he said at once, leaping back a step. He clenched his jaw and said more quietly through gritted teeth, Stop doing that in front of my crew. He returned his voice to its previous volume. Fine. By mutual consent, inside my cabin. Come with me. He spun on his heel and walked off. The rest of you get back to work. Aye, aye, Captain. As the crew dispersed to attend to various duties about the ship, all of them still unashamedly staring at Nuthia and Rin to a man, the two of them followed the captain through a door in the ship's forecastle. Right, stop playing around, said Saga once he had shut the door and they were inside the room with the table and charts. Where did the two of you really come from? We told you, said Nuthia. The Empire captured us because we have powers of elemental projection. Yes, I can see that in your case. But what about you, nobody? He jabbed a finger in Rin's face. He's just a bit... But from what he reports, he definitely has them. It makes sense. The Empire wouldn't have spared his life otherwise. And you're really just a nobody from some backwater village, the captain continued, still looking at Rin. Rin nodded. Fine then, but what about you, said the captain, switching back to Nuthia. You don't look like a nobody from nowhere. He eyed the gold with her hair. Where did you come from? For a while Nuthia did not reply, and her bottom lip disappeared underneath the upper. Then eventually she said, My name is Princess Nuthiana Kaluthea, of the Matriarchy of Manolia. The captain's eyebrows raised above his eye patch. A princess? The boys will be pleased. What are you doing all the way out here? We're miles away from Manolia. I was on an undercover diplomatic mission in Infis, where the Empire discovered my abilities and captured me. A diplomatic mission? What kind of diplomatic mission? An undercover one. Yeah, but who to? About what? That is my business. Tell me, demanded the captain, his face turning red. There was a quiet crackling sound and sparks of electricity played across Nuthia's fingers. The hairs on the back of Rin's neck stood up. The captain held up his hands. All right. This is going to get tedious quickly. Fine. Well, whatever you were doing, whoever you are, the pair of you sure as hells can't stay on my ship. I can't be having time with this lightning nonsense. As soon as we put into the next port, you're off. Rin breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't like how tensely things had been playing out on this ship, and he would be very glad to get back onto solid ground. He had no idea what he would do there, of course, but he knew that he preferred solid ground to sky travel. I thought you might say that, said Nuthia. You do? Said the captain. You do? Said Rin. I do. I have learned things on my journey that I need to report at home. I demand that you fly me to Manolia as quickly as possible. This time the captain actually drew his sword with a ring of steel as his temper flared. Rin and Nuthia both hopped back. Look, lady, I'm the one who does the demand, captain of this ship, and I won't be bossed around by some arrogant girl, princess or not. Electricity crackled around Nuthia again as the top corner of her lip pulled up in anger too. Nuthia, Rin said, looking back and forth between them. Please, be careful. He was tired of violence. Mother, father, hometown. You can't rely on that. I have a few tricks of my own up my sleeve. Even if you kill me before I kill you, my crew will overwhelm you. They're the fiercest band of cutthroats that you ever laid eyes on. They'll gang up on you all at once. They'll overpower you. They'll murder you in your sleep. And I'll bet you don't know how to sail an airship, he said finally, presumably as a last-ditch attempt to intimidate her into backing down. Breath. And the sparks that had started to crackle around her dissipated into the air. I know, she said at length. That is why I am offering you a proposition. My homeland is very wealthy, and the royal family are wealthiest of all. Fly me back to Manolia, and I am sure you will be rewarded handsomely. With gold, at his sword. This time, just one eyebrow, the one above his good eye, crept up. Gold, you say? Gold. And gemstones. Gemstones, you say? Gemstones galore. And there are many beautiful women in Manolia. I find it hard to believe they're half as beautiful as you, Rin thought. He missed his mother, all dead. I am sure, Nuthia continued, that my mother the Queen would be very grateful to whoever rescued and returned their lost princess to her. The captain's eyes had gone somewhere else. Gold, gemstones, beautiful women, he said quietly to himself. How can I be sure of all of this? What guarantee can you give me? An understandable concern, said Nuthia. My lightning projection is a guarantee of my word in more ways than one. Only Manolian royalty are crystal-touched. Only we have lightning projection powers. But I appreciate that this is not common knowledge. At this, Nuthia tugged the collar of her faded white dress down inside it with her other hand. Rin felt himself blushing and managed to look away. When he looked back, she had produced from somewhere about her person a short silver chain, and on it a large diamond set in a yellow-gold pendant. Here, she said, holding it out to the captain. Take this as a down payment and a guarantee of my goodwill. There will be much more like this when you... Saga stepped towards her and took the pendant with his free hand, holding it up to his face between two fingers to inspect it. Gold, gemstones, beautiful women, he murmured. He looked at them again. All right, you make a persuasive offer. I'll do it. I'll fly you to Manolia. Could you please just do me one favour? What would that be? Nuthia asked. Could you tell the crew that I fought you and tortured you into surrendering to me, then ravished you? Absolutely not, said Nuthia at once. I've never heard anything so base and ridiculous in my life, and Rin's been here this whole time too. You could say that I beat him unconscious. How about that I tied him up in a corner? No. He cowered in the corner? Look, said Nuthia. Fine, if only to shut you up, I'll tell them that you threatened me and that I gave in and offered you a reward if you took us back to Manolia. That's sort of true, I suppose. Done, said the captain. Pleasure doing business with you, he added, as they made their way back out onto... Enjoyed the episode? Read or listen ahead and support Saga of the Jewels at patreon.com/Saga of the Jewels. Episode 4. One Small Problem. On a sea of clouds. Rin and Nuthia sat in the small viewing bubble built into the underside of the ship, watching the clouds and, further below, the landscape passing underneath it as it was veiled and revealed by them. The viewing bubble was made of reinforced glass on which they rested their feet as they sat on a wooden bench built across it, feeling that a lookout could talk into for their voice to be carried to another speaking tube on the ship's raised forecastle. Really designed just for one person to sit in, the viewing bubble was not quite big enough for two. Rin was sure that Captain Saga had only sent them down here to do the job of one person in order to keep them out of the way and prevent the crew from asking them any more awkward questions. Rigid and tried not to brush Nuthia with his elbow. It was difficult. This time, she was giving him a geography lesson. So we are currently flying over the Isle of Efstan, she said. You see those rolling green fields? They're what Efstan's famous for. Well, I know that much, said Rin, not wanting to seem completely ignorant. My hometown was in Efstan after all. He blinked away the images of burning buildings that flared up in his mind's eye, then looked for the next question to distract him. Where are we heading now, then? Where's your homeland? Well, as I was saying, Manolia is situated on the much... Where's your homeland? Well, as I was saying, Manolia is situated on the much larger neighbouring landmass of Zokan. That's where we're heading. Soon enough, you'll see, after we cross the Leviathan's channel, the landscape will become much more varied and interesting, even mountainous in some places. And after we cross the Pelnian Mountains, Manolia is a peninsula that's mountainous in some places. And after we cross the Pelnian Mountains, Manolia is a peninsula that juts out into the Sundering Sea. If that's where you're from, how did you end up all the way out here? Rin actually knew the answer to this question, but he wanted to keep Nuthia talking to distract himself from the intrusive memories that kept popping into his head. Don't you ever listen? She looked up from the clouds and fields below them for a moment and frowned at Rin, her noble forehead creasing. I was on an undercover diplomatic mission in nearby Imphis, in the north of Zokan, when the Imperials discovered and captured me. But But what were you doing on the mission? Nuthia's eyes narrowed. She paused a moment. I suppose I can tell you because you're jewel-touched. She adjusted the circlet she wore underneath her golden hair. I was trying to engineer an alliance with them. Why do you need golden hair? I was trying to engineer an alliance with them. Why do you need to make an alliance with them? We don't, necessarily, but... Nuthia dropped her voice, even though between the background thrum of the airship's engines and the whistle of wind beneath the hull, nobody else would have the faintest hope of hearing her. As you've seen, beneath the hull, nobody else would have the faintest hope of hearing her. As you've seen, the Emperor of Morocamia has learned of the jewels. He has begun to search for them, and his power and dominion are growing even now. He cannot be allowed to gather them all together. So any nations who have knowledge of the locations of our jewels must band together to stop him. Of the locations of our jewels must band together to stop him. What would happen if the Emperor gathered together all the jewels? Nuthia's voice went even lower. Didn't I tell you that before? If anyone gathers all the jewels together, the legend says they will be granted unbelievable, unfathomable power. The legend says they will be granted unbelievable, unfathomable power. Command over every basic element of which Mid is composed. They would be practically omnipotent, all-powerful. Nuthia gazed back out of the glass of the viewing bubble, her voice trailing off. Rin followed her gaze down through the wisps of white and over the passing patchwork. All-powerful, he thought. Maybe they could grant the power to bring my parents back, my friends, my town. But no, that's impossible. Maybe they could grant the power to find out if that general is still alive. Just then something inside Rin's heart shifted. Where it had been numb and cold with grief, a small spark now lit within it. The numbness and the cold were still there, to be sure, but now there was a fragile, flickering flame warming them too. A flame of desire. A flame of desire. A flame of hope. A flame of purpose. He knew what he had to do. He had to find and get revenge on the imperial general who had killed his mother. At that same moment, the landscape shifted too. Without warning, the distant green fields below them gave way to a vast expanse of blue that stretched out below them further than they could see. Look, cried Nuthia, the Leviathan's channel. It was mainly a deep blue, the colour of blueberries, but here and there it was lighter where the sunshine fell on it. Or darker where the clouds obscured it, patches of shadow gliding over its surface. The surface itself shifted and glittered, fragments of white foam rising and falling over it, which Rin realised were waves. It's beautiful, he muttered. It's beautiful, he muttered. Well, you use that word very freely, Nuthia said, glancing sidelong at him. You act like you've never seen it before. Rin looked at her. Oh. How long will it take us to get to Manolia? He asked. With a full tank of fuel and a good wind, it should be about 2 days flying. We should make Zokan by nightfall of today, and Manolia by the end of tomorrow. They spent most of the rest of the day like that, sat together in the viewing bubble, watching the sea pass by, with Rin asking about the world below to keep his mind away from his memories, and Nuthia being only too happy to enlighten him. They didn't even go above deck to eat. Instead, a grumpy-looking sailor came down and shoved a couple of plates of salt beef into their hands, then came back half an hour later to collect them. As they watched the sea, gradually, it and the sky around them grew darker, got deeper. The shadow of a coastline appeared. And, right at its edge, a cluster of fireflies arrayed in a circle. At last, said Nuthia, rubbing her back. We've reached Zokan. Those are the lights of a port. A low buzzing noise joined the thrum of the engine, and Rin's stomach lurched as he felt the ship began to descend. We shouldn't be landing already. We've got at least a day until we reach Manolia. She stood and dashed up the wooden steps that led out of the viewing bubble chamber. Rin watched her go. Before they had sighted the coastline, she had been in the middle of educating him about the 12 peoples of Mid. For once, she had forgotten her lesson completely. He stood too, then rubbed. Sitting in one place for the whole day had not been kind to his legs and backside. He followed Nuthia up the steps to the underdeck and then up another set of steps to the main deck, passing the little cupboard where they had first been thrown by the pirates during their battle with the Imperials. Above deck, Rin immediately noticed that the crew were a lot less busy than before. Many of them were standing at the firefly lights and pointing. Saga was up on the rear deck, behind the big ship's wheel. "Why are we going down?" Nuthia demanded of him from the main deck over the sound of the air rushing past. "We haven't reached Manolia yet. We won't for at least another day." Saga didn't even look at her. "Simple. We salvaged a lot of bounty from that Imperial ship, Nuthia, just for a moment. A lot of bounty. But sadly fuel was not part of it. In fact, we blew up her fuel tank, which is what brought her down in the end. Now we need to refuel." "Can't you keep going any longer on your current level? We need to reach Manolia as soon as possible." "No." "I will give you more money." "Not going to work, miss. We need fuel and that's that." Nuthia marched up the steps to join Saga on the rear deck. Rin went after her. "I can't believe that you already need to refuel," she said, as the captain continued to take the ship down. "I need to get back to Manolia as quickly as possible. You should have had enough fuel for a return voyage. Where did you set out from anyway?" Saga said quietly, still looking straight ahead. "Will you shut up? I'm not just refueling. Wanderlust needs some repairs too." Rin's heart missed a beat. "You mean there's something wrong with the ship?" Nuthia voiced his concern for him. A couple of the sky sailors looked round at them from where they stood by the rail on the main deck. "Saga, loud, princess," he said through gritted teeth. "No, the ship's absolutely fine," he said more loudly. "We just need fuel, that's all." The sailors turned back round. "What's wrong with the ship?" Rin asked, keeping his voice low. "Look, pup, princess," said Saga. "When you're in a major battle with an Imperial vessel, you don't come out of it quick work of them in the end, but the hull sustains some heavy cannon fire in the process. It wouldn't be so bad except one of our fuel lines to the turbines got hit. We're not just low on fuel, we're leaking it." "Oh," said Nuthia. A pause. "Why don't you tell your men?" asked Rin. Saga squinted at him with his one exposed eye. "When you're a fearsome sky pirate captain like me, you have a certain reputation to preserve." "What you mean is," said Nuthia, "that your crew barely follow your orders at the best of times, so you don't want them to know that you're only just holding your ship aloft." Saga didn't say anything back, but even in the darkness he seemed to turn a shade redder. "Can't your engineer fix the fuel line?" "Well, normally he would, princess, but there's just one small problem getting in his way at the moment." "What's that?" "He's dead." "What?" "I told you to keep your voice down. We lost a few men in the battle with the Imperials. My engineer was one of them. He was near the fuel line after it got hit, trying to repair it. Another cannonball hit him directly. The crew are a bit cut up about it, so that's another reason I don't want them to know about the damage we've taken. Their morale needs looking after. So now you know. I'm landing, princess, because not only do we need to fix the fuel line, but we need to find somebody to do it too." Nuthia seemed to have no response to that. Instead, she bit her bottom lip and looked away from the growing lights of the port town, the same way as the crew. "Do you always pilot your own ship?" Rin asked. "Course not, pup. I have my crew to do that, but it's good for the captain to take the helm from time to time. It reminds them that I still know how. It reminds them that I'm the best airship pilot this side of the Sundering Sea. Now shut up, I need to concentrate." As they had been speaking, the firefly lights of the port town had been growing steadily brighter. Now Rin could see that one cluster of them was arranged in a large circle, which he guessed must be an airship dock. Sure enough, Saga guided Wanderlust down towards the circle. As they approached, some of the other fireflies became lights in the windows of the town were many and packed in closely together. In fact, Rin realized, the port wasn't a town at all, but a city. All of a sudden, he felt very small. Eventually, the circle of fireflies they were flying towards became a collection of huge naphtha beacons, giant flames burning in glass containers like a ring of enormous circles. Parked on the grey earth were about a dozen other airships. Saga piloted his blimp-borne ship over a large space on the airfield, slowing her as he went. Then he flicked a switch on the control panel of the console that protruded out of the floor next to the ship's wheel. The whole ship dropped slowly to the ground. They landed with the generator of the turbines wound down, and the ship was still. Little dots had been starting to move towards them in the naphtha light as they were coming in to land. Now Rin saw that the dots were people rushing up to the side of the ship. "Fresh dates!" called out the first man who made it to Wanderlust's side, carrying a box slung round his neck by a cord. "Refresh after ale!" cried another, carrying a tankard in each of his hands, sloshing liquid. "Free sample, only the best at the Traveller's Rest. Get your cheese right here. Recently made, prime quality cheese on a stick. I've got soft cheese, hard cheese, stinky cheese, blue cheese. Get it all here." Some of Sagar's crew called out their orders and threw down pennies for them. "Out of the way, you vermin," a gruff voice called out over the haggling. "I told you to wait until they've paid their landing fee before you approach. You're lucky I even let you on this airfield." These words had been spoken by an extremely fat man dressed in black leather, the folds of his belly leaking out from under his jacket and over the top of his trousers. He wore dirty grey hair and messy beard. The naphtha light glinted off his left leg oddly. It was made of metal, and he moved awkwardly on it. The airfield vendors completely ignored him and went on selling and haggling over their goods with the newly arrived sailors, but he didn't address them further. "Saga!" he called out. "Get your sorry ass down here and pay me your landing fee." "Here," Saga said to Rin and Nuthia with a pointed look from his uncovered eye. He walked to the side of the ship's deck and climbed over, down some handholds built into the side of the ship, to the ground. Nuthia went after him. Why does she need to go too? Rin thought. Her gold-crowned head popped up above the side of the ship for a moment. "Aren't you coming?" On the ground, Saga and the man were already arguing. 50 gold pieces, said Saga. "It was 25 last time, Roldo." The man spat on the ground. "Yeah, well, I heard you took down an Imperial skyship yesterday. News travels fast, pretty boy. And these are uncertain times. Rumour is tensions are building with Morikami as things happened a little at that. And I need to look out for myself. 50 gold pieces. It's not like you've got any other choices. And you've already landed the damn thing." "Fine," said Saga quietly, and fished in his own leather jacket for the coins before handing them over. "Pleasure doing business with you," said Roldo, stashing the money away in an inside pocket with a breath. "So soon anyway, Saga." He leant his head back to look at the hull of Wanderlust. "And what exactly have you been up to, anyhow? Your ship looks pretty beat up." "None of your damn business," said Saga, batting the airfield owner's question away with a wave of his hand. He still spoke quietly. "Listen to me, Roldo. I need to ask you something. I'm down in the best place I can find myself an engineer in Ast these days." Roldo's magnified eyes narrowed inside his goggles. "Why should I tell you?" Nuthia spoke up. "Because we have something that needs fixing. Why else?" Saga turned his head as if noticing her for the first time. "Hey, butt out, princess. I'm busy here." "Extremely rude of you," Nuthia replied. She didn't move. Saga sighed, then grabbed Roldo's scraggly beard and yanked him closer, looking him right in the face. "You tell me, lard tub, because I'm asking, and because I just gave you 50 gold pieces to park my ship on this little scrap of dirt." He let go. All right, said Roldo, rubbing his chin. "Odds, there's no need to get all whiny about it." He tapped his lips in thought. "There's a brilliant young engineer currently working as a freelancer, name of Elran Lukovic. In fact, Elran's been down here lately servicing some of the ships of the other miserable bastards who've landed in Ast." "Where can I find him?" "Now." "Usually in the Traveller's Rest. Like I said, ask for Elran. Not easy to miss." "Why?" "Elran has purple hair. Zerlinese." That's all I needed to know. As he turned, Sagar flicked another single gold piece spinning into the air. Roldo's hand shot out and he snapped his hairy lips. Sagar climbed back up on board the ship without another word. Rin waited for Nuthia to go next, then furrowed his brow at her when she didn't. "You really can be quite slow-witted, can't you?" she said. "You go first." "Why?" "I'm not having you look up my dress." "Oh," Rin said. "Sorry." The thought hadn't even crossed his mind, but now it did, and he blushed even hotter. Up on the main deck, Sagar addressed his crew as they stood round him. "Listen, men," he bellowed. "I'm worn out from all our plundering, so I'm going to go ashore and refresh myself for the evening at an inn." "Wah-hey!" said one of the pirates. "And means?" Some of them made obscene gestures. Rin grinned, then looked at Nuthia. Her expression could have curdled milk. He dropped his grin and tried to frown disapprovingly. Saga held up his hands for quiet. Yeah, I'll also be sure to register our takedown of the Imperial ship at the local guild tomorrow. Then it's off to Manolia to collect some more "Ah!" cheered the crew in unison, jubilant. "Look after Wanderlust while I'm gone, all right? You can go ashore too, but I want a skeleton crew of at least 10 on board at all times, and everyone back by noon tomorrow. Karak is in charge until I return. Got it?" "Aye, Captain," the men chanted. "Good. Now get lost." The crew watched them go with a satisfied smile on his face. "Where is this traveller's rest, then?" said Nuthia. Saga blinked like he'd been yanked out of a daydream. "Why the hell do you need to know?" "We're coming with you." The pirate shook his head. "No way, you bleeding well or not?" "Yes, we are." "Why in the seven hells?" "I'm coming to make sure that you hire an engineer as quickly and efficiently as you can without getting distracted. I told you I need to make sure that we can make it to Manolia as quickly as possible." Sagar closed his eyes for a moment and rubbed his forehead. But he already had the look of a defeated man. "Fine." He looked. "Do you need to come too, pup? Why are you still even sticking around at all? You're not even trying to get back to Manolia, are you? You can get off here. You can go anywhere you want. Why are you still here?" Rin opened his mouth and said nothing. He didn't have a reply to that. In fact, he realised he hadn't really thought about why he was still here, still too traumatised in dealing with the destruction of his hometown and the death of his mother and father to think much for himself. All he knew was that what he wanted was to find the Imperial General who had killed his parents and take revenge on him. But he had no idea where to start looking. If anyone was going to be able to help him find him, though, it was Nuthia, he realised. She and the Empire. Plus she had elemental projection powers like he did. Maybe she would be able to help him in developing his newfound skill, so that he could find and kill General Vore. And she was beautiful, even if he did overuse that word. In the time it took for him to think these things, Saga and Nuthia had walked off to go and look for an engineer, as he ran after them. Enjoyed the episode? Read or listen ahead and support Saga of the Jewels at patreon.com/Saga of the Jewels. Episode 5, engineered to Professor Claire Lucas and to artist Nom Tarasenko. The inside of the tavern was surprisingly big. Rin could see despite the semi-dark, as its walls were lit by a fireplace, flickering candles, the red embers from pipes and tobacco rolls. They must be pushing 100, swearing, arguing, throwing dice, dealing cards, their silhouettes throwing shifting shadows on the walls. "How are we meant to find one person in here?" said Nuthia. "It's too dark to make out anyone's hair colour." "Easy, princess," said Sagar. "We ask." He swaggered over to the bar and motioned for the attention of the nearest apron and a scar over his right eye. Rin and Nuthia followed him. "You," Sagar said to the barman, "a draught of your best ale, now. We're looking for a man with purple hair. Where is he?" "Nobody here like that," said the barman gruffly. He rubbed the tankard he was drying with a cloth, not bothering to fetch Sagar's order right away. "What? Don't play games with me. We've been told there's an engineer who frequents your tavern, name of Elran. Purple hair. Where is he?" "I told you," said the barman, setting down the dry tankard with a thunk. "There is nobody here who matches that description." "Bull," said Sagar. "I got my information from a reliable source. Listen, buddy, I'm only in here because I lost my That's right, I'm a sky pirate. Believe it. Now pour me my drink and point me in the direction of Elran Lukovich before I put out your other eye." He brushed the hilt of one of the swords at his side. The barman leant both his hands on the bar, looked at Sagar for a long time, then let out a loud sigh, clinking noises of the tavern. Then he turned round and pulled Sagar an ale, muttering something like, "Bloody jumped up sky pirates, gonna get a shock. Don't say I didn't tell you." Sagar must be pretending not to hear him. When Sagar had paid him for the drink, making a big show of flicking his gold piece onto the bar with his thumb, the barman pointed to tables a number of men and women were drinking and talking merrily. "Over there. You'll find Elran soon enough." Sagar didn't thank him. "Idiot," he said as he walked away. "Tosser," said the barman. The three of them walked over to the long table, Sagar leading the way. As they approached and the sounds from the table grew louder, it soon became some kind of competition. Specifically, two people at the far head of the table were having a competition, which is to say, they were both drinking tankard after tankard of ale, or whatever that brown liquid was, while all the rest of the men and women around them were shouting, cheering them on, placing bets on who was going to give up first. "Drink, drink, drink!" shouting, cheering them on, placing bets on who was going to give up first. "Drink, drink, drink!" chanted the crowd. 30 silver pieces of Elran. I'll take that. 40 on Saldor. She never loses." One of the two competitors at the head of the table was an exceptionally well-muscled, shirtless man. His arms each looked like 3 fleshy silver pieces of Alnauran. I'll take that. 40 on Saldor. She never loses. One of the 2 competitors at the head of the table was an exceptionally well-muscled, shirtless man. His arms each looked like 3 fleshy balls fused together, and the 6 symmetrical squares of his abdomen glistened even at a distance. Detailed, intricate tattoo, an exceptionally well-muscled, shirtless man. His arms each looked like 3 fleshy balls fused together, and the 6 symmetrical squares of his abdomen glistened even at a distance. Detailed, intricate tattoos decorated his arm and chest, of a ship, a leviathan, 2 crossed swords, but he was bald and had no hair. The squares of his abdomen glistened even at a distance. Detailed, intricate tattoos decorated his arm and chest, of a ship, a leviathan, 2 crossed swords, but he was bald and had no hair. The other competitor was a young woman of small build, wearing a dirty set of blue work overalls and a pair of goggles, currently ship, a leviathan, 2 crossed swords, but he was bald and had no hair. The other competitor was a young woman of small build, wearing a dirty set of blue work overalls and a pair of goggles currently pulled back off her eyes to sit atop her head, above a heart-shaped face. Underneath those she wore a bob of shocking hair, shocking as a young woman of small build, wearing a dirty set of blue work overalls and a pair of goggles currently pulled back off her eyes to sit atop her head, above a heart-shaped face. Underneath those she wore a bob of shocking hair, shocking enough to be seen in the firelight. A bob of shocking purple hair. The woman finished chugging it above a heart-shaped face. Underneath those she wore a bob of shocking hair, shocking enough to be seen in the firelight. A bob of shocking purple hair. The woman finished chugging down her tankard, then clanged it down on the table. "Another!" she cried. The onlookers cheered. She had a mad twinkle. A bob of shocking purple hair. The woman finished chugging down her tankard, then clanged it down on the table. "Another!" she cried. The onlookers cheered. She had a mad twinkle in her eyes and a wild grin on her face. Eventually, Tattoo Man, Saldor, finished quaffing his own tankard and set that down to the table. "Another!" she cried. The onlookers cheered. She had a mad twinkle in her eyes and a wild grin on her face. Eventually, Tattoo Man, Saldor, finished quaffing his own tankard and set that down too, but with a much slower and wobblier motion. "Mercy?" the woman said to him curiously. The man swayed a little. Eventually, Tattoo Man, Saldor, finished quaffing his own tankard and set that down too, but with a much slower and wobblier motion. "Mercy?" the woman said to him curiously. The man swayed a little where he sat, his tattoos listing left and right like the ship was caught on a choppy sea. After a moment he breathed, wobblier motion. "Mercy?" the woman said to him curiously. The man swayed a little where he sat, his tattoos listing left and right like the ship was caught on a choppy sea. After a moment he breathed, "Another." He said it like he was actually saying mercy, but that was not the word that formed on his lips, listing left and right like the ship was caught on a choppy sea. After a moment he breathed, "Another." He said it like he was actually saying mercy, but that was not the word that formed on his lips. More cheers. Both the tankards were refilled, and the competitors lifted them once more to their mouths, tilting their heads back. He said it like he was actually saying mercy, but that was not the word that formed on his lips. More cheers. Both the tankards were refilled, and the competitors lifted them once more to their mouths, tilting their heads back. The woman took to her tankard lustily, gulping down the ale again. The man hesitated at first, but then glanced at his competitor, and were refilled, and the competitors lifted them once more to their mouths, tilting their heads back. The woman took to her tankard lustily, gulping down the ale again. The man hesitated at first, but then glanced at his competitor, and shakily raised his tankard to his lips again. Their throats each bobbed as they drank. Rin looked at Saga. "I think you gulping down the ale again." The man hesitated at first, but then glanced at his competitor, and shakily raised his tankard to his lips again. Their throats each bobbed as they drank. Rin looked at Saga. "I think you found your engineer," he said. Mother, father, hometown, he thought. Get engineer, repair ship, find General Vips again. Their throats each bobbed as they drank. Rin looked at Saga. "I think you found your engineer," he said. Mother, father, hometown, he thought. Get engineer, repair ship, find General Vor, get General Vor, kill General Vor. Saga just stood still, his brows knotted, mouth open. He looked like the very foundation of his world had been ripped away from underneath him. No, you don't know how that really feels, Rin thought. I'm the only one here who knows how that really feels. The woman finished her tankard and set it once more on the tabletop, far faster than the man at her side and than Rin would have thought possible. She wore an overall, which peeked out around the back of her neck, and multiple metal bracelets on each wrist which clinked when she set down her drink amidst the noise of the tavern. Saldor took even longer to catch up to her this time, but eventually he finished drinking too, and practically dropped his tankard on the table. "Mercy," said the woman. This time she didn't say it like a... The man was swaying again, but he held up a finger as if to object. The people at the table went quiet for a moment, craning forwards to hear what he was going to say. Said the man. He let out a long belch and fell sideways off his chair onto the floor. The woman raised her tankard. "Get this time." A huge cheer went up from the table, followed by whistles and shouts. "Come on, pay up, she won! I'm not paying you, she must have used some kind of trick." "It's no trick, it's just Elran. I want my 50 silver pieces now." "Not my problem your boy can't handle his drink." In the clamour, it was Nuthia's turn to address Saga. "Come on then, clearly you're engineer." Sagar blinked, then shook his head, his eyes coming back into focus. "We'll see," he said, and strode up to the table, still holding his tankard in one hand. Rin and Nuthia watched from a few paces behind him. "Are you Elran?" Sagar said to the woman. The other folk around the table were still talking and arguing, but the woman raised her gaze at this brash question. Her eyes narrowed a fraction, but retained their twinkle. She was still smiling. "Half the tavern's chanting my name," she said to Sagar. "I think it's safe to assume that yes, I'm Elran." "But you're a woman," Sagar said, without missing a beat. "Last time I checked," said the woman. One of her eyes inspected Sagar, and then Rin and Nuthia standing off a little way behind him. "Why? What's it to you?" Sagar snorted. "There must have been some mistake. My informant, a man on the docks, told me to come here and look for an Elran with purple hair who's a first-rate engineer." Elran smiled even more widely. "One of her team, me?" "Don't be ridiculous," said Sagar. "You can't be the Elran he meant. Or maybe he got you mixed up with someone else. Engineering's a man's profession. Everybody knows that. A woman can't be an engineer." Sagar's beer glass exploded. It just shattered with a loud pop, bits of broken glass falling around him on the floor, so that he was left holding only the handle. The whole tavern went quiet. Heads turned as people looked over to see what had happened. From the table where the girl sat, still with a wide smile on her face, a tendril of black smoke snaked up. On the tabletop, at its source, was a small bronze cylinder with a hand the woman grasped. A pistol. Another thing that Rin had only heard about in stories and tales, until now. "Can a woman not do that either?" Elran said into the quiet. The tavern burst into laughter. People slapped each other's backs, gripped their bellies and pointed at Sagar as they wiped tears of mirth from their eyes on the airship, laughing at him in the same way when he had tried to tell them about his flame powers. Slowly, eventually, the laughter wound down and the customers went back to whatever they were doing before the little comic interruption, and the noises of the tavern resumed. Sagar's face had turned almost as purple as Elran's hair. His eyes flicked this way and that, with a tight frown. When he spoke, it was through clenched teeth. "You are Elran the engineer," he said. "If you hadn't figured that out by now, you must be very stupid," said Elran. Sagar swallowed. Whether he was swallowing pride or rage, Rin didn't know. Maybe it was both. To repair my ship, there's a problem with one of the fuel lines." Elran looked him up and down again. "Sorry, I'm all booked up." "I can pay you. So can my current clients." "I can pay you well. My crew and I took down an Imperial vessel recently. It was very lucrative for us." Elran hesitated, and for a moment... But then... "Sorry, nothing doing," she said. She fixed Sagar with a cool look, relaxing her eyebrows and grinning again. "I don't do work for turd burglars like you." "Rah!" Sagar cried in anger, and drew one of his twin curved blades from his side, unsheathing it in a smooth, ringing arc. He held the point up in front of Elran. "Say that to me again, woman!" The table went quiet again, or at least the drinkers nearest them went quiet. "I don't think saying the word woman like it's an insult is going to help us here very much," thought Rin. He wanted to help, but he had no idea what to do, and he didn't even have a weapon. Saga was completely botching this. Even still at close range in an inn full of people was a stupid thing to do. Nuthia stepped forward, bravely putting her hand on the captain's back. Now, Saga, she said. I'm sure we can find another engineer somewhere else. That airfield owner was clearly playing a prank on you. Come on, we don't want this to become uncivilized. Deep, drunken voice. I'm not finished with you yet. It was Saldor, back on his feet. Elran turned to look at him, but kept her pistol aimed at Saga. Sit down, you lightweight blowhard. I beat you fair and square. Can't you see I'm busy? Hey, Saldor's up again, someone called. Give me those 60 gold pieces. It's not over till one of them can't drink anymore and he's still conscious. Shouted arguments resumed. Amidst them, Saldor said, Hey, nobody's calls me a light with blood. He pulled back a fist and took a swing at Elran, who leapt out of her chair and moved away from the table, keeping her pistol trained on Saga. Butt out, Imben. He kicked the man hard in his muscled stomach and Saldor doubled up with a grunt, clutching it. A large man with a thick black beard who had been sitting next to Saldor stood up and snarled at Saga. Oi! You hit my man Saldor! That's cheating! Oh, shut up, Orsan, said another man next to him. You're just sour 'cause he lost. The man took a swing at man into Saldor, who took offence in his drunken stupor and punched his own supporter back the way he had come. Chaos erupted. Soon everyone was calling everyone else names and accusing each other of cheating at the bets, and then fists and feet were flying as the fighting grew into a full-on tavern brawl. Give me those coins! Mine! I won! Get... Sagar still had his sword pointed at Elran, but a man got thrown over the table and crashed into the side of him, making him drop it. When it clattered to the floor, Rin picked it up for him to keep it safe. Sagar didn't even seem to notice he'd dropped it. As soon as he'd scrambled back onto his feet, he dived back into the melee, yelling curses and throwing punches. He took off a mechanism on the top of her pistol, stashed it somewhere inside her overall, and cried, Bloody sky pirates! Arse is too big for their breeches. I won that drinking game fair and square. Hey, you lot, don't forget I get a 10% commission on all winning bets on me. She dived into the fray too, punching and kicking her way through the crowd to try to get back to the midst of the brawl. Fists flew into faces, knees into groins, elbows into stomachs. Men roared with anger and pain and defiance. Bodies were launched this way and that. A chair broke. Somebody's tooth rattled on the floor and stopped near Rin's foot. More people rushed over from the other tables to try to break up the fight or join in, or some for Elran, but it was impossible to tell which side was winning or if there really were sides anymore. Somewhere in the middle of the mass of bodies stood Sagar and Elran and Saldor, occasionally colliding with each other and wrestling before being broken apart again, but they kept disappearing out of view among the carnage of limbs. Rin and Nuthia stood, watching all of this. They shared a look of open-mouthed horror. Apparently neither of them had ever seen anything like this before. This is no good, said Rin over the din. We're never going to get the ship fixed like this. At this rate we might even lose our captain. I know, said Nuthia. That foolish man is going to get himself killed, all because of his pride. We need... How? Said Rin. Nuthia licked her upper lip and looked at him. After a moment she said, Your powers. What? No, I don't even know how to use them properly yet. You use yours. Lightning is unpredictable and hard to contain, especially inside. I have to aim it at a specific... and there are too many people. I might miss my target or lose control and kill someone, or even worse, it might jump between several people. You, though... Her blue eyes glittered. You've touched the fire ruby. You have flame projection powers. Flame can be controlled a little more easily than lightning, surely. You can show them some fire... Oh, Rin said, his chest tightening, his mouth going dry. I've only ever projected fire once before, when I was really desperate and about to die, and it didn't work again afterwards. I'm not sure I can do it again. Oh, of course you can, said Nuthia, and pulled Rin by the arm out of the way of a man stumbling backwards from being kicked in the face. I'll teach you, a moment, then reluctantly held out his hand in front of him. Palm up, silly. He turned it over. Okay, now take some deep breaths. The reason you were only able to project fire a single time when you used your gift before must be because you used up all your mana at once. It takes mental and physical energy to use mana. When you use some of your mana, you should be able to create some smaller flames, and you won't tire yourself out so much. But I told you, I don't know how. It just sort of happened before. Nonsense, chided Nuthia. You've touched the fire ruby. You have the gift. It's a part of you now. It's like a muscle. All you have to do is focus, and you can use it before, so you know you can do it. Now come on, focus, and make some flames on your hand. Rin stared down at his open palm. This is crazy, he thought. I can't do this. Although... He remembered shooting fire from his hands in Cleesor and engulfing the Imperial soldier. Hometown. He remembered his father's dying expression. He remembered his mother's look of pain, Vor's blade piercing her. There was a fire burning inside him, a fire of passion and fury and hatred. If he really had this gift, and if he could learn to master it, maybe, just maybe, he would be able to do this to him. A small flame lit in the centre of his palm, hovering just above it. Rin closed his hand and hopped back in surprise, and the flame went out with a quiet hiss. I did it, he said over the noise of the tavern brawl. Did you see that? I did it. He heard his own words, and he sounded like a little boy. He cleared his throat. You're a good teacher, Nuthia. I know, said the princess, smiling. Now, do it again. Only this time hold your hand up, hold the flame for longer, and let it burn a little brighter. We need to get their attention. She nodded towards the fighting mess. Rin took another deep breath, making that small flame he hadn't realised he'd had. He held out his hand and engaged it again, focusing on the space just above his palm and willing fire. A small flame appeared again. Rin blinked, almost as startled as before, but this time he kept his hand out and continued to concentrate, and the flame stayed where it was, hovering above his head like you get from a candle. Good, said Nuthia next to him. Now make it grow. Acting on instinct, Rin willed the flame to increase in size. Fire, grow, he thought. The little flame expanded into a flickering ball, sending up some more clear smoke into the air above it. Rin's palm felt concentration to keep it there. Some of the brawlers stopped what they were doing now and stood still to stare at the flame. He didn't pay them any attention, but continued to concentrate on the fireball he was holding in existence with his mind. That's really good, said Nuthia. You're getting their notice. Just a little more. Spurred on by the thrill of success, and her willed a little more of his energy into the flame. It took more effort, but the fireball grew in size by another inch. It lit the area around them brightly now, and beyond it Rin caught sight of more of the brawlers stopping in their tracks to stare at what he was doing. Rin stretched his arm out and held his hand up, palm flat pointing towards the ceiling, hole above his head. Something itched at his mind. The candles, the fireplace. He had become strangely aware of them, even though he wasn't looking at them. It was like he could sense them burning in different places in the room. He closed his eyes for a moment. To me. He opened his eyes. The fire now was the only light source in the tavern. He had drawn the energy from the candles in the fireplace, extinguishing them, drawing them into his own fire, a huge ball of flame that crackled quietly above him in the air now, burning in place, sending out light in every direction, with Rin at its origin. He had to concentrate hard to hold it in place. The whole tavern had stopped what they were doing now, and were frozen in place looking at him in the light from the fireball, some still holding each other in headlocks or with their fists raised where they had been about to throw their next punch. There among them was Saga and Elran, mouths hanging open and eyes stretched wide like everyone else's. Nuthia spoke. Sorry to have had to get your attention like this, but my companions and I came here looking for a particular person. Since we haven't been able to persuade that person to come with us, we will be leaving now. Come along, Saga. She beckoned with a finger like she was coaxing a misbehaving pet. Slowly, carefully, and holding up with every step, Saga weaved his way through the frozen fighters and walked back to Nuthia's side. They let him do so, their own eyes transfixed by the fireball too. Good, said Nuthia. Thank you. We shall be leaving now. She turned her head to Rin and whispered, You could put that... Heart missed a beat, and the fireball wobbled. What? He whispered back out the corner of his mouth. I don't know how. Just take another deep breath and will the flames to rescind. It can't be that hard. Everyone was watching him. He breathed in, then coughed, punishing it black and dissipating. At the same time, tens of tiny flames sprang out from it, returning to the candles in the fireplace, reigniting them. The light inside of the tavern went back to how it had been before. For a moment the three of them watched the frozen tavern brawlers to see what they would do, and vice versa. And then one went back to hitting each other, some of them scrambling forwards to get at Saga, or Rin, or maybe Nuthia, who could tell. "Back! Get back, you vermin!" shouted Saga, kicking one of them in the shins. He snatched his sword back off Rin and waved it at two more of them, who sprang backwards for safety, then drew their own weapons and surged forwards again. Themselves as well, and before these two could attack, they were rushed by another pair with their swords drawn, weapons locked. "You're not going anywhere until I've got my 100 gold pieces for betting on Alran," one shouted at another. Rin's distraction had got Sagar closer to the door. They took their chance and sprinted back to it, bashing it open and bursting out into the cool night air. They pelted down the street and made sure they were a good distance away from the tavern. It was full dark outside in Ast now. The three of them stood on the cobbles in the light from a street lamp, at a corner that the street they had been on made with a residential alley of brick buildings, and got their breath back. They had been on made with a residential alley of brick buildings, and got their breath back. Rin stood with his hands on his knees for a while, panting loudly. Now that he was out of the inn, tiredness sapped his every muscle. "I'm exhausted," he said lamely. "That's normal," said Nuthia, breathing fast too. He said lamely. "That's normal," said Nuthia, breathing fast too. "I told you, it takes physical energy to use mana. Also, you have to practice. It's like training a muscle. It gets easier with time." "Bloody tavern dwellers," cursed Sagar now he had his breath. "Bloody women! Bloody woman!" cursed Sagar now he had his breath. "Bloody women! Bloody woman!" "Look, numbnuts," said a voice. "I'll come with you and fix your ship on the condition that you stop calling me that like it's some sort of bad thing." "Who's there?" cried Sagar. A shape had appeared a few paces away from them in the street. She stepped more into the lantern light. She stepped more into the lantern light. Elran, with her purple hair, blue overall, goggles and metal bangles. "Who d'you think?" she said with her trademark grin. "Didn't you hear me? I'll do the job. For a fee, of course." "Huh?" Rin thought. Something had changed her mind. For a fee, of course. "Huh?" Rin thought. Something had changed her mind. But what? Maybe she had lost out on her commission for winning the drinking game and now needed the money. "About time," said Sagar with the graciousness of a pig. "What he means," says Nuthia, "is thank you." "What he means," says Nuthia, "is thank you. We'd be glad to have your help." "Yeah," said Elran. "Well, try to keep a rein on your dog. I can always change my mind, you know." Rin fancied he could almost see the steam coming out of Sagar's ears. Elran's eyes found him. "That was pretty impressive, that fire trick you did back there. Not seen anything like that before, and I've seen a few things in my time. You'll have to show me how you did that sometime." Rin's body ached. He couldn't think of a good response. Sure," was all he couldn't think of a good response. Sure," was all he came up with. "Right," said the engineer. "Now where's this ship of yours? Let's get to it." Nuthia regarded Rin with a crinkle in her forehead. "It's late," she said, "and the airfield is a good distance away. We can take you to it in the morning." She said, "And the airfield is a good distance away. We can take you to it in the morning. For now we should find lodging somewhere in the city, I think. Don't you agree, Sagar? Do you have enough coin for us?" Grunted Sagar, probably in assent. "Do you know of anywhere?" Nuthia asked Elran. "Well," said Elran, "Anywhere?" Nuthia asked Elran. "Well," said Elran, "I was going to spend the night in the Traveller's Rest, but I don't think any of you should be going back there in a hurry, and it's going to be a while before that brawl settles down. I know a few other places, though." "Thank you," said Nuthia. Sagar cursed under his breath. Rin yawned. "Come with me." Sagar cursed under his breath. Rin yawned. "Come with me," said Elran. They followed her into the night. Enjoyed the episode? Read ahead and support Saga of the Jewels at patreon.com/Saga of the Jewels. The Jewels at patreon.com/Saga of the Jewels. Thanks for listening. Episode 6. Invasion. Rin was brought out of sleep by the sound of screaming, explosions, and crunching timber. At first he thought he was having another nightmare because the last 2 times he had been unconscious he had had nightmares of his mother and father being killed and his hometown burning. Just as these images invaded his waking mind, they invaded his sleep. But as he blinked awake and peered at the nightstand next to the bed he lay in, then over at the stirring form of Saga in the adjacent bed, Rin realized that the sounds were real. His chest constricted, sending a shockwave of distress through his body. "Saga, get up!" he cried. "Someone's attacking the inn!" What? Said Saga. Another explosion sounded, like someone had set light to a barrel of oil outside, and more screaming followed, high-pitched and hysterical. Saga's one exposed eye opened wide, and he scrambled around, then fell out of bed in a tangle of sheets, banging his head on the floor. "Ow!" Pulling on his shirt and jacket. "What in the hell's is happening?" "I don't know," said Rin, hurriedly shoving himself back into his wool-spun tunic. "It must be the Empire." "The Empire? That's ridiculous. We're safe from the Empire here. Infis pays her levies, and we're too far away to be of any interest to them." Another explosion outside. The room shook. Nuthia burst in through the door, Elran behind. Both their faces were pale white. "The ship," said Nuthia and Saga at the same time. Saga finished strapping on his sword belt and bolted out the door. Nuthia and Elran followed him without another word. Rin went after them. He hurtled down the stairs of the inn, cowering with his head in his hands, back out onto the cobbled streets of Ast. He looked up into the sky and nearly collapsed and gave in to horror and despair there and then. Not just one broad black Imperial airship with a pointed prow and cannons protruding from each side filled the sky, but a whole fleet of them. The thatched and tiled rooftops of Ast. They rained down cannonballs on the city, bright flashes erupting from their hulls, emitting thunderous echoes and sending up clouds of debris into the air. But they were raining down something else as well. From the front of one of the ships, Rin saw a jet of flame spurt out, like the breath of a dragon, spraying by the violence. "Rin, come on!" Nuthia called to him from somewhere ahead. His legs were heavy. For a moment he thought he wouldn't be able to move them, but then his body came back to him and he darted forwards, pulse pounding between his ears. As they ran, they had to weave in and out of people stumbling out of their houses, looking up and wailing in terror, or had been. "Stay with me!" yelled Saga over his shoulder and trailing ponytail. "I know the way back to the airfield!" They ran round corners, down alleys, through streets, jumping over sacks, sidestepping out of the way of the panicked citizens, ducking their heads down instinctively whenever another cannon blast sounded and splinters and dust were thrown into. "It's happening again," he thought as he ran. Wasn't it enough that he had lived through one Imperial attack already? Why was he having to live through another one? Would he live through another one? Eventually they made it back to the airfield at the edge of the city, its perimeter marked by the little stone cottage that the airship marshal they had met the day before, Roldo, lived in. "Where is she?" cried Saga, charging into the field of flaming ships, apparently calling for his own vessel. "Saga!" someone called out to him in a choked voice. Roldo, a little way away, crawling on his hands and knees. He coughed like he had swallowed some of the smoke. A big gash on the side of his face bled down onto his black leather coat, soaking it even. "For your life! They went for your ship first!" "What?" said Saga, and kept on running into the airfield. They ran with him past more of the burning vessels, billowing black smoke pluming from them into the sky, some of them broken into pieces, some of them with men on fire jumping off their decks to break their legs on the ground, others lying so they reached Wanderlust. Saga stopped dead in his tracks, and Rin, Nuthia and Elran pulled up beside him. Wanderlust was not on fire. Instead, soldiers in black armour were moving around on board it. Corpses lay strewn on the deck. Some wore black armour, but the majority of them were unarmoured, as between them. And there, in the midst of them, stood in the middle of the main deck, was a hulking, unhelmeted man in black armour with flame-red hair. General Vore. Rin did a double take. It was definitely him. He was standing right on the main deck of the airship, beneath the centre of its blimp, barking orders that lit the fuse of Rin's rage, and he leapt forwards, lungs filling with heat. "Rin, no!" came Nuthia's voice from behind him. "Don't! It's not safe!" But it was far away now, and growing dimmer by the moment. The palms of Rin's hands grew hotter as he cleared the distance to the ship and clambered up the handholds on its starboard side. Then his head snapped round, and his forehead crinkled for a moment before his eyes glinted with the light of recognition. "The boy from Cleesor," the Imperial General said disbelievingly. "How did you manage to survive the crash? How did you even get here?" "General Vor!" Rin shouted, fist shaking, heat building. "You chuckled Vor. He looked up into the side. "Oh yes, I suppose I did," he said, and rubbed his chin, as if he was considering the most insignificant fact in the world. "Kill you!" Rin shouted. He flung his hands palm out at Vor and let out a primal roar of hatred. A jet of flame materialized in the air right in the chest. They spread out on his armor and then enveloped him, encasing him in an aura of orange and red as Rin continued to pour the fire forwards. He willed his hatred, he willed revenge, he willed death into those flames. Then Rin finished exhaling and the flames from his hands disappeared. His arms quivered. It took a moment, but then the smoke around Vor cleared, leaving the Imperial officer still standing, just as he had been before, a malevolent, sharp-toothed grin twisting up his round, red-headed features. Rin's legs nearly gave way. "No," he stammered. "You pitiful little peasant," said Vor with a leer in his deep, well-spoken voice. "Didn't you think that I would have touched the fire ruby for myself? We have a whole battalion that can project fire now, can't you see? We're going to conquer the whole world! This invasion of Infis is just the beginning! Ha ha ha!" With that outburst of jubilation, he flung out one of his massive hands in Rin's direction like he was swatting away a fly to launch a fireball through the air. Rin felt the force of the fireball crash into his face and knock him backwards onto the ground. The back of his head hit the deck and stars danced in his vision for a moment. He put his hands to his face, but he was not burned, and he did not feel any pain or heat there. He pushed himself back onto his feet. Vor loomed over him. "Ah yes, of course. You have touched the ruby too, so you are also impervious to the kiss of fire. Not to worry, I have other ways of ending your worthless little life." Rin watched in horror as Vor reached behind himself, clasped a round steel hilt from between his shoulders, and slowly drew from a scabbard on his back an enormous, wide, long black sword. The same sword that had pierced his mother's heart. It seemed to take an age just to slide out of its sheath with a long sliding scrape of metal, then flashed in the light from the burning ships as Vor drew it back, ready to kill. Rin was faintly aware of Imperial soldiers standing in a circle around them, blocking his escape. He did not know if he had the energy left to run. "Let me send you to the same place that Mummy and Daddy went with this, then," said Vor. He paused and sucked in his lower lip. For a moment. "Although, you don't happen to know where the captain of this ship went, do you? Or that Manolian hussy we locked you up with?" Rin remained rooted in place by despair. He had nothing left to say. Mother, father, hometown. Mother, father, hometown, he thought. "No," said Vor. "Oh well, I'll find them soon enough. If they're alive to be found, that is." The world slowed. Vor's blade sliced through the air towards Rin. He was about to die. Words passed through his mind. Mother, father, hometown. I failed you all. What a stupid way to die. Something slammed into Rin's side and he was pushed off his feet and sent skidding along the deck, past some of the soldiers and out of the way of Vor's sword swing. He landed with his back against the ship's rail and looked up to see what had happened. Stood atop the opposite rail was Saga, two curved swords drawn in a stance of open provocation of the Imperials, his jaws set in defiant fury. What happened, thought Rin. What did he hit me with? "Run, you idiot!" Sagar shouted at him. "Run, pup, run!" "It's the Sky Captain!" Vor bellowed. Get him! Hurt him! But remember, we want him alive! The Imperial soldiers rushed at Saga. He brought both his swords down through the air. A gust of wind flew out from where they moved, flowing across the deck, knocking the soldiers over, making Vor stumble, and pressing Rin back against the rail again. What? Rin, someone called. This way! Rin looked over the rail. Nuthia, Elran. They had run round to the other side of the ship and were beckoning for him to go with them. His legs remembered how to move again, and he ran to the place in line with the handholds on the side rail and scrambled over. He flew down them, but slipped on and lost his grip a few meters from the ground, dropping and landing on his side with a roll as the breath was knocked out of him. Quick as you can, please, Rin, called Nuthia, as with a wave of her hand and a crack she sent a lightning bolt back at the soldier coming down the handholds after Rin. He screamed out and fell to the ground from a much further height than Rin had. Rin did not need to be told twice. He made it up again and dashed for Nuthia and Elran. They sprinted full tilt away from Wanderlust, through the burning ships. Now Saga joined them, running too. Shouts and cries followed them, but these were soon lost in the noise and chaos of the burning, besieged city. They made it out of the airfield into the residential area that bordered it. Follow me! Saga took the lead. Rin kept pace with the others, his lungs prickling agony. His fire hurl had sapped most of his energy, but it had not completely exhausted him this time, and he still had just enough left to run for his life. But it hurt like hell, to wooden shacks, to a slum of tents, most of them now abandoned, to grassy fields. Their pace slowed a little once they had made it out of the city, and they looked around to check that they weren't being pursued, but still Saga did not let them stop. Rin ran on, though his legs were starting to seize up, and he thought he could taste blood at the back of his throat. Fight another day, live to train another way, live to find Vor again and make him pay. That was the rhyme that formed in his head and bore him on. Finally, when they were under the trees of a little wood at the foot of a hill and had gone some distance into it, Saga let up and allowed them to stop. Rin collapsed on the grass and lay on his back in. The others hit the ground too and breathed hard like they'd just come up for air from having almost drowned. They all lay there for Rin did not know how long, breathing and looking up at the trees. At some point Saga passed round a flask from somewhere about his person. It stung Rin's throat. After a long time their breathing slowed. One by one they got to their feet with difficulty. Elran, Saga, Nuthia, and Rin. In the distance they could still hear the faint sounds of explosions and people crying out in distress. They looked at each other without saying anything, holding Sred, and his exposed eye had a manic, bloodshot look. Nuthia was still white as a sheet. Cannonball shocked, Rin supposed. She had stayed so calm when the airship they had been imprisoned on had been attacked, but she had thought that her countrywomen were coming to rescue her then, and this time it wasn't just an airship that had been attacked, but a whole city. With me, said Saga, breaking the silence at last. There's a clearing further up this hill, not far from here, with good views of the city. Not many people know about it. He turned and left. Rin looked at the women for a moment, and then they followed Saga. Now they were safe, or at least they hoped they were safe. They were able to take the walk up the wooded hill, much ached something awful, not to mention his lungs, his chest, and his head. But at least he was able to walk. In time, the thin, gangly trees parted, and, sure enough, revealed a sloped clearing. Saga had led them well. How does he know this place? Rin wondered. A short trek up, and they were able to sit and look down on the airfield and the burning city of Ast, wreathed in black smoke, with no less than 12 black airships hovering over her. People moved about it or streamed away from it like ants fleeing a flaming anthill. Beyond that, the grey soil faded into a sandy crescent, and beyond that, the blue of the Leviathan's channel could still be glimpsed, glittering destruction before it. What do we do now? Rin said to all the others, but while looking at Saga, him being the former owner of their most recent means of travel. Saga didn't respond. He sat still as a statue on the grass, staring at something. Rin followed his gaze. Through the smoke coming from the airfield to join the Imperial airships. Saga's ship. Saga's former ship. Soldiers in black plate armour were moving around on the deck. Sagar's cheek had begun to twitch. Said Saga. I'll kill them! He jumped up from where they lay on the grass and made as if to dash. Catching on, Rin followed suit and grabbed the other. Together they wrestled him to the grass and held him down as he wriggled and kicked. Don't be foolish, Captain Sagar, chided Nuthia. They've taken off. You can't possibly get back on board now, even with your gift. Anyway, there's a whole legion of them up there. You might dispatch 1 or 2 more soldiers, but they would soon overwhelm in the grass. Rin shared an anxious glance with Nuthia. After a moment, the sky pirate's shoulders began to convulse. They tremored gently at first, then shook with violence. A gasp escaped his lips. My ship, Sagar breathed where they held him. My home, my crew. I feel, thought Rin, but he held himself back from saying it. Mother, father, hometown. Sagar went still again. Rin and Nuthia released their grip and knelt next to him, judging he was not about to try to run off again. For a long moment there was only the sound of the wind tickling their ears, the brightness of the water. Sagar said, What do we do now? Into the grass, echoing Rin's question. Rin noticed that he said we, not I. What we do now, said Nuthia entirely confidently, is we carry on travelling to Manolia. I need to return to my homeland as soon as possible in order to tell my people what the Empire is seeking. In a canine-bearing snarl. No. What we do now is put together a new crew, go and get revenge on those murderous bastards, and win back my ship. It's an admirable idea, granted Nuthia, with a condescending nod of her head. But you've got to look at the bigger picture, Captain. I know it's difficult for you to comprehend this right now. I fully understand Sagar's emotional state, or that her tone conveyed that she did. But my mission is even more important than you avenging your fallen comrades and getting your ship back. Where do you think you will be able to find a whole new crew all of a sudden? What will you pay them with? Doing all that would waste valuable time that we don't have. The future of Imphis, the future even of the whole of Mid, the future of Imphis, the future even of the whole of Mid is at stake. The whole of Mid, said Elran, puzzlement contorting her face. Why would that be? Rin, Nuthia and Sagar all stared at her. What are you still even doing with us, woman? Said Sagar. You don't need to be here, you can go your own way now. You don't need to be here, you can go your own way now. The purple-haired engineer bit her lip and looked at the ground. I was making my living by working in Roldo's airfield. I had other contacts and contracts in Ast, but I don't think that they're going to be available anymore. She looked up. Her face looked younger. What's happening? Her face looked younger. What's happening? Why did the Morocamians attack the city? And what's this about the whole of Mid being in danger? All eyes fell on Nuthia. Talk, said Sagar. I just need you to escort me to Manolia as quickly as possible. Talk, said Sagar. As possible. Talk, said Sagar. Rin felt a little defensive of her at that, but he wanted to hear more from Nuthia too. A faint idea of what was going on was forming in his mind, but she would confirm it. Nuthia sighed. Fine. You sky pirates really are a most impatient bunch. If you must know, we must, said Sagar. If you must know, I have reason to believe that the Emperor of Morocamia has become aware of the existence of the 12 primeval jewels and has begun searching for them in order to gain the power to extend his empire and to conquer the whole of Mid. I would not be surprised if this attack on Ast in Imphis is the beginning of an invasion of the whole of Dokkan. Now that he knows about them, he will stop at nothing until he finds all of them. I must return to Manolia to warn my people, since they hold the lightning crystal and are the stewards of much lore about the jewels. I imagine that the Emperor will turn his attention to them soon, if not next. Huh? Said Elran, confusion twisting up her features. What's this? 12 jewels? Yes. 12 primeval jewels that bestow powers of elemental projection. 12 primeval jewels that bestow powers of elemental projection on people who touch them. Rin here is ruby touched, like I explained to you in the inn we stayed at last night. I am crystal touched, which is why I can project lightning. I apologize for not revealing this to you earlier. I only wanted to reveal it if I absolutely had to. Although, it seems I am not the only one who has been concealing their powers of elemental projection. She gave Sagar a pointed look.
Something itched at Rin's memory. Now that they were out of Ast and safe, they hoped, for the time being at least, recent events were catching up to him. That's right. Recent events were catching up to him. That's right, he said when he remembered. Where did that gust of wind that saved me from Vor's sword come from? He turned to Saga. How did you do that? The captain folded his arms and looked away into the distance towards his former airship, which had joined the Imperial fleet and was now moving east. I assume, Nuthia said to Saga, that you are shell-touched. You have touched the wind shell. You have powers of air projection. And I don't just mean the hot air that comes out of your mouth, she added more quietly. Rin's eyebrows raised. A rare joke from Nuthia. So what if I am, mumbled Saga, refusing to meet anyone's gaze. But how did you come to be? Asked Nuthia. Rin's town was secretly harbouring the fire ruby unbeknownst to him. I have touched the lightning crystal because I am Manolian royalty. She held her head up a little higher. But you, how did you come into contact with the wind shell of Imphis? Sagar's head whipped round. That's my business, he snapped, spraying spittle. You stay out of my affairs, princess. What does it mean to you? Nuthia held out her hand and some sparks fizzed at her fingertips. Rin couldn't tell if she was being angry or just passionate. Don't you see? She said. It means everything. Rin and I ended up on the same Imperial skyship, both of us are jewel-touched, and then we met you. And it turns out you're jewel-touched too. The one must have brought us here together as part of his purpose. Why, I wouldn't be surprised if our engineer here had elemental projection powers too. Elran stuck her tongue in her cheek and frowned deeply. Sagar shook his head at Nuthia. You're not a follower of that ridiculous religion of oneism, are you? All Manolian, and it's not ridiculous. Yes, it is, said Sagar. There ain't no one princess or any god that's real. We haven't been brought here together for any kind of purpose. We were brought together by random chance. Dumb luck. There's plenty of people with elemental projection out there, if you look hard enough. No, there aren't, said Nuthia. Believe me, Rin interrupted. He had remembered something else. When Nuthia and I fell out of the Imperial airship we were imprisoned on, a sudden gust of wind pushed us onto your ship. That was you as well, wasn't it? Maybe, said Sagar defensively. Of course it was him, said Nuthia, eyes flashing. How else could it have happened? Why did you do it? Who you were, and how partial to sky pirates you were. He grinned lasciviously. What of it? You saved us, without realizing it, at the prompting of the One. It wasn't no one, lady, said Sagar, dropping the princess. I'm telling you, it was just dumb luck. Ah, well, that's a double negative, said Nuthia. If it was... Hand over his face. Excuse me, said Elran. She had put up a hand. What? Said Nuthia and Sagar at the same time. Who is this one you're talking about? I've always worshipped Intric, the god of metal. I've never heard of a one god. And where did these jewels you're talking about come from, anyhow? Is the one true God. He is not the god of any thing in particular, but of everything in general. He made the whole world, the whole of Mid. He doesn't live in human walls or temples, but beyond the world. One day it is prophesied he will enter it at its greatest hour of need. At the beginning of time, when the One made Mid, he used them for our own power, to dominate others, so the One scattered them to the 12 corners of the nations. The prophecy, held to by my people and by all followers of the One, says that if someone were to gather all 12 of the jewels together, they would be granted unlimited, unfathomable power. That is why we must warn my people that the Emperor has learned of the jewels, and he looked at Elran to check her reaction. Elran's mouth hung slightly open. And you really believe that, do you? Of course she doesn't, said Sagar. It's just a fairy tale Manolians tell their whelps to get them to go to sleep. The jewels are just part of the world. They're just there and that's all there is to it. In fact, there's probably not more than 3, and there probably aren't even any more, and there's definitely no one, or any real god. Rin pondered Sagar's words in the silence they left, as Nuthia bowed her head, evidently disappointed in the captain's atheism. He had always been dutiful in paying tribute to Imkala, the frog god of his hometown, which was built near some marshes. He hadn't thought of him once since that day. He had seen no reason to. Now Nuthia and Sagar were presenting him with 2 new, very different options. So Nuthia believed in this one god, a god who made the whole of Mid, and didn't just belong to one part of it, but to all of it, a god of all the other gods. But to be honest, at the moment, Sagar's beliefs seemed a lot more realistic. They seemed more likely to be true. That said, Rin would prefer it if Nuthia's ideas were true, and there really was a one god who was just looking out for them, and orchestrating everything behind the scenes. But just God of gods, could there? If there's a one god, Rin spoke up into the silence, why doesn't he just come down here right now and stop the Emperor from getting all these jewels himself? The one works in mysterious ways, said Nuthia, straight away like she was repeating a memorized phrase. He prefers to work through his followers than to intervene in its greatest hour of need. Poodoo, said Saga. Nuthia held her jaw shut and sighed through her nose. You are being very rude, Captain Sagar. If you wish to part ways at this point because of our different beliefs, I will not oppose you. Sagar's face suddenly switched from smirkish derision to open-mouthed protest. Now, hold on. I didn't say anything about parting ways. His eyes ranged over the rapidly burning buildings of Ast and the airships, now growing smaller, making their way across the sky further east and inland. My wings are clipped without my ship and my crew, but if I still succeed in escorting you back to Manolia, will your people or whatever still reward me? With enough gold to have several new airships built, I imagine. And with beautiful women. I've told you, there are many beautiful women in Manolia. Then I'm taking you to Manolia. Nuthia's eyelids fluttered, but she allowed him in this choice of phrase without correcting him. Rin? Nuthia turned to him. I want to find his thoughts aloud. Well, said Nuthia, nodding at the airships, they are heading east, and Manolia is in that direction anyway. If the Emperor of Morocamia knows what I think he does, I imagine he will be dispatching his very best officers to Manolia very soon, if he hasn't already. Vor may be among them. I need to beat them back to my homeland, however possible. But that is the direction that I am heading to. At least we will get a head start on Vor when he soon discovers that the ship he has stolen is damaged, and has to stop to repair it. As if prompted by Nuthia's words, at that moment Wanderlust began to descend, breaking away from the fleet of black Imperial airships. It was still moving east and moving to land far away out of sight, but it was clearly descending. I will come with you until I find him, or find a way to find him again, said Rin, his eyes boring hatred into the shrinking shape of Wanderlust. He also wanted to stay at Nuthia's side, but he didn't say that part out loud. Mother, he thought. Father, say that part out loud. Mother, he thought. Father. Hometown. Find Vor. Get Vor. Kill Vor. And now his mind also added, stay with Nuthia? Said Elran. Rin started. He had forgotten she was still with them too. Do you mind if I tag along for a while as well? I was lodging in Ast, but I'm not from Memphis originally, you see, so I'm at a bit of a loose end. I've never been in a country when it's been invaded before, and I'm not really sure what to do. She smiled, closing her eyes. Of course, my good lady, said Nuthia. If we ever succeed in commandeering another airship or some other kind of steam vehicle, the services of an engineer will be most valuable to us. Boys? No problem with me, said Rin. Whatever, said Sagar, and spat. The woman can come, I suppose. Then let us set out, said Nuthia. And they did. Then let us set out, said Nuthia. And they did. Enjoyed the episode? Read ahead and support Saga of the Jewels at patreon.com/Saga of the Jewels. Thanks for listening. Episode 7. Seeking Shelter. So where are you from, Elran? They were hiking east through the woods outside of Ast. The plan was to make their way to Syrah, the capital of Memphis, and board a train that would take them to Manolia. Saga and Elran both still had some gold pieces about their persons, so they weren't in need of coin, and they had found a clear brook a few hours back, which they had been able to drink from. But Rin's stomach was a tight ball of hunger, and his head was light. They needed to find some food soon. He had spoken to Elran to try to take his mind off the hunger, and the intrusive memories,
They were worse when he was tired and hungry. Mother, father, hometown. The purple-haired engineer looked askance at him, as if surprised that he had broken his silence. Me? She said. I'm from Zerlan, in the Pelnian Mountains, east of Imphis. We're heading in their general direction, actually. Nuthia and Saga walked about 10 paces ahead of them, chatting and bantering about something. Rin couldn't hear what. He wasn't sure how he felt about that. In his hunger and exhaustion, he had fallen behind them, and he had given up trying to eavesdrop. Another thing he wanted to take his mind off. Why'd you leave, then? Rin asked Elran. Not much goes on in Zerlan. The Zerlanese are a peaceful people. They mainly get by with high-altitude farming and don't have much care for machinery, except for farming equipment, that is. From her smile, she seemed to appreciate the conversation. She had clearly been shaken up by the attack on Ast, although Rin had rarely seen her not smiling. She spoke about the Zerlanese as though she wasn't one of them, despite her distinctive hair, which made Rin wonder why. How did you learn engineering, then, in a place like that? He asked. Ahead of them, Nuthia laughed at something Saga said, throwing back her head so that her golden hair glittered for a moment in the sunlight that fell through the leaves, and Rin tried to ignore the knot of jealousy that formed in his gut. Ah, well, I've always been into machines, said Alran. At first it was just the farming equipment. I'd tinker with it, open it up to figure out how it worked, you know. Got good at fixing it, too. Till I was so good that people would call on me to repair it for them, even though I wasn't even old enough to work on their farm. Then one day, she raised her eyes to Rin again, like she was deciding whether to keep telling her story or not. Go on, Rin encouraged. Well, one day, when I was 12, I was out in the rice fields and an Imphisi airship flew over. It was big and beautiful, and it flew so close to the mountain that I could almost touch its underbelly. I saw a sky pirate in its viewing bubble, looking out at me, and for a second our eyes even met. Then it was gone. That was when I knew I had to take one of those apart to see how it worked. That was when I knew I wanted to be an airship engineer. Her eyes had gone distant as she gazed into the memory. So what'd you think? Left Zerlan and travelled to Syrah, where we're trying to get to now, and apprenticed myself to the first airship engineer I could find. She laughed. Had to pretend to be a boy at first, so I cut my hair short and wore these baggy overalls. It wasn't too difficult. He found out eventually, but once he'd seen what I could do with machines, he didn't mind. I'm a girl. Usually. Her eyes twinkled as she looked at Saga ahead of them. Rin wondered how someone could leave their homeland behind so easily. I've done that too, sure, he reflected, but not by choice. What did your mum and dad have to say about you leaving? He said out loud. Just my mum at home, said Elran. Whenever I started tinkering with farming machinery, that I wasn't going to stay in Zerlan my whole life. I never knew my dad, so he didn't have anything to say about it. Her normally ever-present smile dropped again, just for a second. Rin wanted to know if she had known anything about her father, but he judged he should ask about something else. I'll tell you what I did. I got so good with airship engines I started getting regular work on them. Even got myself a few on-board engineer contracts on some Imphisi privateer vessels. I've been on a few sky voyages in my time, I can tell you. She took her pistol out from inside her overall as she walked. That's how I picked up this beauty. Got her in Far. She stashed the pistol back away. I needed a break from the pirating though, and the word was that good engineers were needed down in Ast, so I travelled down and set up shop there for a while. Made an arrangement with that airfield owner, Roldo, where he would send me work when it was needed. Then all this happened. She waved her hand at the world in general, and coughed. She slapped Rin hard on the back, and he coughed too. She was much stronger than he had expected. Does everyone call you that? No, just Saga, said Rin, and ground his teeth. Up ahead, Nuthia and the pirate captain were laughing again. Nuthia put her hand on Saga's arm to steady herself as she laughed. Just Rin is fine. Fire ruby thing when it got attacked. She stopped walking for a moment and her smile dropped again. Ah, sorry. It's all right, said Rin.
It was true, after all. That was what had happened, and it wasn't like she had brought it to his mind. It never really left his mind at all, waking or sleeping, anyway. Mother, father, hometown. End up with it then. Said Rin. I don't actually know. Ah, Elran raised a purple eyebrow. But you touched it, right? That's how you could do that crazy fire trick you did last night in the Traveller's Rest. Yeah, that's right. Rin rubbed his arm. That was pretty impressive. Her hair cascaded down her back as a golden waterfall. Rin wondered if she had found it impressive. Probably not, he thought. After all, she and Saga have elemental projection powers themselves. They both had them before me, and they're more skilled at them than me. Up ahead, a black figure ran up to Nuthia. Rin's spine went cold and he stared open-mouthed at her prone body. The black figure sliced its blade across Saga, who dropped too. It sprinted towards Rin and Elran. The black figure was running towards him, a sword flashing in its hand. Rin found he could not move. He just watched it happen, like he was in a nightmare. A small bang of the shot, leaping impossibly high above their heads, twisted and spun through the air before landing in a crouch next to them. The figure swept its leg around in a circle along the ground, knocking Elran's legs out from underneath her. She hit the ground on her back with a grunt, and the figure kicked the pistol out of her hand as it stood up, sending the weapon spinning away into the forest, then put one of its feet on. This happened too, with barely a moment to take it all in, let alone react. He had frozen completely, utterly still, in shock. Mother, father, hometown, Nuthia, Saga, Elran. It was happening again. Again! The figure was dressed all in black, most likely a man from the shape of him. He had black gloves, a black hood, and a black headscarf that hid most of his face. The only visible parts of his face were his eyes, the dark brown skin that surrounded them, and the top of the bridge of his nose that showed through a horizontal gap in his head covering. The man's eyes were grey, and from the inward bend of his eyebrows he was scowling. "Who are you?" Thick voice. "You weren't on the poster either. Do I get a bounty for collecting you too?" Elran sputtered and flailed her hands around from underneath the man's foot, pawing at his legs and trying to pull it off her neck, but he didn't budge an inch. She was choking. Finally, Rin's spine thawed and he remembered what he could do, through the air towards the man. The man's eyes stretched wide and he ducked in time for the fireball to pass over his head. He sprang away from Elran and ran off into the undergrowth. He was so fast. Elran clutched her throat and rolled over to cough violently on the ground, but at least she was breathing. At least she was alive. "Nuthia!" Rin cried out involuntarily. "Sure, check the princess is safe," said Sagar, clutching his arm, which was bleeding heavily down the sleeve of his jacket. "I'm fine, by the way." "Shut up, Sagar!" Rin knelt next to Nuthia. She was flat on her back and her eyes were shut. "She's unconscious!" Blood leaked from her abdomen, staining her white dress a deep crimson, pooling around her on the grass. She couldn't be dead. Dress a deep crimson, pooling around her on the grass. She couldn't be dead. Mother, father, hometown, Nuthia. "Help! What do we do?" "You shut up, pup," yelled Sagar. "What we do is ready ourselves in case that bastard bounty hunter comes back around for another try at us. We're no use to the princess if we're dead. Get up!" Sagar grabbed him by "No use to the princess if we're dead. Get up!" Sagar grabbed him by the arm and wrenched him up roughly. Then he drew one of his curved swords and shoved the hilt into Rin's hand. "What's this for?" Rin didn't want to take his attention away from Nuthia, but the moment demanded it. "What do you think it's for?" Sagar growled, stepping away and scanning the trees, his own remaining weapon up. Sagar growled, stepping away and scanning the trees, his own remaining weapon up and ready. "But I can't fight." "Learn, fast." The pirate's eyes darted over to Rin, then doubled in size as the glint of a blade reflected in them. "Look out!" Rin dived to one side on reflex as a black shape moved past him. Steel rang against steel, once on reflex, as a black shape moved past him. Steel rang against steel, once, twice, thrice, in quick succession, as the shape and Sagar traded parries, and then the man in black was away into the forest again. "Damn him," Sagar panted. "He's quick, too quick. Get back to back with me, pup." Rin manoeuvred himself so he stood with Sagar's back to back with me, pup. Rin manoeuvred himself so he stood with Sagar's back to his and held his sword up again, trying not to tremble. Somewhere off to the side, Elran was still coughing. Nuthia still did not move. "This way we can look out for him in all directions," said Sagar, pressed up behind him. Was Sagar shaking too? "Shout if you see him." Behind him. Was Sagar shaking too? "Shout if you see him." A twig snapped, but not on the ground. Rin jerked his head up. "Above!" he shouted. The man in black fell from the canopy above. Rin got his sword up just in time to avoid being cleaved in two, but the vibration that rippled through his arms as he blocked the blow made them quiver with pain, and he nearly dropped his blade. As the man landed, his elbow snapped out and caught Rin a swift strike to the stomach, knocking him winded to the ground. Rin got his head up to see the man whirl on Saga and lock blades, then twist their weapons around in a circle of sliding steel before he flicked his arm out in a sudden vicious motion and sent Sagar's sword spinning away through the air. It hit a tree with a clang and then landed uselessly on the ground. The man held his sword point to Sagar's throat, who held up his good arm and inhaled deeply, eyeing the blade. "There's a bigger bounty for bringing you in alive," came the man's lilting, oddly quiet tones. "But I am happy to settle for dead. Or maimed." Sagar gulped. A shot sounded. The man in black hit the forest floor. Rin turned to see what had happened. Elran was up again, wheezing, her jaw set in a look of cold fury, smoke twisting up from the barrel of her pistol. "Stupid Kufa," Elran swore. "Should have finished me off while he had the chance." "Give me that," said Sagar, running over to Rin and holding out his hand. Rin handed over the sword reluctantly. The man in black cried out. He lay on the grass gripping his shoulder, which had become a mess of red at the tip. Elran's shot had only grazed it, but that had been enough to incapacitate him. Sagar stood over him and raised his sword, point drawn, ready to impale. "Filthy bounty hunter scumsucker," he said. The man in black opened his eyes and looked at Rin again. His eyes were indeed grey, but there were many shades in them. There was darkness there, to be sure, but also some light. They stretched wide, and Rin fancied he could see tears pooling at the bottom of them too. It was a look of terror and desperation and regret all at once that shone through the man's eyes. And there was fire in it too. In that moment Rin knew this man had seen things that he had never wanted to see too. They shared something in common. "Wait!" Rin cried. Sagar stopped, sword still held in the air, and snapped his head round. "What is it, pup?" "Don't kill him," said Rin, not entirely sure why he was saying it. He might be able to give us information. He might be able to tell us why there's a bounty for finding us." "What's come over you, pup?" said Sagar, his face twisting up in confusion. "We know why we're being hunted. We're dangerous to the Empire. This piece of scum just tried to kill us, and he nearly did a good job of it too." "Boy's got a point though, you know," said Elran. "I didn't shoot to kill him, otherwise he'd be dead already. We could get some useful information out of this bounty hunter." Sagar looked dumbstruck at her, but his expression said, "You too." Sagar put down his sword and rubbed his temples, shaking his head like he was witnessing a conference of imbeciles. The engineer ran over to the writhing man in black and set about tying his arms behind his back. "Stop wriggling," Elran had to say after a moment, and punched the man in black in the face. He called out in pain again, but complied more easily after that. The threat to their lives taken care of, Rin suddenly had the sense that there was something important from which he had temporarily been distracted. "What was I—" "Nuthia!" he shouted, and rushed back to the princess's side at once. He knelt next to her on the grass again and put his ear to her mouth. He heard a little rush of air, and his ear got— "She's still breathing. She's bleeding heavily, but she's still breathing." Sagar came over. "Bandage her up and get pressure on the cut," he barked at Rin. "Haven't you ever had to treat a battle wound before?" "No." "Right, of course you haven't, bloody farm boy." Following Sagar's instructions with trembling hands, Rin helped the pirate tear off a strip from the strip had been clean, save from some mud and dirt from their escape from Ast, but it quickly turned red. "She needs help," said Rin desperately. "She needs to see a healer." "You think I don't see that, pup?" Sagar sounded almost as distressed as Rin felt. You're right, gods damn it. We've got to get her help, and soon," behind his back, and his eyes scrunched up, whimpering intermittently. Elran had done a good job of securing him. You, Saga shouted down at him. Scum-sucking bounty hunter. Where can we find the nearest healer? Where's the nearest settlement? Tell me! Saga kicked the man hard in the ribs, eliciting a deep grunt. The man opened his completely tell because of the face covering. Why should I tell you, you impfecy freeloader? Saga kicked him again, even harder, and the man doubled up and went over on his side. Tell me or I'll kick your stomach out your backside. The pirate reached down and flipped the man onto his back again, then pulled the man's face covering off in both directions, revealing he had been stained properly black, jet black, in blotches, like he had been eating lots of some kind of soft black fruit. Tell me or I kill you, yelled Saga, and I won't let my clients talk me out of it this time. The man hacked up, then spat in Sagar's face. Rin remembered Nuthia doing the same thing to Sagar not so long ago. Nuthia. Sagar wiped the saliva from his cheeks, which in turn had turned the colour of beetroot. Rin knew the pirate was angry, but for once he didn't growl or curse. Ah, so I see you're a poppy addict, Sagar said slowly, sadistically. I know the way to your heart. He grinned, and it made him look like, and I will buy you some poppy. The man said nothing at first, his stained mouth a tight line, but then the line wobbled, and then it split. Will you? He said, almost like a pleading child. It's the best chance of a hit you've got right now, said Sagar. Rin didn't know what they were talking about, but the intuitive... Nantes, said the man, lips trembling. Nantes, that's the nearest town. You want to go to Nantes to find a healer. Now about this poppy seed. Nantes, Sagar licked his lips. Yeah, I've heard of it. All right, you'll take us to Nantes. About this poppy seed, said the man. How much will you give me? Shivered where he lay with what seemed to be anticipation. Now tell me quickly, scumsucker. How do we get to Nantes? Which way? Tell me. You were heading in that direction anyway, said the man. It is just an hour or so's walk southeast through the forest and then over the Pescari fields. I can show you the way if you want. You can buy me the poppy there. And if you want to know, they also have a poppy dealer if you know where to look. I can tell you... Pup, help me with the princess, Sagar cut him off. Woman, you get the scumsucker here up and walk behind to make sure he doesn't run off. Hey, I don't take orders from anyone, said Elran, especially if they keep calling me woman. But she moved to do what Sagar said all the same. Hoistio, you've got to have a nickname for everyone, don't you? Well, I've got my own nickname for you, pirate man. Sagar either didn't hear, or, more likely, ignored her. Rin and he picked up Nuthia under Sagar's direction, Rin holding her around the ankles, one in each hand, and Sagar with one hand hooked under each of her arms, walking backwards. She carried more gold about her person. They began to move like that, making slow progress, with Elran walking a little way behind with the pistol held to the back of the man in black, who told them which way to go. They walked through the forest painfully slowly. Rin looked down at Nuthia and his throat tightened. Her skin had turned white as milk. The makeshift band grip onto the grass. Is there any way we can do this any faster? Rin said. You'll never get to her there in time like this, said the man in black maliciously. I gave her a good deep cut. Not deep enough to kill her at once, but she'll bleed out in an hour or two. My blade is also coated in a janga, poison, so you really need to get her to a healer. As soon as you can, and you better hope they're a good one. If you want to get to Nantes to buy me poppy seed faster, you'd be better off taking my chocobo. What? Sagar shouted, and almost dropped Nuthia. He lowered her to the ground with Rin, then strode over to the man and smacked him round the head. Ouch! That was for what? Strode over to the man and smacked him round the head. Ouch! That was for what? You had a chocobo the whole time and you didn't tell us? Where is it? The man nodded in a completely different direction to the one they were walking in. She's tied up a few hundred paces that way. I rode her till I found your trail, then dismounted and crept up on you. Sagar roared with irritation, then ran off in the direction the man had indicated. Poison? Thought Rin, looking at Nuthia's pale face again. I've got to help her. Hold on, Nuthia. Please don't die. Sagar returned a few moments later, seated atop a large yellow bird. That walked on 2 feet and had an intelligent head at the end of a long neck, a bit like a cross between an ostrich and a canary. A chocobo. Rin knew them from his home farm on Cleesa. He had spent many a happy 7th day riding and racing them with his friends in the forests around his town. But that was a very distant memory now. Help me get her onto its back, pup, Saga snapped as he jumped down. Together they lifted Nuthia's unconscious body as carefully as they could and laid it across the back of the chocobo, which cawed and lowered its head obligingly. This one was tame and friendly, mercifully. Once Nuthia was on, Saga swung himself back up and mounted the animal, sitting behind her and clasping the reins that ran to the chocobo's beak. It didn't have a saddle. "Which way to Nantes, scum-sucker?" Saga didn't have a saddle. "Which way to Nantes, scum-sucker?" Saga demanded of the man in black. "Tell me now and I'll get you your poppy seed quicker." At the mention of poppy seed, the bounty hunter's hand shot out and pointed in a particular direction through the trees. "That way. A short ride. Come back quickly." Saga wheeled. "A short ride. Come back quickly." Saga wheeled the chocobo around to address Rin and Elran. "Make your way to Nantes by foot. Bring the scum-sucker if you really must. I'll get the princess to a healer and meet up with you there. Got it?" Rin looked up at the sky pirate. He cut quite a figure atop his golden mount, proud and erect, his piratical ponytail flicking out behind him, his exposed eye shining, and with Nuthia draped in front of him like some distressed damsel he was heroically rescuing. There was just one thing wrong with this picture. "Hang on," Rin said. "This bounty hunter was clearly after you and Nuthia, but he didn't know who I was. If people are hunting for you in Nantes, it's clearly safer if I take Nuthia to the healer." He was surprised at his own boldness, but Nuthia's plight demanded it of him. "Be quiet, pup," "Be quiet, pup," Saga said like Rin was an irritating child. "I'll steal in quickly and go straight to the healer's house. Nobody else will even know I'm there. I'll see you in Nantes." He turned the chocobo to leave, but Rin wasn't convinced. Without thinking about it any further, he rushed forwards, grabbed Sagar's boot, and yanked him as hard as he could off the chocobo. "Hey!" Saga was taken completely unawares and slid from his seat in a single movement, crashing to the ground on his backside. He shouted other things, vile and obscene things, but Rin was barely listening. Instead, he was pulling himself up next to Nuthia on the chocobo. And then he was riding as fast as he could in the direction that the bounty hunter had pointed, towards Nantes, to try to find her a healer and save her life. Enjoyed the episode? Read ahead and support Saga of the Jewels at patreon.com/Faenon. Faenon, my internet name. Thanks for listening. Episode 8. In Need of a Healer. Rin raced through the woods on the chocobo, driving his ankles into its flanks to make it run even faster, air whistling past his ears. In front of him, sprawled across the creature's back, lay Nuthia. Still she did not move. Her blood had stained some of the chocobo's yellow-black back feathers. Rin drove his ankles into the creature's sides again. Dappled sunlight passed across his face as he pulled the reins to weave around a tree. Gods, I hope I'm going in the right direction. Saga was, but he couldn't think about that now. Rin gasped with relief as the tree line broke and the chocobo sprung out into open grassy fields. These quickly became a patchwork of crops marked off by wooden fences, which the chocobo was easily able to leap, though Rin put one hand on Nuthia's prostrate back whenever it did so to stop her from flying off. Red brick and wood structures, and then people moving about them. Nantes. Still he drove the bounty hunter's chocobo onwards. The town didn't have a gate or a wall, so he was able just to ride right into it. Nobody paid him any notice. He reined up the chocobo and called down to the first person he came to, an elderly woman wrapped in a green shawl. The woman stopped and looked up at him with a wrinkly squint. "Hello?" she said hesitantly. "Excuse me, but I need to find a healer, fast. Do you know where one lives?" The woman's eyes landed on Nuthia. "Oh my." She put a hand to her mouth, then pointed. "Straight down the street till you get to the central square. It's the house with the red scarf tied to the woman," and waved her walking stick, eyes still on Nuthia. Rin paused mid-reins pull. Haven't you heard there's been an invasion? Morocamian soldiers have taken control of our town. There'll be some posted outside the healer's house, surely.
Rin's blood ran cold.
No. If Nuthia has an imperial bounty on her head,
and then up to Rin again, like she knew something she wasn't saying.
Might be best to get the healer to come to you, perhaps, she suggested. But I don't have anywhere for my friend to stay safe while I fetch the healer.
The woman went quiet for a moment and sucked her teeth.
Let me take her, lad, she said eventually. I'll look after her till you
obtain his gratitude. At the woman's house, he reined up, then carefully swung himself down from the chocobo, which cawed compliantly. He tied its reins to an iron ring on the side of the woman's house, made for just such a purpose, so it wouldn't wander off. He hooked his hands underneath Nuthia's arms and slid her from the creature's back, as delicately as he could, but her feet flopped against him until he scooped her legs up and carried her in her arms. She didn't protest or make a single noise. Rin's midriff started to go damp with her blood. The old woman's dwelling was small and simple. There was a fireplace, a bed in the corner, a table, and a door to another room over at the far end.
Over here, young man, she said,
turning an unhatched egg to its nest. Her head lolled back. He looked at her red bandage.
She'll stain your sheets. Don't worry about that, the woman said. Hurry, you must go fetch the healer, now, quick as you can.
An invisible rope tugged at Rin, refusing to let him leave Nuthia's side. But he knew if he was to have any hope of saving her, then he might. And my blade is coated in poison.
Please, look after her, Rin said to the woman. I'll do what I can. Now you go, lad.
Yes, Rin said meekly, and ran. He blinked in the sunshine outside, then sprinted between the buildings in the direction that the old woman had indicated before. The town square barely merged in between them. He knew this must be it, and slowed his sprint to a walk. Rin spotted the healing house at once from the scarlet silk scarf tied to its bronze door knocker, just as the woman had said it would be. His stomach lurched. Sure enough, standing outside were two men in black armour. They weren't wearing helmets, and they watched him as he walked into would-be soldiers posted at the house. Instead of walking up to them, he kept on as if intending to go somewhere else. He walked up to a wooden notice board that protruded out of the ground from two poles in the middle of the square. When he stopped behind it, most of him was out of sight of the soldiers, except for his shins and boots. He could pause a moment here and gather himself. As Nuthia called it, had news of his escape from the Imperial skyship reached these common soldiers? Had his stunt in the Traveller's Rest in Ast attracted attention? Something caught his eye. Wanted, read one of the parchment notices pinned to the board in inked black letters. It was pinned at the top, and the bottom of the parchment. With a horrible sinking in his guts, Rin reached up to it and rolled down the rest of the parchment. He gasped, then put his hand to his mouth to muffle it. It was an ink drawing of Nuthia. It wasn't perfect, but the likeness was quite good, and it was detailed, right down to the circlet she wore underneath her hair. Her proud 1,000 gold pieces alive, read the letters under her drawing. And underneath that it said, 2,500 gold pieces dead. Damn them! They weren't going to have her, dead or alive, if Rin had anything to do with it. He had to get to this healer. He looked about quickly at the rest of the notice board. The bounty hunter had known about had been one and someone had removed it, or the bounty on Saga was more recent, and a poster of him hadn't been put up here yet. The poster of Nuthia looked fairly old, after all. If that was the case, maybe this town hadn't heard of Rin and his flame projection abilities yet. He peeked out from behind one side of the notice board. The soldiers weren't looking at him anymore. With more greying hair under his nose and on his chin than the top of his head. The other was taller and spindly, with a hooked nose and a mean, angular face underneath thin, greasy hair. Sponge and Spike, Rin thought, recalling a story that his mother had told him when he was a child. Mother. He shook his head to try to dispel the stab of grief and halt the train of his intrusive thought, then returned his attention to the soldiers. Both wore swords, but they also wore the slightly glazed-over look of people on a boring guard duty without anything to do. Rin swallowed his saliva and stepped out from behind the notice board. Sponge's eyes found him first, but Rin deliberately looked away at the scarf on the door of the house. I have to seem confident. He wasn't sure what the proper procedure was, so he just walked right up to the door without saying anything. He had nearly reached it when Spike put out a hand to stop him. Hold it, the soldier snapped in a nasal voice.
Where do you think you're going, boy? Can't you see that we're guarding this house? Nobody goes in or out without stating their business. Rin's bowels turned to water. I need to see the healer. What's wrong with you? I need to see the healer. What's wrong with you? Said Sponge in a deeper, gruffer voice. You don't look ill to me. Think, Rin, think. All he could think of was Nuthia and his mother. I have flu. He had remembered having flu once and his mother nursing him back to health. The soldiers each nursing him back to health. The soldiers each took a step away from him. Flu, said Spike, cocking his head. If you had flu, you wouldn't be up and about. You'd be home and in bed. Where do you live anyway? Why aren't you in your house waiting for your conscription order like all the other young men? Oh, crap. Why hadn't he thought about this before approaching... crap. Why hadn't he thought about this before approaching the guards? It hasn't set in properly yet. Rin desperately tried to remember the sorts of things his mother had said when he had been ill. He did remember having to stay in bed, and her putting her hand on his forehead, and her repeating all sorts of stock phrases. What were they? I think I'm coming down with something, though. My head feels hot. I just want to see the healer. Spike regarded him with tilted head for a moment, narrowing his eyes to a suspicious squint. Rin hoped against hope that the soldier would believe him. Just then, he remembered he had flame projection abilities. His fingers twitched. Sponge broke the silence. Come on, Wedge, let him in, the larger man said. He's clearly harmless. I suppose you're right, Biggs, said the thinner man. Moricamians had such strange names. In you go then, boy, get on. Moricamians had such strange names. In you go then, boy, get on with it. He didn't take his eyes off Rin for one moment. Rin pushed open the door and tried to stifle the involuntary sigh of relief that welled up from within him as he entered the healer's house. Inside was a large room with wooden floorboards and no windows. At the far end, in front of another room with wooden floorboards and no windows. At the far end, in front of another door, stood a makeshift plywood desk with a clerk sitting behind it. Rin had seen enough of his father's business dealings to work out that the man was a clerk, from the pile of parchments and the quill and inkpot on the desk, and the way the small bespectacled man sat hunched over it, writing. Rin ran up to the desk right away. Excuse me, I need to see the healer as quickly as possible. Just then a muffled scream came from behind the door that the clerk's desk was positioned in front of, then a faint cry of what sounded like, No! Followed by another scream, followed by silence. No! Followed by another scream, followed by silence. Rin shuddered. He had never had to visit a healer before, even when he had been ill. What did they do to people? Was this really the best place to look for help for Nuthia? Slowly, the clerk raised his eyes and regarded Rin over the top of his spectacles, like he was looking at a misbehaving infant. You and half of Nantes, he said, and gestured with his hand. Rin followed the gesture to see people sat on wooden chairs along one wall of the room. He had missed them completely when he entered. All those that could looked back at him. They were all in various states of ill health. A man with his arm in a cloth sling, a girl whose skin was almost green and who looked like she might vomit at any moment, another man who was missing an arm, although he couldn't have lost it recently, asleep. Another man on crutches who just then hacked and coughed like he had a rat stuck in his throat. And an older man with a white beard and a leather bag slung around his shoulder, though Rin couldn't quite see what was wrong with him. After that man were 3 more chairs, unoccupied. In case you hadn't realised, the clerk sneered, you've recently been invaded. Quite a bit goes on during an invasion, lots of people needing to see the healer. Join the back of the queue like everyone else. But this is urgent. Urgent? The clerk sneered, looking him up and down. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Rin winced as another muffled scream issued from behind the door. He couldn't think of a better lie. He wished he had more experience of being ill, or of other people being ill. I've got the flu. You look well enough to me, said the clerk, though he moved his head backwards slightly. Please, Rin floundered. It really is urgent. I need to see the healer as soon as possible. I can't tell you why. It's embarrassing. It's a personal problem," he finished lamely. The clerk stood up. He did not get much higher. Through gritted teeth, in an unnerving much higher. Through gritted teeth, in an unnervingly quiet voice, he said, "Get to the back of the queue, boy, or I will call in the soldiers." Fear gripped Rin's guts and he hung his head, slinking away from the desk to go and take a seat next to the old man with the leather bag. What am I going to do? Now all he could see in his mind's eye was an image of Nuthia slowly turning paler and paler as her lifeblood seeped out of her. Not her too. He thought about praying, but what good had that done him in life? Imkala the frog god hadn't stopped his parents and hometown being taken away from him. Why should he stop Nuthia from dying now? What about Nuthia's god? Maybe he should pray to the One. I can't help but notice that you're having a spot of trouble. Rin started. The old man next to him had spoken in a kindly whisper. Rin wasn't sure why, but he answered in a whisper too. I really need to see the healer as soon as possible. So I gather, said the man. He didn't look at Rin when he talked, but stared straight ahead, like he was trying to avoid attracting attention to their conversation. But you honestly don't look like you have influenza. Rin felt the roof of his mouth with his tongue. Should he tell this stranger about his predicament? He had trusted the old woman with Nuthia automatically, but she had seemed so kind. This man was strange and cautious, and he had big white bushy eyebrows. Could anyone with eyebrows that big be trusted? Rin was desperate. It's not for me, it's for my friend, he whispered. She was attacked in the woods nearby, and is in urgent need of attention. The eyebrows raised high as the man looked at Rin. Well, why didn't you say so? He whispered more urgently. Quick, come with me. Quick, come with me. What? But the man was already up out of his seat with his leather bag, taking Rin by the arm and pulling him up too. The clerk didn't even give them a second look. Outside, the man kept walking, pulling Rin along by the arm. Which way is your friend? Where is she? Tell me. Too bewildered to protest, Rin pointed. That way. Good. We must be quick if she is in as bad a state as you say. The old man dragged Rin with him. What are you doing? What do you think I'm doing? Said the old man. I'm a healer. We need to get to your friend as quickly as possible so I can attend to her. But I thought the healer was behind the door. Yes. The old man had picked up a jog now, his leather bag swinging on his shoulder, and Rin jogged alongside him. My apprentice, 11. He's about ready to take over from me now, though he can still be quite clumsy. Rin recalled the screams. When we saw the Empire coming, we swapped places so that they would think he was the resident healer. They have their own way of assessing the seriousness of medical ailments, you see, and it's by no means the same as mine. So I pretended to be sick with a minor illness and waited to see if anyone with a serious problem came in who my apprentice wouldn't be able to help. And then you did. Now, which way? They had reached a crossroads. Without another option, Rin pointed in the direction of the old woman's house, and they sprinted the final stretch to it wordlessly. The chocobo was waiting patiently, still tied up. 3 loud knocks got them in. Inside, Rin rushed past the old woman to Nuthia's bed. Here she is. The old woman had provided a bucket, but she hadn't done much else. Please, if you're really a healer, you've got to do something to help her. She's been cut, and the man who did it said she's been poisoned too. Stay calm, said the old man, arriving at his side. Poison, you say? What kind? Rin reached with his memory. What had the bounty hunter said? Agava? A Janga? That's right, that one. Agava? A Janga? That's right, that one. All right, step back. I need space. That's him, said the old woman. He's the one who brought her here. Rin spun. 4 black-armoured Imperial soldiers had appeared from the doorway at the other end of the room. They began to advance on Rin, swords drawn. The The woman's eyes were dewy, pleading. "I'm sorry," she said. "Her face is on the poster. They took my son for their army. I need their favour." This time Rin's hand lit on instinct. He drew it up in front of and across himself, and a flicker of flame flashed through the air in front of and across himself, and a flicker of flame flashed through the air for a moment. "Fire!" he shouted at the soldiers. "Get back!" They stopped in their tracks, helmets reflecting orange. "Stay back, I tell you," he yelled, hearing the words as if someone else was shouting them. "I'm ruby-touched." The soldiers looked at one another. "He can't attack all of us." The soldiers looked at one another. "He can't attack all of us at once, can he?" Rin heard one say. "It's either death here or back at camp if we retreat," said another. They looked back at Rin and charged. Rin got his hand up in time to throw fire at one of them, who screamed and went down in a red-hot, writhing mess, steam sizzling off him as he hit the floor. "No, please," the old woman was wailing. "You said you'd take him quietly. My house! My house!" Rin jumped backwards to avoid the vicious sword swing of the first soldier that reached him. Cold terror seized his stomach. He didn't know if he'd be able to throw fire again. He dived out of the way. He dived out of the way of the next swing, rolling clumsily as he hit the ground. As he came up, he caught a glimpse of the healer he had brought with him, bent over Nuthia, reapplying a new bandage from his bag, completely focused on his work despite the carnage unfolding around him. That gave him some more fire. He broke his limit around him. That gave him some more fire. He broke his limit. "Stay back!" Rin shouted, and flung out two hands, palm open. "Fire burst!" Billowing flames burst forth from them, hotter and redder than Rin had ever produced before. But the soldiers were ready for him this time. They ducked out of the way. They ducked out of the way of the jet of flame, which blasted straight into the opposite wall. As the fire burst subsided, the flames did not. Rin's body stiffened with horror. He had set the old woman's house on fire. The soldiers didn't seem to notice or care. The three of them came on at him, more cautiously now, step by deliberate step, brandishing their blades up in front of their bodies. Despite the flames that started to leap up from the far wall and lick the ceiling, Rin's heart was cold again. That last projection had used him all up. He wasn't sure that he could do it again. "Fire burst!" he shouted. "Fire burst!" he shouted in desperation, throwing out his hands. The soldiers winced and held up their hands to shield themselves. Nothing. "Damn it all," he murmured. "I don't have anything left. I tried, Nuthia. I tried, mother, father, hometown, mother, father, hometown." The soldiers came on, and the nearest raised his sword high. Rin could run, but he wasn't even sure he had energy left to do that now either, and it would mean leaving Nuthia. He hung his head and closed his eyes, accepting his end. The front door of the house smashed open with the noise of splintering wood. "Death and glory!" shouted Saga. "For Imfish!" shouted Elran. The soldiers turned to see what was happening, taking their eyes off Rin. An explosion sounded, and sparks sprang from the breastplate of one of the soldiers as he was knocked backwards into the wall by the shot from Elran's pistol. Saga leapt at the other two, twin swords twirling through the air. Soon all three blades sang as they struck and blocked and parried. Rin stood transfixed. Saga was a whirlwind of fury. The soldier Elran had shot was up again, lurching towards Rin. Another sound like a short thunderclap. His armour flashed white, and he was knocked back into the wall again. But he shook his head and recovered himself more quickly this time, and came on. "Damn Imperials!" shouted Elran. "Their armour's tougher than I thought." Rin watched as she quickly clicked off a mechanism on the top of each of her two pistols and shoved them back down her overalls before pulling out another object. Since when did she have two pistols? "Rin, get moving, kid. Make sure Princess Girl is safe." She flicked her hand out, and a long, thin, snake-like length of material that shone like metal uncoiled into the air with a snap. A whip. "No!" the old woman was screaming. "No, my house!" She fled for the front door and slammed it behind her. Elran ran at the soldier she had been shooting and lashed out with her whip. It whistled across the soldier's face faster than Rin could see, then clutched his eyes where blood gushed out. Get to the princess, pup, Saga called out over the ringing of steel. Nuthia. Right. The old man still stood beside her. One hand rested gently on her forehead, the other on her abdomen, his eyes shut. He appeared completely oblivious to the chaos taking place around him. He looked at Rin with a furrow in his bushy brow, like he had been woken from a dream. Pardon? Oh, I'm healing her, of course. A blood-curdling cry of pain came from somewhere behind them. The old man didn't bat an eyelid. Is she going to be all right? Rin sputtered. I believe so, yes, said the old man. We should probably get her out of here, though. And your friends seem to be finished. Rin turned to see Elran and Saga standing victoriously, 3 black figures splayed on the floor behind them. The old woman who owned the house was gone. Behind them was a backdrop of leaping orange and red, like a vision of hell. Thick black smoke filled the room near the ceiling. Rin's cheeks prickled. Yes, said the old man. Come on then, you fools! Rin gathered up Nuthia in his arms again, and the 4 of them sprinted for the door. But the fire had spread. The front door itself was on fire, repelling them with smoke and heat. They looked frantically about. The flames were closing in. Rin's chest was a vice around his heart. And inhaled, expanding his cheeks. Then he took his hands away and blew. A huge gust of air flew out from Sagar's mouth, making Rin's eyes water as it whooshed by. Rin had to put a foot behind him to stop himself from being knocked over with Nuthia. The gust spread out the flames around the door to the house, pushing them back, street beyond, hitting another soldier who had been running towards the house and bouncing off him. In the wind tunnel that Saga held in place with his exhalation, there was room to escape without being touched by the flames. Go! Elran cried. Rin shot forwards with Nuthia, aware of Elran and the old man following close behind him, and was carried along by the air into the world. The chocobo they had taken from the bounty hunter was flapping and cawing wildly, waving its wings around in distress, and trying to break its tether to the burning house. Elran flicked out her whip and split its rope with a snap, cutting the chocobo free. The bounty hunter who had attacked him in the woods lay on the grass, now with his hands and his ankles tied, making muffled building. And in the distance, more soldiers in black armour were running towards them, including Biggs and Wedge from the healer's house, the old woman in tow. Vandals! Sorcerers! They set fire to my house! Hey! Shouted the soldier Rin remembered as Biggs. Stop or we'll kill you where you stand! Stay right there, you arson! Warning shot. Some of the soldiers had crossbows. I think I've got one more in me, panted Saga, reaching them and kicking over the bounty hunter with his foot to make him roll further away from the house. But you'll have to put me in the scumsucker on the chocobo afterwards, woman. Do you have to be such a jackass that you call me woman even when our lives are in danger? Said Elran, loudly that Rin heard it over the sounds of the hollering soldiers. He waved his hand to get the rest of them to step out of his way. Then, Windara! This time his exhalation was somewhere between a shout and a scream, somewhere between control and pain. This time Rin lost his footing and fell back on his arse, still holding meat from Sagar's mouth, rippling over the ground, slamming back the doors and windows of buildings, spraying dust and grass and dirt up into the air, making a noise like a hurricane as it ripped through Nantes. The soldiers flew backwards, scattering like 10 pins, some of them flying head over heels backwards down the street, some of them getting swept up into the air. When the wind subsided, none of the soldiers were still left standing. Most of them had been blown away out of view. Sagar was on his hands and knees, trembling. For once he didn't have anything to say. Quick, said Elran. Now's our chance. Rin heaved himself to his feet with Nuthia, and the old healer helped him lift her onto the chair, still cursing incomprehensibly from under his gag. And finally they helped hoist Sagar, still shaking and silent, to sit on its back. There was just enough room on the chocobo for the 3 of them. It cawed and looked at Rin with its big beady white eyes, as if to say, What now? Quick, said Rin. Let's get out of here while we still can. The episode. Please feel free to leave me a review on iTunes. Every little helps. Thanks for listening. Episode 9. Party of 6? The chocobo could only move at a brisk trot with 3 people. In his battle with the soldiers, Rin could barely run to keep up alongside it anyway. The old man didn't move very fast either. Sagar sat upright on the chocobo next to Nuthia and the bounty hunter, clutching his wounded arm. The only person who seemed to have much strength left among them was Elran, though she was still shaken from the sudden invasion of Imphis by the Empire, as far as the woods outside Nantes, and Rin was satisfied that they hadn't been pursued. He stopped them in a small clearing of beech trees. He, Elran, and the old man carefully lifted Nuthia down from the chocobo and lay her on the ground, then did the same with the gagged and bound bounty hunter, then helped Saga down. Nuthia was the priority. Although Rin's heart had stopped palpitating when the old man had pronounced that she was going to live, she still hadn't woken up, and his heart was still beating faster than usual. He knelt down next to the princess. The old man had applied a fresh bandage from his bag to her abdomen, and, mercifully, this one was not drenched in blood. Blood still stained her dishevelled dress around it, though. Her face was still very pale, though Rin fancied he could see a faint pinkness returning to her proud cheeks already, and frozen in a disapproving pout. Even unconscious, she looked like she was about to deliver a lecture. "Is she going to be all right?" Rin asked. "Yes," said the old man plainly. "She should wake up soon." The healer gently placed a hand on Nuthia's forehead, closed his eyes, and whispered something. He withdrew his hand. First, nothing. Then a flicker of consciousness passed across Nuthia's face, and she began to stir, wrinkling up her nose and frowning even more deeply. The pinkness in her cheeks grew warmer. She blinked, then opened her cool blue eyes and looked into Rin's. "Oh," she said. "Why do you look so afraid, Rin?" It was an unusual first question, but Rin supposed that it had made sense. "I was afraid," he said to her. I thought you might have died." Nuthia's mouth pushed up into a smile underneath her heavy eyelids. "There's no need to be afraid of death," she said quietly, taking the opportunity to teach him something. "What happens to us after we die?" Rin heard himself ask her. He didn't know how she would know, or why he was asking, but he asked her all the same. "If we have believed on the One, we go to be with him forever." "How can you be so sure?" "I don't know. I'm not always. But right now I am. I'm all the more sure from having almost just died." Well, I didn't want you to go to be with the One just yet." "What happened to me?" "You were attacked by a bounty hunter, but I found a healer for you. I'm glad you're alive." His words ran out, and for a moment no more passed between them, and he hovered above the cool blue pools of her eyes. "Well, this is all very touching, pup, princess," said Saga, "but do you think I could get some attention from the old man now too? You're not the only one who's been hurt. I got injured rescuing you as well." Rin had forgotten that there was anyone else with them for a moment. They had all faded into the background temporarily. He coughed and let go of Nuthia's hand, realizing at the same time that he had been holding it. "Ah, I apologize, young man," the healer said to Saga. "Of course you are injured too. Now that the young lady is all right, I can attend to you. Let me take a look. Rin helped Nuthia to sit up, and they sat on the grass with Elran and watched as the old man took out a small knife from the leather bag that he carried slung over one shoulder. Delicately, he cut the torn sleeve of Saga's shirt away to reveal the part of his upper arm where the bounty hunter had nicked it with his sword. Rin winced. Underneath the shirt was a horizontal gash. It wasn't too deep. The man in black had only sliced through the top layer of skin this time, and it had already started to scab up. But in amongst the red and brown of the scab was something else, a putrefying black colour. "Poison," the old man muttered. "Of course, the same as used on the young lady. A janga, as the other young man told me. I'm sorry I did not get to you sooner. But now that I have, I can heal you. You did very well to last this long, young man. You must be feeling very weak." "Just heal me, old-timer," said Saga, eyeing Rin. "Of course." The old man rummaged around in his bag, then produced a small glass phial of some sort of silvery liquid. "Here, drink this antidote. liquid. Here, drink this antidote. He pressed the bottle to Sagar's lips, and the sky pirate drank a gulp. The old man shut his eyes and gently laid a hand on Sagar's arm over the cut. Sagar clenched his jaw. Cure, Rin heard the old man whisper this time. Sagar's eyes went wide and his head rocked back. He took the man's hand off him. The black discolouring had disappeared from the cut on his arm. Not only that, but now the cut closed before their very eyes, the skin sealing itself up and returning to a pinky white hue, as if nothing had ever happened. Whoa, said Elran. He leapt at Rin. Before Rin knew what was happening, he was lying flat on his back on the ground, Sagar pinning his chest down with one of his knees. The pirate had drawn one of his swords, and he pressed the blade into Rin's neck so that just the very tip of it pierced his skin, like a wasp sting sticking into him. What the hell? Rin remembered why Sagar had cause to be angry. Sagar, called Nuthia from somewhere above. Get off him! Just a moment, princess, we've got some business to settle. Sagar leaned in close so that Rin could see his stubble. His breath stank of stale tobacco leaf. Is he going to kill me? No. If Rin knew Sagar at all, the captain dropped his voice to a low growl. Listen, pup, and listen good. If you ever pull something like that, unseating me from my mount by surprise, again, especially in front of the ladies, I will slit your throat quicker than you can say naive little greenhorn pussy willow farm boy. You got that? Rin wanted that phrase took quite a long time to say actually, but he thought it would be a bad idea to say that too. Yes, he said instead, out of self-preservation. Good, said Sagar, keeping his voice slow. I'm going to let you up now, and you're going to support me in my suggestion that we keep travelling to Manolia so I can collect the reward. Rin, though he hated himself for acquiescing so easily. He didn't really have any other choice though. Sagar, said Nuthia again. All right, said Sagar like a henpecked husband, and got up off Rin. Rin stood up, rubbing his throat. His hand came away with a small smear of blood on it, but it wasn't much. Sagar had only pricked him. Just as complicit as Sagar in what had just happened. How did you do that? Said Elran. She addressed the old man, but she was looking at the still exposed flesh of Sagar's arm, where his cut had sealed itself up. Yes, that was truly remarkable, said Nuthia. A miracle. Rin hadn't heard this word before. What's a miracle? Nuthia placed her hand over the fresh bandage on her abdomen. I can barely feel any pain anymore, and my wound is closed up too. That man, her eyes flicked over to where the bounty hunter in black lay tied up on the floor, gave me quite a cut. No, said Rin, I mean, what is a miracle? What does the word mean? A moment and holding up a finger. It's when the one works in the world to show his power. It's not a miracle, princess, said Sagar, shaking his head. There are no such things. Don't be foolish. This healer just used his arts to heal Nuthia's wound is all. Didn't you, old-timer? They all looked at the old man. He smiled, deep lines forming around his white, he said happily. Whether you want to call it a miracle or not is up to you. But you made the wound close up by itself, said Elran. How did you do that? The medicine he gave me, said Sagar, obviously. But you did something else to him as well, didn't you? Said Elran. The old man's smile grew wider. I couldn't possibly say. Telling you it's a miracle, said Nuthia. I still don't get what you mean by miracle, said Rin. A miracle, Rin, is when the one acts out of the normal course of things to show his power. Look at it like this. Rin was amazed again at how easily, having been so recently near the edge of death, Nuthia was able to resume her usual teacherly manner. The sun rises in the east and sets in the west, heavy things sink and light things float, and wounds do not close up by themselves. All these things have been arranged by the One, the God of gods. But sometimes the One intervenes in the normal course of things and changes something, to show that he is there and that he has the power to do so. It's a bit like the writer of a... This was clearly a miracle. My healing too is clearly a miracle, performed through this healer by the One, to show us that he endorses our quest. Sagar snorted loudly. If you have something to say, dear captain, please say it, said Nuthia. I'm telling you, princess, it's not a miracle, said the pirate. You'd be surprised at what bodies are capable of doing to heal themselves with a little help. I've seen a man's belly be torn open by a cutlass, only to have it close up and heal itself the next day after a night drinking rum. I've seen a man ghostly pale with the pox spring up right as rain when a sky sailor's blessing was spoken over him. I've seen a man who had lost his eye in a fight screaming and wailing on the floor with his eye patch. It happens. They weren't miracles. They were just the normal course of things. You're wrong, said Nuthia, eyes flashing. Rin could more than detect an argument brewing, so he decided to interrupt before she could say anything more. Look, why don't we just ask the healer himself? There's an idea, said miracle or not, old-timer. Tell us straight. The old man sniffed and wiped his nose. I think it is best if at this point I keep my methods to myself, he said in his kindly voice, slightly throaty with age. I put my healer's arts to use in service of the pair of you, and I did everything I knew to do in your situations, and happily you both recovered. There you go, said Saga, folding his arms, interpreting the old man as agreeing with his own opinion. Healer's arts, not a miracle. I will add, however, the old man spoke up, that I too am a follower of the One. It is good to meet a granddaughter in the faith, young lady. Nuthia's face lit up. Granddaughter in the faith, young lady. Nuthia's face lit up. Rin found himself hoping he would be able to make her beam like that one day. Oh, a father, she exclaimed. I'm so pleased to meet you. She stepped up to the old man and they each gave each other a light kiss on either cheek. Ugh, said Saga, slapping his hand over his face. Ugh, said Saga, slapping his hand over his face. Not another one. Please, granddaughter, said the old man to Nuthia. I am old in years. You do me a great honour, but grandfather will do. Huh? Said Rin, his brow knotting. Grandfather? What are you guys talking about? It's part of their religion. What are you guys talking about? It's part of their religion, farm boy, Elran explained to him. The cult of the One are a worldwide religion, not just limited to a particular place. You do meet them sometimes. I've come across a few in my travels. They all see themselves as this big sort of family, with the One as their supreme father. So they call their younger women daughters, older the One as their supreme father. So they call their younger women daughters, older women mothers, then there's sisters, brothers, fathers and stuff. I've never heard of no grandfather before, though. Yes, said Nuthia, smiling. That honorific is reserved for the eldest and wisest of men. There aren't many of them in Manolia, where I am from. What is your name, grandfather? There aren't many of them in Manolia, where I am from. What is your name, grandfather? I am called Sid, said the old man, smiling in return. Well, this is all very touching, old-timer, princess, said Saga. But now that you're healed, we need to be back getting on our way. Do I need to remind you that you've got a war to prevent and I've got a getting on our way? Do I need to remind you that you've got a war to prevent and I've got a reward to collect? The old man's eyes widened. Hey, numbnuts, give her a moment, said Elran. She's just barely avoided dying from a mortal wound. Give her a bit of time to recover. She's fine now, said Saga impatiently, flinging out of her. She's fine now, said Saga impatiently, flinging out his hand to indicate Nuthia's bandaged abdomen. The medicine man worked his magic, or whatever you want to call it. Let's get this show back on the road. Rin's blood began to boil, but the old man called Sid spoke first. Actually, there is some wisdom in your companion's suggestion. The healer said diplomatically, stroking his white beard with one hand. It would make much sense for the young lady to rest a while. Although my arts are powerful, her wound was almost mortal, and she could do with at least a night here to recover fully before you go on your way. What's more, that will give me to recover fully before you go on your way. What's more, that will give me time to pack my things. Pack your things, said Rin. Why? I'm coming with you. What? Said Saga. Pooh! Pooh! They all looked round, startled by the sudden muffled shout. The bounty hunter in black had begun to writhe around where he lay tied up on the ground, violently throwing his head this way and that and shouting something so loudly that they could hear it through his gag, although it was still impossible to make out what he was saying. In their heated conversation, they had completely forgotten about him. Cried the man as he twisted on the ground, contorting his body inside the ropes. What's wrong with him? Said Sid, concern raising the normally deep pitch of his voice. He's a damned poppy addict, Saga said with a dismissive wave. I promised him I would give him some if he told us the way to Nantes. Now the fool's having a tantrum. No, said Sid, his bushy brows pushing together. Don't you understand? Poppy addicts experience terrible withdrawal symptoms if they don't ingest again within 14 days. They have terrible withdrawal symptoms if they don't ingest again within 14 days. They have fits, and it feels like utter agony. Their whole body can flare with terrible pain and convulsions. Sometimes it can be so bad that it kills them. If they come off it, they have to cut down gradually. He needs some poppy seed. He reached into his leather satchel and began to rummage around. So what, said Saga. Who's going to give it to him? I don't have any. Let the bastard die. He served his purpose. I don't know why he's still alive. Anyway, I don't even know why the pup wanted to keep him alive in the first place. Rin bristled, and his pulse quickened. He did tell us the way to Nantes, he said defensively, and he told us about the poison he used on his sword. If you hadn't kept him alive for that, this young lady would be dead, said Sid, glancing at Nuthia as he knelt down on the ground next to the squirming bounty hunter, the man's head in place with one hand, and with the other untied his gag. The cloth of material fell away from the man's face, and Sid tugged the bottom of the man's headscarf down too, exposing his blackened mouth. "Poppy!" the bounty hunter shouted in an inhumanly shrill voice, like he was being tortured. "Give me Poppy!" "I carry Poppy with me in my healer's bag," said Sid. "It's not just used for pleasure. In smaller doses, it's useful as an anesthetic to numb pain. In fact, I gave a very small amount to the young lady earlier." "That explains a lot," Saga mumbled. Nuthia didn't respond. Black objects, seeds, unstoppered it, and tipped a few into the bounty hunter's mouth. "Give me Pop!" the bounty hunter shrieked again when he had swallowed, but then stopped mid-word. Immediately his grey eyes went glassy, his pupils grew bigger, and his body went still, no longer convulsing and wriggling. He lay his head back on... Ah! A long, blissful sigh escaped the bounty hunter's lips. "What's happened to him?" asked Nuthia. "He's gone into a poppy trance," Sagar said scornfully. "What's that?" asked Rin. "Ain't you seen one of these either?" said Elran. "You need to get out more, farm boy." Trance, when you ingest a large amount of poppy all at once, is a state of euphoria, bliss, unlike any other. It is supposed to be the most wonderful and amazing sensation that can be experienced in mid, though I have my doubts about that. And it comes at a terrible cost. Once a person has experienced a poppy trance, they almost without fail become enslaved to it. Body, mind, and spirit desire to experience the trance again, and so they become addicted to it, trapped in a never-ending cycle of craving and acting more and more desperately to obtain their next hit of poppy seed. If you say this man is a bounty hunter, I would not be surprised if he became one in order to feed his poppy habit. Why is it good that you do things while they are in a poppy trance? Get up, walk around, and so on, and they can last quite a long time depending on how much the person takes. Peculiarly, you also have heightened senses, and are actually slightly stronger and faster during a poppy trance, so it's very good that he is tied up, though you had better make sure he is properly tied up. You seem to know with the bounty hunter and pulled on his cords to check they were tight enough. The bounty hunter moaned merrily. "It's my job to know," said Sid. "I've treated many a poppy addict in my time." "What, get a lot of them in small-town Nantes, do you?" "I have not always lived in Nantes," said Sid, with a wry smile. "Hey," said Rin, "remember, what did you mean you're coming with us, anyway?" "Yeah, old-timer," said Sagar. "Who said you were tagging along?" "Well," said Sid, "just now I heard you say that you're journeying to prevent a war, and to do something for this young lady here. That sounds like a noble cause to me. It's been a while since I've been adventuring, and I'm itching to have one more adventure before I pass into the further, and my apprentice is ready to take over at the healing house. Now that Imphis has been invaded, I have little desire to work as a healer in the service of the Morocamian Empire. So, I would like to come with you on your journey." The four of them, Rin, Nuthia, Sagar, Elran, all looked at each other, silently conferring over the possibility of adding this fifth mentor. Sagar ran his tongue along his upper lip. "I'm not buying this," he said. "You've only just met us, old-timer. You did us a favour healing me and Nuthia, I'll grant you that, and we still need to pay you, but you've no good reason to suddenly join us on the turn of a bronze piece. You don't even know what we're doing, really. What's really good?" And he closed his eyes as he spoke. "Ah, you have me there, Mr. Captain. I have my own personal reasons for joining you, but I would rather keep them to myself for now. Suffice to say, my intentions are purely noble, And you need not worry about paying me for the healings. I have plenty of coin." "Oh, do come with us," said Nuthia to his forehead. "Not this again." "I will say," said Sid, opening his eyes, and now they seemed to shine, though Rin saw no colour in them except white light, "that from the way that this young man threw fire, and you, young man, commanded the wind, I assume that each of you is jewel-touched. Therefore, I also deduce that your journey is something near the will of the One. Therefore, I would come with you to assist you." "Look," said Saga, "that's all well and good, old-timer, but not all of us buy into your religious mumbo-jumbo. Some of us may be jewel-touched or whatever you call it, but that's got nothing to do with what we're doing. I'm escorting the princess here back to her home country, too. And I'm trying to find the Imperial officer who killed my parents and burned down my hometown, who's probably headed in the same direction, so I can get revenge on him. I'm just tagging along with these guys until I can find him." As he said it, he knew that it was no longer the whole of the truth, but he wasn't about to admit that to anyone. "Mother, father, are you with Nuthia?" "'S right," said Elran, "and I'm just sticking around with these guys because they're the last contact I took before the invasion, till something better comes up." Rin wondered if that wasn't the whole truth as well. "Ah," said the bounty hunter from somewhere in his poppy trance. "Be that as it may," said Sid. Two of you are jewel-touched." "3, actually," said Nuthia happily. "I am lightning crystal-touched." Sid's bushy eyebrows nearly jumped off his face. "Why would you volunteer that information, Princess?" Sagar said, shaking his head at her. "You need to be a lot more careful who you go around telling that to. You're far too trusting." Nuthia bit her lip, but then she said, "It's all right. He's a grandfather in the faith. I trust him." "3 of you are jewel-touched," said Sid. "Well, that settles it even further. I would come with you to serve as your healer. And what of this war you are seeking to prevent that I heard you mention?" "I'm trying to get back to Manolia as soon as possible," said Nuthia in her refined royal tones, "to warn them that the Moracamian emperor has gained knowledge of the jewels and is seeking them. I hope that this may prepare them for whatever he is planning." "What could be a more noble cause?" said Sid. "Truly I discern the will of the One in this. Again I tell you, I would come with you to serve as your healer." All right, team huddle," said Sagar, and beckoned for Rin, Nuthia and Elran to come close. Rin wasn't sure when they had become a team, but he supposed that they were one. They had by now, after all, fought off and escaped from not one, but 2 groups of Imperial soldiers together. Rin felt a little twinge of irritation in his gut that Sagar seemed to have made himself the leader of the team, but he left that alone for now. Just wait over there for a bit while we talk this over, old-timer," said Sagar, gesturing for Sid to move away, who did so. The 4 of them linked arms and put their heads together. Rin had never been so close to Nuthia's face, but he was also close to Sagar's face again on the other side. Ugh. Elran close to Sagar's face again on the other side. Ugh. Elran faced him on the opposite side of the huddle. "I don't like this one bit," said Sagar quietly. "The old-timer's hiding something, I know it. Our travelling party's getting big enough as it is. I say we rob him of his stuff and leave him here." "Captain Sagar," said Nuthia, "even for a pirate..." "Captain Sagar," said Nuthia, "even for a pirate that is despicable. He is perfectly trustworthy. He is a follower of the One, and he has already healed both of us." "He is kind of good at healing," said Elran. Sagar frowned at her from his place in the huddle, looking betrayed. You're on board with this guy too, woman? He just seems like a kind old man to me. You're right, I don't believe in any of this one stuff either, but I'm prepared to believe he believes it. What has he done for us so far? Healed 2 of us, and helped calm down that bat-poodoo crazy bounty hunter. Sagar's frown grew more pronounced, like milk curdling. "That's 2 against 1, said Nuthia, seizing upon the opportunity. "Rin, you have the deciding vote. Either we are locked 2 against 2 in a tie, or Grandfather Sid can come with us. What's your answer?" Rin considered his opinion of the old man. He thought back over what he knew about him so far. "Well, when he found out I knew someone who was hurt, he came with me straight away. Then, Elran's right. He healed you, Nuthia, while we were fighting off the soldiers. Then he healed Sagar's arm. Then he helped us out with the screaming bounty hunter who could have attracted the soldiers to our position. And he doesn't even want us to pay him for any of that. Yes, said Nuthia. Trust him, finished Rin.
Fine, said Saga exasperatedly, his face going red. He broke the huddle abruptly and turned toward the old man. All right, old-timer, apparently you can come with us for some reason. Wonderful, said Sid, with a smile. You can come with us on the condition that you don't try to pull anything funny or slow down our trip. The minute that happens, Sagar drew a finger across his throat to indicate a decapitating action. Of course, said Sid, still smiling. You have nothing to worry about, young man. We still have a problem, though, said Rin, seeing a chance to make himself more of the leader. Where are we going to go now, and how are we going to get there? Now that I am healed, said Nuthia, I still need to get to Manolia as quickly as possible. The plan is the same, said Sagar. We make for Syrah, the Emphisi capital, and try to board a train to Manolia. He looked over at the chocobo, which had crouched down and rested its head on the ground plaintively. It cawed. Actually, now that we have the bird, I could simply ride there with the princess to get the train. The rest of you coming on foot would only slow us down. I say we part ways here. Heat rose in Rin's chest. Hey, there's no way you're ditching us here. I'm still heading that way to look for General Vor, remember? And it does somewhat defeat my joining you to be your healer if I don't actually join you to be your healer, said Sid. Ah, said the bounty hunter from his place on the ground. Sagar merely pursed his lips and narrowed his eyes malevolently. Yes, said Nuthia. We travel together. As grandfather said, a fire gift. Rin stood a little taller. The heat in his chest was replaced by a light, dreamlike sensation that moved up into his head. But Sagar is right. The lightness disappeared as quickly as it had come. We're going too slowly on foot, and no doubt the Imperial troops in the area will be searching for us now. We all need a way of travelling more quickly. 4 of them turned to look at him. Sid nodded towards the bounty hunter's steed. Your man in black must have rented or stolen that bird from the chocobo stable in Nantes. None of you will be able to show your face there, especially you, granddaughter. But I can. As far as the Empire know, I am a nobody. I handed over my healing house to my apprentice before they arrived. They have... I doubt it, said Sid. You killed all the soldiers in Ida's house, didn't you? Ida must be the old woman who had betrayed Rin to the Imperials. Yes, said Sagar, and I doubt they would have had time to get a good look at me in the chaos that followed, especially with you throwing wind spells all over the place. Even if they did, I can just say that I'm a retired bandit in the forest. They won't look at me twice. I will go and find a couple more chocobos for us. Oh, you do that for us, grandfather, said Nuthia. Rin thought she was laying it on a bit thick. Of course, said Sid. As I say, I have plenty of coin. This is good. This way I can go home before we leave and pick up some supplies. Gold, a cloak, said Sid. Are you hungry, young lady? We haven't eaten since last night. Well, of course then, you must be famished. I will bring as much as I can carry and gold to buy more. I best be off. I will meet you back here in a few hours with the chocobos. Not here, said Sagar. We need to keep moving while you're getting your supplies, old-timer. The Imperials will be at the crest of the hill a few miles due east of Nantes. It's wooded there too, so you'll be sheltered. Good idea, grandfather, said Nuthia. Let's go, said Elran. Said Sagar. Ah, said the bounty hunter, still in his poppy trance. Wait, said Rin, realizing something. What? The others turned to him. He's served his purpose, said Sagar. I say we slit his throat and leave him to die here. Sagar, said Nuthia. No. Who is this man, anyway? Who do you think, princess? This is the bounty hunter that jumped us and made that cut in your belly before the old-timer healed you. Pup here kept him alive out of pity or some such nonsense. I suppose he did tell us the way to get to Nantes, completely unexpectedly. Sagar put his head in his hands. Why? Said Rin. Oneism teaches to love one's enemies, and that it is wrong to kill another living thing. Forgiveness and restoration are always possible. But I've seen you cook Imperial soldiers in their armour with lightning bolts. That was different, said Nuthia. That as it is may. Granddaughter is right, said Sid. It would be wrong to kill and abandon this pitiful soul. It would only add more evil to the world. Sagar had turned red.
Not this again. You two are completely crazy. You know, said Elran, for once I agree with the jackass. I'm not saying we have to kill to see what good can come of it. Thank you, woman. At least one of you is seeing sense. Well, that's 2 against 2 again, said Nuthia. If we're going to go with the majority vote in this team, a concept which, while vulgar, I am not entirely unfamiliar with, then you get the deciding vote again, Rin. Rin looked down at the entranced bounty hunter, glassy and unfocused, staring off into the leaves and sky above them, while he occasionally emitted moans of pleasure. But Rin remembered the look in the man's eyes the first time Saga had been about to kill him. Somewhere in that grey, Rin had seen terror, and desperation, and trauma. Somewhere in that grey, Rin had seen humanity, and he and Rin weren't all that different. This man had seen horrible things in his life too, and maybe it was those horrible things that had driven him to do what he was doing now. He was a person too. He stays with us, said Rin. He knew the way to Nantes. He told us what poison he had used. He may know his way around the rest of Imphis. He might prove helpful yet. Sagar threw up his hands in exasperation. This is insane! He sighed, passive-aggressively, like an angry horse whinnying. Fine. You'd better load him onto the chocobo then, pup, seeing as you're so desperate not to part from him. He's not going anywhere by himself any time soon. You go get your supplies, old-timer. Enjoyed the episode? Get in touch to let me know, and please feel free to leave me a review on iTunes.
Episode 10. Argument with an Addict. While Rin, Nuthia, Sagar and Elran kept to the woods and continued southeast past the town, walking to the hill where they had agreed to meet later. Rin walked leading the chocobo by the reins, the captive bounty hunter propped up in its saddle. The black-shrouded man didn't make any sound except the occasional sighing, ah. The black-shrouded man didn't make any sound except the occasional sighing, ah. He seemed still to be lost in his poppy trance, although from time to time his body twitched a little, making the chocobo beneath him caw. Rin carried the man's sword in its black sheath, making it his own for the time being, seeing as he had returned Sagar's and had no other weapon. His own for the time being, seeing as he had returned Sagar's and had no other weapon. As they walked, the travellers kept looking round over their shoulders, thinking every stray breeze on the back of their necks was an Imperial battalion come to find them. But no Imperials came. All they saw were the trunks of the trees they had just walked past. All they heard was the sound. All they saw were the trunks of the trees they had just walked past. All they heard was the sound of the leaves rustling above them, the squelch of their footsteps on the forest floor, and the sighing and cawing of the bounty hunter and his steed. A single green leaf floated down from a branch, swaying through the air, and came to rest a few paces in front of Rin. Swaying through the air, and came to rest a few paces in front of Rin. He remembered that it must nearly be the end of summer. Autumn was on its way. Eventually they made it to the wooded hill beyond Nantes that Sid had spoken of, and climbed the ascent to its crest. By now Rin's shins and calves ached awfully. He and his body had been through a lot in the last day. Not to mention the last week. Mother, father, hometown, find Vor, get Vor, kill Vor. Stay with Nuthia? At the top of the hill, trees obscured the view, so they couldn't see into the distance unless they stood at its lip. When they did so, all they could see was the treetops of the wood for miles around, except for where Nantes lay nestled in the northwest. It was safer to stay hidden under the tree cover, though, so they quickly decided to walk back underneath it. Rin tied the chocobo to a branch, and they all sat with their backs against the trees. Rin settled with his own back in the smooth crook of a tall, mighty oak, relishing the chance to give his legs some rest as he leant against its reassuring bulk. Everyone seemed too exhausted to talk, so they just sat like that for a while, waiting for their new companion Sid to return. Rin watched the leaves dancing as the branches swayed gently in the breeze. Can we really trust this man? He thought of the old healer. He wondered if in the end he had voted the best way in the group decision. After all, one elderly resident of Nantes had betrayed him already. But this man seemed different. He looked round at the other members of his travelling party. Nuthia was hugging her knees in her torn dress and watching the leaves as well, apparently lost in thought. Saga had his legs and arms crossed and his head bowed, eyes closed. Elran fiddled with one of her pistols, tipping some powder from a bottle into a hole she had opened in the top of it. Come to think of it, can I really trust any of these people? I don't even want the same things as them. I'm just staying with them for safety and convenience until I can find General Vore and kill him, because I think he might be headed the same way as them. Although... His gaze settled on Nuthia again, but when she raised her eyes to him, Rin quickly looked away at the bounty hunter. The bounty hunter, still sitting astride the chocobo, had gone quiet and stopped making his sighing noises. Why had Rin argued that they keep him alive again? Rin remembered the look of glinting desperation he had seen in the man's grey eyes when he had been about to die. Because I know he's been through some sort of horrible nightmare, just like I have, that's why. And anyway, it hadn't turned out to be such a bad choice so far, had it? The bounty hunter had given them directions to Nantes. If Saga had killed him, they wouldn't have known which way to go. And he might be able to give them more information about what was going on with this Imperial invasion when he woke up. If he ever woke up. Hang on, was he snoring? When did he fall asleep? Mother, father, hometown. If Rin stayed still in one place too long, images of his parents dying and his hometown burning crowded into his mind again. He got to his feet and walked over to the chocobo. The chocobo inclined its head to inspect Rin with its beady eyes, then nuzzled him with its beak when Rin stroked its head feathers. Hey, well done, Rin whispered. You did good today. I might need you to run fast like that again sometime, so catch a good break while you can. Somewhere, a twig snapped. Rin's head shot round. What was that? Nuthia and Elran looked up too. All was quiet for a heartbeat. It was nothing, said Saga without pup. And sit down. If you must insist on keeping that scumsucker alive, let him sleep off his poppy hit in peace, so we can all have a break from him. Rin's jaw tightened at Saga's casual commands. The sky pirate was really beginning to irritate him. I want to find out what he knows about the invasion, he said. He also wanted to further vindicate. Saga sighed audibly from where he reclined against his tree, but he didn't say anything more. Hey, wake up, Rin said to the bounty hunter. He prodded him in his black-clad leg where he sat bound astride the chocobo. The man didn't even stir. Wake up, Rin said again a bit more loudly, and shook the man gently. Nuttily, he'll be pretty hard to rouse. She polished her pistol with a cloth. That's if you can rouse him at all. Just give it a rest, would you, pup? Said Saga. Rin gritted his teeth. Wake up, he yelled, and slapped the bounty hunter in the face. Huh? Ugh. The man opened his eyes. They were deeply bloodshot. Am I? He rasped. Rin noticed again how his accent was neither F-Stanish nor Imfisi, but something else entirely, a strange combination of guttural and lilting. Now you've done it, muttered Saga. You're in a forest outside Nantes, in Imphis, Rin said to the man. The man's brow knotted and some grey reasserted its mouth. It was really quite horrible. I am? Oh, you're one of the boys who was with the target. One of the boys? That meant the bounty hunter classed Saga as a boy as well. Either that or maybe he mistook Elran for a boy, as some people did. Why did you not kill me when I failed the job? Yes, why indeed, said questioning my decision to keep him alive, Rin thought. But then he set his jaw. He was determined to justify his actions and make some sense of his spur-of-the-moment choice to spare this man's life. I didn't kill you, Rin said, because you're going to tell us what the Empire is doing invading Imphis. The man's forehead furrowed even more deeply as he looked at Rin against his bonds, let out a small grunt. You're not going anywhere, said Rin, a little surprised at his own boldness in the face of his fear of this man. You're tied up good and tight. Why should I tell you anything? The man said, his foreign accented voice dripping with spite. A clicking noise sounded. Rin turned to see at Bounty Hunter's chest. Because this time I will shoot to kill, she said. I've reloaded. Now tell Farm Boy here what he wants to know or I fill you full of lead. Does everyone have to have a derisive nickname for me? Rin thought. The man curled his black-tainted lip, looking contemptuously between the pistol and death. Do you have any more poppy seed? He said. You just had a hit, Elran growled. You shouldn't need another one for a while. The man did seem a lot more together and focused to Rin, even if he was being entirely ungrateful and uncooperative. The man smiled, but not in a happy way, and the blackness another hit. Besides, it's nice to know where your next one is going to be coming from. If I knew that, I might be inclined to be a little bit more talkative. You'll be talkative because if you don't, I'll put a shot in you, said Elran. Stop talking, woman, and just shoot him already, said Saga. Please, called Nuthia from where she sat. No more violence. The one does not approve of... Cool it, Elran, he said gently, reflecting as he did so that he seemed to be the only one of them who called anyone by their proper name. He can't tell us anything if he's dead. Mother, father, hometown, find Vor, get Vor, kill Vor, stay with Nuthia. Where's the old man? Said the bounty hunter, taking advantage. The one who gave me the poppy before. He's doing something for us, Rin said. He decided to use a bargaining tactic that Saga had used earlier. But he'll be back soon. We're just waiting for him. If you talk to us, I'll get him to give you some more poppy seed when he gets back. The man went quiet for a moment and seemed to be considering his options, their mercy. All right, the man said at last. I will talk now, for poppy later. What do you wish to know? Well, Rin wondered where he should start. Well, to begin with, what's your name? My name? The man looked puzzled again. Why would you want to know my name? Rin's fingers twitched, but then he remembered the feel of the cold point of Sagar's blade pressing into his neck. He remembered the pirate had elemental powers too. He remembered that he wasn't officially the leader of this group, yet. Vish, said the bounty hunter. Huh? My name. It's Vish. Oh. Good. The man's grey eyes darted briefly beyond Rin and back. Nuthia. Nuthia is the girl with the yellow hair. That's right, Nuthia. The Empire, of course. You work for them? Yes. So you're not a bounty hunter, said Elran. I am, or you might say was, a bounty hunter on a permanent contract with the Morocamian Empire. You kill for them and they supply you with poppy, said Elran. Vish's silence might as well have been a yes. But you're not Morocamian, said Elran. You are right. I am from Ibar. I trained to kill in Ibar. How did you get involved with the Empire then? I trained to kill in Ibar. How did you get involved with the Empire then? Asked Rin. They found me, they gave me poppy, now I work for them. I hate them, but I work for them. The bigger the bounties I collect, the more poppy they give me. Why? Asked Rin, confused at that second last sentence. If you hate them, why don't you just leave? Hating the Empire was something he shared with this man at least. Vish dropped his voice. You have never tasted poppy seed, have you, boy? It is the greatest feeling you could ever imagine. Greater. There is nothing better than you could ever imagine. Greater. There is nothing better than it. Nothing. I have tried to leave it, but I cannot. I need the poppy. It makes me happy. I am a slave to it. So I am a slave to the Empire too, since they give me poppy in return for killing. Rin pondered that. He understood a little more of this man's situation now. How Rin hated the Empire. All they did was steal, kill, destroy, enslave. Mother, father, hometown. Find Vor, get Vor, kill Vor. Stay with Nuthia? We will help you escape from your poppy enslavement, said Rin, surprising himself as much as anyone. We will? Said Elran. Ugh, groaned Saga irritatedly, like his perception of Rin's stupidity made him physically sick. Will you all just shut up? That is a noble idea, Rin, said Shut up! That is a noble idea, Rin, said Nuthia. She was standing next to him and Elran now. She smiled. Vish just sucked in his black lips and said nothing, and this time it wasn't clear what his nothing meant. So, Rin said, if you work for the Empire, you know what they're up to. Why did you invade Imphis? Yeah, what gives? Said Elran all of a sudden.
We pay our levies. There hasn't been any infecy trouble with the Empire for a long time, except for the odd little pirate raid. I wouldn't call them little, said Saga from off in the distance. Still, nothing that should have led to a full-scale Saga from off in the distance. Still, nothing that should have led to a full-scale invasion. What in the hells is going on here? Elran was clearly still rattled by what had happened, as they all were, but as a recent resident of Imphis, she seemed to be feeling it most. Vish shook his head from where he sat atop the chocobo. Vish shook his head from where he sat atop the chocobo. I know as much as you do, boy. I'm a girl, said Elran. A woman, actually. So she claims, said Saga. Vish frowned. But you have short hair and you dress like a boy, and you carry a pistol. Yeah? What of it? Vish raised his eyebrow. Pistol. Yeah? What of it? Vish raised his eyebrows, but then blinked his puzzlement away, apparently accepting this oddity. All right, girl then. But still, I know as much as you, girl. I just collect my bounties. They don't tell me why or where I'm going. I was flown by airship to Imphis, dropped into the... Tell me why or where I'm going. I was flown by airship to Imphis, dropped into the forest and told to hunt for a woman matching her description. His eyes flicked Nuthia. They show me a drawing and set me loose. They must have been very keen to get their hands on her, as they have not given me Poppy for a long time. Why does that affect anything? Not given me Poppy for a long time. Why does that affect anything? Said Rin. Because the more desperate he is for Poppy, the harder he will hunt, Dingbat, said Elran. Oh. How did you find me? Said Nuthia. If they knew where I was, why didn't they send more soldiers to capture me? Why didn't they send more soldiers to capture me? Why did they just send you? Vish went quiet. He licked his blackened lips. You will give me lots of Poppy when the old man returns. We'll get him to give you some, yes, said Rin carefully, and then we'll start helping you to get free from it. Vish swallowed. He was quiet. You to get free from it. Vish swallowed. He was quiet a moment longer, but then he said, There are others like me. Not all from Ibar, though some are. Others Shadowfingers. Shadowfingers, said Sagar. Now he stood up and joined them as well. What in the poodoo is a Shadowfinger? Up and joined them as well. What in the poodoo is a Shadowfinger? Vish bit his lip. I want lots of Poppy, he said. Yeah, said Sagar, taking over the bartering from Rin. When the old timer gets back, sure. The Shadowfingers are the Empire's elite assassins, said Vish. People call us bounty hunters. It is true, in a way. But really, we are all Poppy slaves, and slaves to the Empire because of that. The Emperor finds the most dangerous killers in Mid, gets us hooked on Poppy, and then uses us to carry out his wishes. Together we make up the Emperor's hand. It wasn't just me they dropped into Imphis, but other Shadowfingers as well. He looked at Nuthia. They must have known the general area you were in, but not exactly where. I stole this chocobo for transportation and just happened to chance upon you in the forest. I was lucky, I suppose. Or not, as the case may be, he added, eyeing Elran's pistol. I was doing fine until you shot me with that infernal contraption away. Infar, said Elran, and grinned. Ah, yes. Some of the Pharik Shadowfingers have them as well. Vish nodded knowingly. A distant noise like a dog barking, only deeper and angrier, came from somewhere very far away. Everyone looked round in the direction it had come from, the direction from which they had walked in eaves of the trees. What was that? Said Rin. Nothing, said Sagar. A stray dog or something. So, you're one of these Shadowfingers then, he said, turning back to Vish to resume their interrogation. One of the Morikamian Emperor's assassins. If that's true, you must know why he has invaded Imphis. You don't need to ask him. Well, why don't you ask him if he knows what you think you know about why they've invaded? Nuthia hesitated. I'm not sure we should talk to him about that. I'm not sure that we can trust him. Rin understood that. The bounty hunter had almost killed her, after all. Look, bounty hunter, said Sagar, found out about some ancient relics called the primeval jewels or something, and he's trying to get his hands on them. I have no idea what you are talking about, Vish said at once. He looked completely blank. I have never heard of any primeval jewels before. He's lying, said Elran. Think what you will, said Vish. I have no reason to lie to any of you. Country. They don't tell me what they're doing. They just drop me into places and point me in the direction of my target so I can claim my Poppy. I just want my puppy. In fact, it's in my interest to tell you the truth."
"Do you know who General Vor is?" Rin jumped in all of a sudden. Vish was silent a moment.
"Yes," he said.
Rin's pulse quickened. "Not want to know about him," Vish said slowly. "You don't want anything to do with him. He is brutal, cruel, highly dangerous. He is a brutal, cruel, highly dangerous Imperial officer. That is as much as you should want to know."
"What's his involvement with the invasion?"
"He has been tasked with leading the invasion."
"How do you know that much if they don't tell you anything?"
"Vor is running the whole operation. He personally gave me my orders to hunt and capture or kill your yellow-haired girl himself. Nufia.
"What's he planning next?"
Vish sighed. Not a sigh of pleasure this time, like when he had been in the poppy trance, but a deeper tell you. "He merely issued me with my target. I was to kill or capture her, then report back with evidence."
"Evidence?"
interrupted Saga. "You know, evidence that I'd completed the job. The severed head of the target will usually do, for example." Nufia put a hand over her mouth. "I was to report back with evidence," continued Vish, "and then await my next target. I don't know anything about why I am given my targets, why the Empire are doing what they are doing, or what they're going to do next. I find it is best not to think about any of these things. All I am interested in is my poppy." Rin's pulse slowed again, and he sighed now as well. Whatever the others thought, he judged, and that he really didn't know anything more about Vor's plans or whereabouts. It made sense. He was just a sort of slave who followed orders, although maybe if Rin pressed him further, the man might be able to give him some hint as to Vor's plans, and where Rin might be able to find him next, and perhaps even how Rin might most easily be able to kill him.
Jen, quick!
Their heads snapped round. Someone had called out from somewhere in the forest, just on the edge of hearing. There was another sound like the deep bark they had heard earlier, only louder and closer this time. There it was again, and again. Rustling, something moving through the undergrowth. And then the old man at full gallop on the back of a yellow chocobo. Where he clasped the reins, he also held a rope attached to another chocobo that galloped along behind him.
"Quick, get on, he yelled as he approached them.
His face was puffy and red, and he spoke between gasping for breath.
"We've got to go now! They're coming! They caught me stealing the chocobos from the stable, and now they're coming!"
In a panic, trying to work out which chocobo to mount. The barking noise sounded again, closer still, horribly, bone-chillingly close.
The Imperials, of course," yelled Sid urgently, "but they're bringing something with them, some kind of beast."
From between the trees behind them, where Sid had been only moments ago, several black, and with them, twice their height and more than 4 times their width, was some sort of bone-white, dog-like, black-eyed, many-toothed, barking monster.
Episode 11. Run away.
The beast looked like a huge bulldog, twice the height and 4 times the width of a man. Its fur was white, but over that it had been fitted with black plate armour on its back and around its head, the same kind of armour the Imperial soldiers wore. When it barked, horribly and monstrously, it spat frothy saliva from behind rows of huge, shiny, pointed teeth. It was still about 50 paces away, but pounding towards them at full tilt through the trees. Blam! Sparks lit the side of the beast's helmet for a moment. Elran had shot it, but she hadn't even slowed it down. It shook its huge head as if to dismiss an irritating fly as it continued to charge towards them along with the soldiers that rode alongside it.
"There's no way we can beat this thing in our current state," yelled Saga. "Everyone get on a chocobo! Retreat! Run away!"
He took the rope from Sid and swung himself up onto the third chocobo. In a smooth motion, then motioned for Nufia to join him and pulled her up behind him.
"Quick, get on!"
the old man called to Elran, and she jumped up to join him on his chocobo as well. That left one more. Hurriedly, Rin clambered up onto the chocobo that Vish was on, sat in front of him, grabbed the reins, lashed them. "Yah!" he shouted. The chocobo sprang forwards just in time, as behind them Rin heard the sound of the creature's enormous jaws snapping shut. It barked in frustration and resumed its pursuit, muscled white legs pumping back into a run.
Rin turned and lashed the reins again, willing his chocobo to run faster. To either side of the monster he had glimpsed the soldiers he recognised as Biggs and Wedge galloping along on their own chocobos, carrying crossbows. This is not good. An arrow hit the trunk of a... This is not good. An arrow hit the trunk of a tree just in front of him with a thunk. This is really not good. Nuthia and Sagar's chocobo galloped in front of them, then Sid's and Elran's. They had to move left and right to weave their way in and out of the trees as they ran at full tilt down the wooded slope that led down from the hill they had been resting on. But they just about kept formation. Arrows whistled past them, hitting the trees or landing uselessly in the grass. "Stop!" shouted one of the soldiers behind them. It sounded like Biggs. Rin didn't even know how many soldiers they had chasing them. The voice was much too close for his liking. "Stop in the name of the Emperor! You are to be tried for theft, rebellion and destruction of property! Stop, you rebel scum!" "I thought you said you were going to pay for the chocobos out of your own money, old man," Saga yelled to Sid as they galloped through the forest, completely ignoring the Imperial's demands. "I said no such thing," called back Sid over his shoulder. "Our purposes are far more important than whatever those Imperial dolts in Nont are going to use them for." "Pop, slow down a bit," yelled Elran from where she sat behind Sid astride their chocobo. I've got another shot, but I need a clear view. Rin, you swap places with us." "She's mad," thought Rin, but he kicked his ankles into the heaving sides of his chocobo all the same. He didn't expect it to be able to run much faster than it was going, but it cawed frantically and sped up a little, and Rin had to grip the reins tighter to stay on. In front of them, at the same time, Sid pulled on his reins to slow his and Elran's chocobo down. "Whoa!" Rin said as he had to steer his steed out of the way of Sid's to avoid a collision. He whipped his head round to check they were all right as they bolted past their comrades. Sid and Elran kept pace with them, but now from the back of the line. The old man seemed like he had done this before. "They're both crazy." What's going on back there, pup?" Saga and Nuthia were just in front of Rin now. "Nothing, we're fine," "Nothing, we're fine," called back Rin, ducking his head to avoid a low branch. "Oof!" Rin felt Vish jolt behind him. "A little warning, please, boy," Vish said, but Rin could still feel him on the chocobo. Thankfully, he hadn't been thrown off. "Sorry," said Rin. "Too many things going on at once." Blam! Blam! Elran had fired her second shot. A high-pitched distress caw sounded, followed by a human shout of anger. Rin managed another quick glance backwards. One of the chocobos of the soldiers pursuing them tumbled in the grass, quickly shrinking into the distance, its rider rolling on the ground in a cloud of yellow feathers. "Damn it, missed," Rin heard Elran say as he looked forwards again so he could steer. "Looks like you got him to me," Rin called. "Yeah, but I was aiming for the dog." "Ah!" Another horrible snapping sound, but the trees were too densely packed here for Rin to risk another look over his shoulder just now. Elran from behind them. "The beast nearly got them," said Vish behind Rin. "He took some of their chocobo's tail feathers, but they're still intact." The shadow figure's voice dropped to a low growl. "This is useless. You can't outrun them forever. The beast is your match in speed and more than your match in strength. You need someone in your party who can employ ranged attack to him." It was hard to concentrate on talking and steering the chocobo at the same time, not to mention avoiding falling off as he bounced up and down on its back in time with its frantic gallop. "Saga, Nuthia and me are all too tired to use our elemental projection. Elran's out of bullets now and she can't reload while we're riding. Who else is there?" "Me, you fool!" Vish's voice was venomous in Rin. "A mutt for you." "What are you two jabbering about back there?" Saga called out from the chocobo in front of them. "Stay focused, pup, or we'll never outrun this thing." "The bounty hunter says he can take care of the monster," Rin called back. "He wants me to untie him." "Don't do it, pup," Saga shouted back immediately. "It's a trap. He'll kill you and hand us all over." On the chocobo behind Saga, she had her arms around him so that she wouldn't fall off. Even in the chaos, Rin didn't like that, but she managed to twist her shoulders round to look at them. "Give him the benefit of the doubt, Rin. Trust him. Everyone is capable of change." "She's trying to teach me something even now?" "Shut up, princess," cried Sagar. "What are you saying? You're going to get..." Another snapping noise. teeth closing together so loud Rin shuddered. "Ah!" cried Elran. "Poodoo! It nearly got me that time. Can't this bird go any faster, Pops?" "I don't think so. It's going as fast as it can. Just keep holding on." "All right," Rin said to himself, making his decision. He had trusted Vish this far, while we're running for our life. "You're all mad!" yelled Saga in front of them. He must have heard. "We're going to die thanks to you." "Take out my sword," said Vish over the noise of the chocobo's gallop and the thundering footfall of the beast behind them, "which I notice you stole from me, by the way. Slide it out of its sheath and hold it point up behind your back while you steer." "Ah!" cried Elran. "It nearly got us that time." It was tricky while bouncing up and down on the chocobo, but Rin took his right hand off the reins, kept his eyes forward so he could still see where he was going, and reached down for the hilt of the sword that swung at his side. "Whoa!" The chocobo jumped to clear a fallen tree, and Rin wobbled on its back and nearly fell off, but he righted himself and regained the other. He slid the black sword from its sheath with a scrape of steel, and then, taking care not to drop it or accidentally stab himself, he turned it downwards, then twisted his arm behind his back so that he held it there, blade up. He felt Vish lean back on the chocobo to allow the blade to come between them, and leant forward a little himself to compensate. "What are you doing?" Rin didn't reply. He just concentrated on staying on the chocobo and steering it through the trees while he held the sword up. He felt a shuffling behind him, accompanied by a quick repetitive noise like someone breathing in and out rapidly, the snapping of rope. The sword was snatched from his hand. Despite himself, Rin closed his eyes just for a moment, wincing. He felt the bounty hunter reach forwards from behind him to grab something. "I will be taking this back now," said Vish, as he took the sheath for his sword and wrenched it from Rin's belt. Rin nearly came off the chocobo, but he had 2 hands back on the reins now. He held on for dear life. The chocobo slowed a little, thinking he was trying to halt it, but Rin lashed the reins and caw! This was the moment of truth. The bounty hunter had his sword and sheath back now. If he was going to kill Rin, surely he must do it now. But Rin could barely spare another moment to grimace in anticipation. The trees were too close together here. He needed to concentrate on steering the chocobo. He felt the bounty hunter shifting where he sat behind him. "Ah!" This time the cry had been male. It must have come from another Imperial soldier. "No, get the dog, bounty hunter, get the dog!" shouted Elran. "This will be easier if I eliminate the men first," called Vish. His voice was calm, clinical, even amidst the chaos of the chase. "What is going on back there?" shouted Saga. "I just threw something at one of the soldiers pursuing us," Elran called. "Something sharp. It hit him in the visor." "Quiet," said Vish. "I am concentrating." Another violent jolt on the chocobo behind Rin, at exactly the same moment that he had to steer it to one side to avoid crashing into a tree. This time there was a thwack like the sound of an arrow hitting a trunk. "Damn it." "Best," said Rin. "The trees are dense here." A heartbeat. Another jolt. Another scream. "You got another one," Elran called out to Vish. "Yes, I can see that, girl," said Vish. "That's the nearest soldiers taken care of. They were guiding it. Now to take out the beast." Another jolt. This time Rin heard a vicious clang. "Gods damn it," said Vish. "Missed again. Hit its armor. I am out of ammunition. I only brought 3 stars with me on my hunt. I didn't think I'd need any more. Do you have anything else for me to throw at it, boy?" "What?" exclaimed Rin. What sort of a question was that? "No! All I have are the clothes on my back. I don't even have a sword anymore." "Fine. I had hoped it wouldn't have to come to this." The chocobo lurched as Vish moved. "What are you doing?" Rin called back. Another jolt, the most violent yet. "Holy poodoo!" yelled Aran. "Roar!" called the beast, and then its roar cracked and became a whine, a horrible high-pitched squeal that didn't sound like any... "He threw his sword at it," said Alran. "He hit it right between the eyes and it stuck in." "Yes, but it is still chasing us," said Vish. "Persistent abomination." Unbelieving, Rin risked another look back round over his shoulder, but then his neck spasmed with pain and he had to twist it back round again. Just before he did, he got a glimpse of the scene, but a vicious sword protruded from between its huge black dog-like eyes in the middle of its pug face. "The poison will slow it down eventually, but that will take too long," said Vish. "I'll have to finish it off up close." Rin's chocobo wobbled as Vish shifted his weight again. "What are you doing now?" said Rin. "Taking care of things," said Vish. It put up again. Vish was standing up on the back of the chocobo as it galloped along, arms held out to either side for balance. He bent his legs. "No!" yelled Rin. Vish jumped, and the chocobo shook from the force of his departure and cawed. The bounty hunter soared through the air, somersaulted multiple times, and landed feet first on top of the dog, to see where he was steering. "What's going on, Rin?" Nuthia called to him from in front. "He just jumped onto that dog thing," Elran answered for him. One more excruciating risked look round, and Rin saw Vish climbing forwards on the beast's back, reaching over to pull out his sword, then raising it high again. Rin flinched, the beast its footing, stumbling forwards, purple blood spraying in a shower from its face. It went over onto its side and skidded along the ground for a moment before colliding with a tree, making a tremendous crunch. Vish, meanwhile, was back in the air, descending rapidly towards Rin's chocobo. "Look where you're going, boy!" the bounty called out urgently as he did. Rin turned his head back round just in time to see a tree. Whack! He went head over heels over the front of the chocobo and smacked into something before falling to the ground in a jumble of limbs. His head rang and new pain blossomed in his back, but he knew he had to get up. The chocobo was lying on the ground, panting at the foot of the tree. What sort of animal needs to be steered out of the way of trees, anyway? Though it is my fault for not looking where I was going. "Ready yourself, boy," said Vish behind him. Rin looked round. The dog beast thing was still down, about 20 paces away, whining quietly in a purple bloody heap, but 6 remaining black-armoured soldiers were slowly advancing towards them across the feathered chocobo. "I don't have anything to ready myself with," said Rin. Now that he had returned Vish's sword to the bounty hunter, he was weaponless. He tried to summon some fire to his palm, but none would come. It was no use. He was just too exhausted. "Then stay close to me," said Vish quietly. "Where are your friends?" Hoping it was true. "Mother, father, hometown. Nuthia?" The soldiers were close now, about 10 paces away. 4 against 1, thought Rin, and they have mounts. Can Vish take them? Surely. After all, he had just singly taken down an enormous dog monster. On the other hand, "Shadowfinger!" called one of the helmeted soldiers from his mount. Rin recognized its voice. It was the thin one from before. Wedge. "What are you doing running with these rebels? You know the price for desertion and treason against the Emperor." "They captured me while I was hunting them," said Vish. "Now that you're here, I can help you bring them in." Rin's neck. With his hand he raised his black blade so that it was level with Rin's throat, ready to be drawn across it. "What are you doing?" Rin yelled, despite the sword point glinting somewhere under his chin. "Be quiet, or I'll slit your throat here and now," Vish barked. Then he dropped his voice and spoke so that only Rin could hear. "Just play along, you and your travelling party. I reckon I can get more poppy more quickly travelling with your old man than if I stick with the Empire, so play along." He raised his voice and spoke to the soldiers again. "Have you got anything to tie him up with?" "Of course," said a soldier with a deeper voice, whom Rin remembered as Biggs, as he drew up on his chocobo. "What of the others from his—" "They are tired and depleted. They have no energy left for casting their magics. Also, they are inept at riding." "Does he mean that?" "You will catch them before too long." "Good," said the soldier Biggs. He motioned with his hand to 2 of the other mounted soldiers. "Vance, Gill, continue your pursuit. Remember, dead or alive are both fine. Go now." That was clever. He got rid of 2 of them, Rin thought, assuming he's not actually betraying us. "Have you got anything to tie this one up?" Vish asked Biggs. "No," said Biggs. He dismounted, and the other 2 remaining soldiers followed suit. "A good beating should subdue him well enough," said Wedge. "You hold a house earlier today." "All right, then." Vish shifted his posture so that he had both arms around Rin and gripped tight. Then he whispered in Rin's ear. "I hope you know how to handle a sword, boy. I will lend you mine. I have other methods of fighting." "Hold him nice and still, Shadowfinger," said Wedge as he approached them. He had thrown his gauntlets on the ground and was clicking his knuckles. "As you wish," said Vish. Wedge stood before Rin, pulling back his fist to prepare a punch. Is he going to do something or not? "Now!" Vish yelled. He shoved Rin forwards into Wedge. Rin crashed into the soldier and the 2 of them shoved Rin forwards into Wedge. Rin crashed into the soldier and the 2 of them went down in a tangle. Rin managed to roll off the soldier, readying himself for Wedge to recover and draw his weapon. But before the soldier could do so, Vish was on him, thrusting his black blade into the soft gap between Wedge's helmet and the carapace of his breastplate. Wedge's scream made Rin's gut helmet and the carapace of his breastplate. Wedge's scream made Rin's guts tremble. "Here, you take this!" The Shadowfinger slid his blade out of Wedge's neck and turned it round to hand it by the hilt to Rin, who took it and stared. The black blade now wept deep red. "Snap out of it, boy," said Vish. "It's time for you." The blade now wept deep red. "Snap out of it, boy," said Vish. "It's time for you to fight." "Traitor!" the other soldiers were shouting. "Bastard! Dissenter!" The shadow figure turned and then ducked out of the way of the blade of one of the soldiers. He took his legs out from underneath him with a vicious sweeping kick, quick as lightning, then picked up his blade when the soldier dropped it. Beneath him with a vicious sweeping kick, quick as lightning, then picked up his blade when the soldier dropped it, and stabbed him too. "Stupid rebel brat!" shouted another soldier as he rushed towards Rin, while the others all went for Vish. The deeper voice, Biggs, "You got my comrade killed!" Rin brought his sword up to defend himself on reflex, and killed! Rin brought his sword up to defend himself on reflex, and the soldier's blade clashed against it with a clang. Both of their eyes widened with surprise. Rin was as shocked as the soldier that he had successfully defended himself. He gritted his teeth and tightened his grip on the sword, putting one foot out behind him to steady himself. One foot out behind him to steady himself. The two of them stood like that for a moment, their swords grating against each other, locked in a contest of strength. Rin gazed into the soldier's visor while he pushed as hard as he could to stop Biggs's blade coming down towards him, but all he could see in there was blackness. All at once, Rin felt a weight of loneliness, or worthlessness, or sadness, as if he was the only person in the entirety of the world and had been tried by the gods and found wanting. Why should he feel this now? Mother, father, hometown. This is madness. Mother, father, hometown. This is madness. I don't know how to fight. I'm going to die. He gave a fraction of ground to the soldier, and the two locked blades began to move towards him. Rin leapt backwards with both feet, landing a couple of paces away, and as he did so, the tip of the soldier's blade caught the very edge of his jerkin, shearing off the end of one of the thongs that tied it up. Rin looked down, opened his mouth, blinked, and then dived to his left on instinct, hitting the ground and rolling to avoid another whistling arc from the soldier's sword. Blood rushed in his ears. He staggered up, wrapped both his hands around his sword. Blood rushed in his ears. He staggered up, wrapped both his hands around his sword hilt, let out a shout, and charged the soldier. He rained down everything he had left on the soldier, more shouts and gasps escaping from his mouth with each blow. But it wasn't enough. The soldier blocked them all with ease, no strain or urgency in his movements at all. When the last of Rin's strength was spent, the soldier battered away his final blow with a lazy turn of his arm, drew his blade back, and stabbed Rin through the chest. The shock of a sword blade sliding through his flesh. Rin blacked out. Rin blacked out. Episode 12. Where Someone Has Gone Before. Rin's house was burning again. This time he was inside it. Hellish red leapt from the walls, licking the ceiling, belching black smoke. He reached out with his hands and tried to manipulate the flames with his new powers, willing them to recede. "Go back!" Nothing happened, except that his arms ached. "Go back!" Nothing happened, except that his arms ached. His powers had deserted him. And now before him stood his mother, cowering, holding up her hands, the black-armoured, flame-haired Imperial officer Vor standing in front of her with his huge sword drawn. His mother looked at him, chestnut eyes pleading. "Do something, Rin," she begged him. "Please help me. This is all your fault." "No," Rin whimpered. I can't." And then Vor's sword went into her. It ran her right through the chest. Making a slippery, slithery sound like a hissing snake. When it came out, so did a gushing flow of red. He had seen this image so many times, but here he was, seeing it again. Rin's mother hit the floor. "No!" "No!" This time, Rin ran at Vor. This time, Rin had a sword in his hand, which he swung at Vor with all that remained of his feeble strength as he screamed with rage. The Imperial general battered away his strike easily with his own blade, laughing as he did so, away his strike easily with his own blade, laughing as he did so. A deep, mocking, mirthful laugh. "The boy from Cleesor," Vor laughed. "How did you manage to survive the crash? How did you even get here?" "You murdered my parents," Rin screamed back. "You destroyed my hometown." "Did I?" screamed back. "You destroyed my hometown." "Did I?" Vor laughed even harder. "Oh yes, I suppose I must have." As those casual words echoed through Rin's mind, Vor's sword plunged through Rin's chest, just as it had through his mother's. The shock of it sliding through his flesh. The shock of it sliding through his flesh. "It's all my fault. I should have saved her. It's my fault. I killed my mother. Did I? Oh yes, I suppose I must have." The scene shifted, and now Rin was running through the burning buildings of Cleesor, his hometown, looking for someone, but he couldn't remember who. "Damn the Imperials! They destroy everything. They burn everything. They gave me no warning. There's no joy in this world. I'll never be happy again. I'm going to die burned and broken and alone." A man lay in the grass in front of him. A tall, middle-aged man with red-grey hair and one of his legs missing, lying in a pool of his own lifeblood. "Dad!" Rin cried. He ran to his father and knelt at his side, cradled his face with his hand. The flames leapt high all around them. "You're hurt. Let me help you." "No," his father said, insistent, though his voice was still weak. "Leave it, son. I am past help. I will be gone soon." "I don't want you to die, Dad." "Take it now." "I don't want you to die, Dad." "Take it now." "Take what?" "The ruby." "I already did, Dad, but I lost it." "That's right," said his father. His voice was getting quieter, harder to hear over the crackle of the flames. His eyes were glazing over. "You took it and you lost it. You're a failure, Rin. You failed. You lost us because you failed." Hot tears ran down Rin's cheeks now. "No, I'm sorry. Please, Dad, give me another chance. Come back." His father's eyes lost focus completely. "Come back!" Rin yelled. "Come back!" Rin yelled, and resurfaced from the nightmare, sitting up violently and shouting, "Ah!" When he realized he had been dreaming, he stopped shouting abruptly and took in a sharp breath. "Easy, lad." An old man was holding him by the shoulders where he sat. The man had bushy white eyebrows and a white beard, with the hair between his nose and mouth shaved off. "You've just had a brush with the void. Best if you take things slowly." Beyond the old man's head was the face of a beautiful blonde woman in a tattered cream dress, her brow crinkled up in concern. "Are you all right, Rin?" she asked. "We thought you had died." Memory returned to Rin, seeping into his mind and mingling with the aftertaste of the nightmare. Sid released him, and he took in another few gulps of air. They were still in the woods. It was cold, and it was getting dark. It must be early evening. "I guess it was your turn to be worried about me," Rin croaked to Nuthia when he had calmed down a little, surprised at his own boldness, but disappointed that it came out in a croak. "I'm fine now. I was just having a nightmare before I came to. I remember being stabbed. What happened to me?" "I healed you," said Sid. "I thought you'd ridden on," said Rin. "I thought you'd left me and Vish behind." He looked around. The bodies of dead Imperial soldiers littered the forest floor. Saga, Elran and Vish were a little way away with the chocobos. Hearing that Rin was awake, they wandered over and sat down on the grass. Nuthia joined them, and they all sat in a circle together. "Of course we wouldn't leave you and Shadowfinger Vish behind," said Nuthia. "'S right," said Sagar. "Soon as we realised that the Imperials had caught up to you in the Scumsucker, I turned around immediately and led the charge to come back and rescue you." I turned around immediately and led the charge to come back and rescue you. Actually, said Elran, way I remember it, you did want to leave them behind. Princess Girl was the one who wanted to turn around. You took quite a lot of convincing. Whatever, said Saga. Anyway, went on Luthia, once we eventually got back, you did fight very valiantly, Captain Saga. Shadowfinger Vish here had succeeded in dispatching most of the soldiers, but even he couldn't cope with them all at once. At that, Vish made a disapproving noise inside his head covering. Please, I had them all taken care of. I think I deserve some poppy for what I did. In time, said Sid. I've told you need to space the hits out, or they'll diminish in intensity. If I don't get a hit soon, everything will diminish in intensity. Hang on, said Rin. You can't have done that diminish in intensity. Hang on, said Rin. You can't have done that good a job of fighting them all off, because one of them stabbed me through the chest. Vish went quiet at that, narrowing his eyes to slits as he looked at Rin. Yeah, that's right, said Elran. When we got here, you'd already been run through by that fat soldier. Rin thought to look down at his tunic for the first time. It had torn where the sword had gone through and blood stained it, but there was no wound on his chest. It ached awfully, yet there was no visible sign of the sword's piercing it. He couldn't even work out exactly where the blade had gone in. He did, Rin said. He ran me right through, just like mother, father, hometown. He swallowed. Every time he remembered them, a jolt of pain went through his mind, even now. No wonder he dreamed about them every time he was unconscious. He hadn't had time to feel sad about them properly before he had been caught up in this crazy whirlwind adventure, an adventure in which he had just been stabbed through the chest. How the hell am I still alive? He asked of Mid in general. Well, to be honest, we did think you were a goner, pup, said Sagar. Was that disappointment in his voice? Disappointment that Rin hadn't died? Bastard. But then the old-timer here got to you and worked his magic. I don't care what you say about your healing skills anymore, old-timer. That was magic, and I know it was. Rin's eyes grew wide as he stared at Sid. The old man's face was solemn, his jaw set behind his white beard. He seemed tired, the crow's feet at the edges of his eyes more pronounced than usual. I was basically dead, Rin said to him. How powerful are you? Yeah, come on, said Sagar. Spill the beans, old-timer. Pup here was basically dead when you got to him. What did you do? They sat and waited for Sid to speak. It took him a while, staring at the ground, but eventually he said, I brought you back to consciousness with a life spell. I am jewel-touched as well, like the three of you are. I knew it, said Sagar triumphantly. You have healing powers as well as healer's training. I knew all that stuff about miracles was garbage. It's still a miracle, protested Nuthia at once. The one can also work through the magic of the jewels. For some reason she didn't seem all that surprised at the revelation that Sid was jewel-touched. Whatever, said Sagar. Indeed, said Sid. Whatever we call it, said Sagar. Indeed, said Sid. Whatever we call it, I'm afraid this young man is right. I have healing abilities from my contact with the light diamond. I think of these as being miraculous too, granddaughter, but it is also true that I received them from my contact with that jewel. So you can bring people back from death, said Rin. No, said Sid. Huh? The rest of them all said together, except for Vish. Let me be very clear on this, Sid went on. The life spell can resuscitate a person who is dying or has been brought near death. If someone loses consciousness from injury or is so injured that they are slipping away into death, however, I can bring them back. But once they have fully passed away into it, once they have died, I cannot bring them back. I cannot bring people back from the dead. Only the One could do that. Sagar snorted. Yeah, motioning with her hand for the rest of them to listen, then massaging her forehead underneath her short purple hair. Let me get this straight. What you're saying is that these magical jewel thingamies... The primeval jewels, interrupted Nuthia. Elran blinked at her. Right, yeah. What you're saying is that these magical primeval jewels can also give people healing powers, and that Pops here has come into contact with one before, and that it's because of that he was able to bring Farm Boy here back from near death after he got stabbed by that fat Imperial soldier. A pause. Yes, said Nuthia, Saga, Rin and Sid all at the same time. You're all Okay. Let's assume for a moment that I believe you. How did you ever get your hands on one of those jewel thingamies then, Pops? Primeval jewels, Nuthia felt obliged to correct her again. They all looked at Sid. Even Vish stared at him intently. Hey, I led a rich and fool, holding out his hands in protest. I did many things and went on many adventures. Is it so surprising that I would have come across one of the primeval jewels? You're right, said Nuthia. It's not, and followers of the One are all the more likely to come across such things. It must have been your destiny. No, I'm not buying this, said Sagar, shaking his head. I'm not travelling around with someone who has elemental manipulation powers when I don't know where he got them from. Hey, said Elran, you have elemental manipulation powers and we don't know where you got them from. I inherited a fragment of the wind shell from my father, all right, said Sagar heatedly. At the same time, he took out a necklace from inside his shirt and showed them the shard of transane ran through. Elran's eyes stretched. Oh my, said Nuthia. Rin wasn't so surprised. He had come to suspect something like this might be behind Sagar's powers. Sid's face was unmoved too. And the princess here has her powers, Sagar continued, putting the necklace back down his shirt, because she's from the royal. And Pup has them because the fire ruby was hidden in his village for years without him knowing, or some poodoo like that, yada yada yada. And as far as we know, the woman and the scumsucker don't have elemental powers. But if we find out later they do, I'm sure they'll tell us how they got them. So, what's your deal, old-timer? The group fell silent, waiting for another answer. Beard and scrunched up his face. Rin chewed the side of his mouth. On the one hand, he could perhaps believe Sid and Nuthia that Sid had just stumbled upon one of the jewels somewhere, and even that it was more likely that it was even that it was made more likely because it was his destiny from this one god, or the god of gods, for a lot more sense. Once again, Rin found that while he would prefer to believe what Nuthia and Sid were saying, what Sagar was saying seemed more likely. These jewels didn't seem like the sort of objects that you just chanced upon, or that destiny brought you to. They seemed like the sort of things that you had to know about and go looking for in order to find. It was for apparently as long as he had been alive, and he hadn't found out about it till recently, and now he had lost it to someone who had been looking for it. Find Vor. Get Vor. Kill Vor. Come on, Sid, Rin said, choosing to lend his support to Sagar. Even if you did just chance upon the light diamond somewhere, we want to know how length Sid sighed. I suppose it was foolish of me to think that I could keep this from you for so long. The One must have purpose for me to tell you through this turn of events. Sure he did, said Sagar. Or maybe you just discovered you couldn't keep lying to us for very long. Sagar, objected Nuthia, don't be so rude to Grandfather. We know that now. Come on, old-timer, out with it. Well, if you must know, said Sid, his eyes not looking at any of them, but off into the vague distance of memory. I was once the healer in an adventuring party that set out to find all of the primeval jewels long ago. And with some of them, we succeeded. What? Said everyone else. We stole the light diamond from a citadel in I was already trained as a healer, so since the crystal grants manipulation of the element of life, I was chosen to be its bearer. Do you still have it? Said Rin. In this case, no. Why not? I put it back. What? Said everyone. Some further explanation. What happened to the other adventurers in your party? Butted in Rin. He had begun to wonder about certain things. Sid closed his eyes. That I am not ready to tell you about yet. They died then, Rin surmised, and he couldn't bring them back from death, because he can't do that, because what I'm saying to you is true. How did you find out about the jewels in the first place? Nuthia jumped in. Clearly everyone had their own question they wanted to ask. In Manolia, the knowledge of the jewels is a closely guarded secret. That's the least interesting part of the story, said Sid. He glanced at Sagar for a moment. Why did he do that, thought Rin. It really doesn't matter. What matters is why we went after them. Once we found out about their existence, we decided it would be terrible if the jewels ever fell into the wrong hands. So we set out to find them ourselves, to keep them safe, should anyone with malicious intentions or ambitions ever learn of them. And as I say, we succeeded in finding some intentions or ambitions ever learn of them. And as I say, we succeeded in finding some of them. How many did you find then? Asked Elran. 4, said Cid. Which ones? Asked Nuthia. Rin answered for him. He had begun to work things out. The light diamond, the lightning crystal, the light diamond, the lightning crystal, the wind shell, and the fire ruby. Cid nodded. Correct. You knew my father, Rin realized. And he probably knew Sagar's too, he thought. Yes. He was part of the adventuring party, along with the others. What? He was part of the adventuring party, along with the others. What happened to you? Why did you abandon searching for the jewels? Cid swallowed. His next words came out with some difficulty, and he kept pausing as he said them, like he was holding back tears. When we went after the 5th jewel, two of our number were killed. That was when we realized the folly of what we were doing. It turned out we had only got to the jewels that were relatively easy to find, the ones that were nearby and not so well guarded. The others were going to be much harder to get, so we decided to return. So we decided to return or hide the ones we had found. They really were safer in their original hiding places all along, anyway. Rin had never heard any of this before. He knew that his father had had a life before he had met his mother and settled down in Cleasor, that he had been a traveller himself and worked in a variety of professions, but he had never heard about any of this. Perhaps with good reason, he saw, but he still couldn't help from feeling betrayed. Mother, father, hometown. But now, Cid went on, now that a malicious power has learned of the existence of the jewels, and one with enough strength perhaps to take them for himself, now those who guard and keep them must be warned. What are you saying, grandfather? Asked Nuthia. What I'm saying is that I must help you to get to Manolia as soon as possible, in order to warn your people of what the Emperor's learned as soon as possible. I owe at least that much to the memory of your grandmother. What? Said Nuthia, forgetting her usual polite terms of address. You knew grandmother Effie? No, said Cid. Another grandmother. Lissa? No, said Cid. Another grandmother. Lissa? That's right. How? She was part of our adventuring party too. Quite a firecracker. She was the one to find the lightning crystal, deep in an underground dungeon. But my mother taught me that the lightning crystal has been in our family for generations. No. Well, I suppose 3 generations is still generations. Lissa found it. Maybe it used to belong to the Manolians before, but if it did, they lost it, and Lissa found it again. Nuthia's face looked like she had just eaten something that disagreed with her. She seemed horrified at the idea that her parents might have taught her anything that was factually incorrect, unintentionally or not. Grandmother Lissa. She always was very peculiar, and she always did seem to want to encourage me to break the rules and go out on adventures. In fact, it's probably her fault that I... Never mind. I can barely believe it, she finished, running out of steam. What had she been about to say, Rin thought. I don't believe it, said Saga. This is getting ridiculous. The old timer is clearly making all of this up. If he's making it up, said Nuthia, how did he know the name of my grandmother? I've never said it or told it to you, any of you, this time. For once Saga ran out of steam for a moment too. I suppose you might be right there. But this is ridiculous. Next you'll be telling me that my father was part of your little adventuring party too. Here we go, thought Rin. Cid looked at Saga and smiled. You have got to be poodooing me. Captain Figaro was an invaluable member. Got to be poo-doing me. Captain Figaro was an invaluable member of our party. He was the one to find the wind shell, said Rin. He had seen where that was going easily enough. But said Saga, I always thought that my father was a famous plundering sky pirate. He was, for most of his career, but when he ran into our party to it, we managed to convince him to come with us to try and find the other jewels. My father would never have done that. Well, he did. If you're not lying, that is. I have no reason to lie, young man. Look, said Rin, whatever happened in the past, this is getting pretty weird. His doubt about destiny together are all jewel-touched or whatever you call it, Nuthia. Yes, said Sid. The jewels have a way of doing that. Doing what? Asked Rin. Bringing together those who have been touched by them. It is the purpose of the One at work, seeking to find a group of people who will serve him by gathering the jewels together to protect the world from evil. Or ancestors at least. Saga looked like he was about to explode. Enough of this already, he yelled, going red in the face, little flecks of spittle flying from his mouth. I've had enough of all this oneist garbage. It's not purpose or destiny or whatever that we've all come together. The Empire are going after the jewels. That's how the pup and the prince had jewels, so the Empire captured them. Then I attacked the ship they were on because being jewel-touched, I'm the only pirate crazy enough to go after an Imperial warship. Then we got grounded and the princess got hurt and we made for the nearest healer, who was obviously well known for being a healer because he's jewel-touched too. Even Saga did not sound so good. All looked at Elran and Vish, who were standing next to each other. Don't look at me, said Elran, a hand on her hip. I don't have any crazy jewel powers, at least not that I'm aware of. Nor me, said Vish, scowling at them from behind his face covering. If I had powers of elemental projection, I would have used them to kill you all now. But you will gain elemental powers, said Sid. You both will. I am sure of it. If the One's purpose is done, both of you will become jewel-touched, even jewel-bearers, before the journey of this group is done. Jewel-bearers, thought Rin. Like my dad must have been. Wait a second. Fire Ruby. That was something he had wondered many times, but he had not thought to voice the question until now. That I cannot tell you, said Sid. Ornos did not reveal his secret ownership of the Fire Ruby to anyone else as far as I know. The only people who knew about him having it were the members of our party. But when we parted ways, we didn't dealing or hiding our jewels. Even that was deemed too dangerous in case someone got captured and tortured for the information. The Empire were going to torture me, Rin realized. Never mind that now, said Saga. He had become interested in something else. Old-timer, are you telling me you think we're all going to end up with jewel powers? You must have them already. We've been brought together by the One's purpose. It's as though he is writing a story and we are characters inside it. We may have free choice, but he is guiding us towards the outcome he desires. Saga went quiet again and tapped his mouth in thought. Even he now seemed to be contemplating the possibility that they had. It seemed a little more convincing to Rin now too, now that they had discovered another of their group was jewel-touched. But why would this one add Elran and Vish to their travelling group as well? Unless they really were going to find more jewels and develop elemental projection powers of their own, like Sid predicted. And it learned of the location of the Fire Ruby in his hometown, if none of Sid's original adventuring party had told him about it. Or maybe they... Nuthia interrupted his train of thought. Look, fellows. Fellows? Who talks like that? I agree with Grandfather here that the One must have brought us all together for a purpose, but whatever that purpose by people of the Emperor's knowledge and plans. If I don't warn them in time, more of the jewels could fall into the Emperor's hands, which would be catastrophic for the whole of Mid, let alone Manolia. That was what we were doing before this revelation that Grandfather is jewel-touched, too. And now that, thanks to him, Rin is awake and back to good health, we need to be on our way. Of course I'm coming with you, granddaughter, said Sid. It is the will of the One. What about the rest of you? I am coming with you too, said Vish, so long as the old man eventually gives me some more poppy seed and can keep supplying me with it. In time, said Sid. I told you, you need to wait a little longer or they're hidden with you, said Elran. I've got nothing better to do, since Infis has been invaded by the Empire, and if I'm going to develop elemental projection powers by staying with you guys, I think I'll stick around. It wasn't clear to Rin whether or not that last sentence was a joke. Captain Saga, said Nuthia. You know I'm coming. I'm escorting women. We've been over this. They all looked at Rin. What? Said Rin. Mother, father, hometown. Find Vor. Kill Vor. Stay with Nuthia? General Vor was heading towards Syrah, he said. If there's a chance that I'm going to find him there, then I'm still coming with you. I nearly died.
Episode 13. Overworld Undercover. The night after they escaped from the monstrous dog, Rin slept better than he had in a long time, probably from exhaustion. They slept outside, wrapped in thick grey along with his other food supplies. They slept on the grassy earth under a roof decorated with myriad stars, having finally made it out of the woods that surrounded Nantes, although they kept close to the tree cover in case they were attacked again and needed to flee into it. They set a watch and took turns taking it, and Rin was glad to have one of the later watches of the night, which meant he could get awake, and whispered, "Your turn, farm boy." They rode for the better part of each day, stopping only to eat from the provisions that Sid had brought with him: bread, hard cheese, some salt beef, watery wine, and the odd apple. It would take them 5 or so days of chocobo riding to get to Syrah, Sid said. It was in full from time to time, making the chocobos work harder to carry them, and here and there it was dotted with little woods and forests which they made good headway through, rechecking their direction of travel against the traversing sun whenever they emerged back into open fields. They looked over their shoulders constantly as they rode, and continued to set watches at night, but for now, nor Shadowfingers, despite Vish's insistence that there were others on the hunt for them. They seemed to have escaped the grasp of the Empire by running away on their chocobos, at least for now. In fact, looking out over the flat green fields, only occasionally interrupted by a fence or a farmstead or a forest, with the bright sun lighting up at the clear blue sky, and their route ahead this country had recently been invaded by the Empire at all. But that's only because we're in the provincial grasslands on the far outskirts of Syrah, pup, Sagar explained from his mount on the second day when Rin voiced this thought. Rin was still bitter that Sagar got to ride with Nuthia, while he was stuck riding his bird with Vish. When we get to it, when they left us behind, it asked. In the tiny amount of free time that Rin got between sleeping, eating, and riding, he practiced his flame projection powers and his swordsmanship. Nuthia had told him that he needed to practice his flame projection in order to grow in skill and increase the amount of time he was able to use it before he grew too tired. A spare moment that he got to practice forming little flames in his hands, concentrating hard to hold them in existence, then deliberately willing them to extinguish. "That's it. You have to practice commanding the element into existence, then shutting it off again," Nuthia said one evening when observing him practice, nodding sagely. Rin was glad of the excuse to spend time making particular forms and shapes and sending them in directions that you choose. Rin sometimes practiced his flames, as he came to call it, when he was on watch too, but he had to be careful doing that, as he didn't want to give away their presence to any prowling Imperials or Shadowfingers that might be on their trail. Once he accidentally lit a flame too bright and it woke Saga to the group up. They were a particularly grumpy travelling party on that morning. The other thing Rin practiced was his sword fighting. When they had set out after defeating the dog monster near Nantes, he had made sure to take the sword from one of the corpses of the Imperial soldiers who had been chasing them. Sid, who had also taken one of them, to teach Rin. Rin wondered whether Sagar was actually better with the sword, but Sid seemed to know what he was doing, and Rin felt he would much prefer to be taught by Sid than Sagar. So, in the few remaining moments between riding, sleeping, eating, and practicing his flames, he practiced with his sword, with Sid a little way away from the rest of the group, and parrying as they traded carefully pre-agreed blows. Sometimes, when people fell quiet on the long rides during the day, or during his night watches before he started practicing his element projection, Rin tried to remember his life before any of this had happened, before the Empire had attacked his hometown. The trouble was, he couldn't, in a seething, foggy sea of despair. His birthday celebrations with mother and father, racing the farm chocobos out in the woods with Jack and Fargu on 7th days, making Carlosia laugh in the classroom at the town school. It wasn't as if all of this had happened very long ago. But even these memories were growing faint. He could no longer remember any of their faces clearly. And they all threatened to be swallowed up by the one single big memory that loomed large in his mind, that his mind didn't seem able to let go of. His mother and father being killed, and his hometown being destroyed. The thoughts of all that,
The images of the sword going into his mother's chest, his father's eyes, never really left him. They came to him unbidden again and again, when he was riding, when he was talking to Nuthia and the others, while he was eating, making water, or before he fell asleep. Mother, father, hometown. It was like his mind was obsessed with the events and couldn't let them go, and nor from the exhaustion of escaping Nantes, he continued to relive the whole thing again and again in his sleep. Sometimes he would wake in the night shouting at the memories, as he had done when Sid had revived him from his sword wound, sometimes with whimpers and moans, which is extremely embarrassing. Rarely, if ever, did he wake up in the morning feeling refreshed. His nerves were constantly frayed all the time. There was only one way out as far as he could see. Find Vor, get Vor, kill Vor. What he would do after that, if he ever managed it, he did not know. There was only ever one other vague notion that now occasionally presented itself in his mind. Stay with Nuthia? He presented itself in his mind. Stay with Nuthia? Late on their 6th day of riding, sore and sleepy, they sighted Syrah. The first things they saw were lights, where they had been riding for what felt to Rin's backside like an age over grasslands and fields that turned black with dusk. Backside like an age over grasslands and fields that turned black with dusk. All at once little pinpricks of light appeared in the blackness. A few leagues further, and the pinpricks turned out to have been the lights of hearths and candles in the homes of a smaller settlement on the outskirts of the city of Syrah. There are lots of these smaller towns on the edges of Syrah, said Outskirts of the city of Syrah. There are lots of these smaller towns on the edges of Syrah, said Alran, who knew the city best. As you get nearer to it, they get denser and denser until you're properly in the city, and everything is paved streets. They rode on past the buildings, and some curtains twitched. They got glimpses of people staring out at them for brief moments. They got glimpses of people staring out at them for brief moments. Why is nobody outside? Said Rin, from atop his mount with Vish. Why is nobody coming out to greet us? Why do you think, pup? Said Saga. They're scared. They've been invaded. They're under occupation. We haven't seen any soldiers out here, but you can bet when we get to Syrah proper it will. We haven't seen any soldiers out here, but you can bet when we get to Syrah proper it will be crawling with them. Rin's cheeks flushed hot. Stupid question. Despite the fact that with every chocobo step they took closer to Syrah, they got closer to danger, they rode on. They had discussed the plan in detail 2 days ago. What are we actually going to do when we get to Syrah? Rin had asked, as they had been riding over the Infisi plains. We've been over this, said Saga. We're going to board a train to Manolia. Rin had never been on a train before, but he knew what they were. But will the trains really still be running? Said Elran. If Morikami have occupied Infis? Not for their usual purposes, said Sagar, but I'd be willing to gamble good money that the Empire will have reappropriated them. If they've flown in a load of soldiers here to occupy Infis with a military presence, the Emperor is probably planning to use Infis as his base of operations in Dokkan. If he's doing that, he'll need good control of the whole country, especially its borders. In the long run, it would be easier to also move soldiers to and from the borders using the Infisi train system, rather than having to fly them in every time. That means he'll still be using the trains. But how are we going to get on a train? Elran pressed. Most of us are probably wanted by the Empire now, with bounties on our heads. Just you leave that to me, woman, said Sagar. Don't forget that you're riding with a legendary pirate captain here. Elran snorted, and Sagar had either not heard or pretended not to hear her from his chocobo. They sold their 3 chocobos to an innkeeper in one of the smaller settlements on the outskirts of Syrah, for a healthy 50 gold pieces each, after a hearty meal of beans and mashed potatoes in his common room. If everything went to plan from here in, then they wouldn't need them for the rest of the journey on to Manolia. Don't know how you've kept hold of them for this long, said the innkeeper, who bought them in a worn-out, cynical voice. The Empire have been rounding up all the mounts and vehicles for miles around, and commandeering them for their army, but I'll happily take them off your hands. Rin patted the beak of his chocobo. The original one that Vish had stolen, which the two of them had been riding for the last 3 days, as he said goodbye to it in the stables. Thanks, buddy. You saw us through a lot. Sorry for crashing you in the woods. The chocobo cawed and nuzzled him in response. We need to keep a low profile, said Sid. We need to keep a low profile, said Sid, as they left the inn. Keep those cloaks wrapped tight around you until we can find alternative attire. Rin would have liked to have spent a night at the inn, but Nuthia still insisted that their mission was urgent and that they couldn't afford to waste even one night, and the next phase of their plan was going to work better under cover of darkness anyway. Syrah proper began as a cluster of tall, white stone buildings in the middle distance and soon became tough cobbles under their feet. The cluster became a maze of streets and alleys which they wandered within. The white stone shone in the light from fires inside buildings, street lamps, the moon. So this is a capital city, said Rin under his breath. The others didn't seem so bothered by it. He guessed they had all been in capitals before. He supposed he really was a greenhorn farm boy, or whatever Elran called him. The occasional on the cobbled road, though not as many as Rin would have expected. That must be because of the invasion too. Still, it was busier than Nantes. Every now and again the cramped streets would open up into a larger road or a square, with a fountain, or a statue, or a tower at its centre, and usually they would sight a patrol of Imperial soldiers somewhere on it. Whenever this happened, smaller alleys. I don't understand, Rin said. I thought we were looking for Imperials. Yeah, but not out in the open, pup, Saga answered him. We want to find them in one of the sheltered streets, but by the nature of things we're less likely to come across what we want there. It might take a while. Give it time, said Sid knowingly. Hang on, the upright rectangles attached to the side of one of the nearby buildings. On the first piece of paper was an ink drawing of Saga himself. The likeness was strong, right down to the eye patch, the ponytail, and the cocky smile. Saga tore the poster off the wall and inspected it more closely, while Rin looked over his shoulder. 7,500 gold pieces. Heh, said Saga, and not my first either. He rolled up the poster and stuffed it down his shirt. What? He said when Rin frowned at him. The ladies love this sort of thing. How much did you say they put on the princess? 5,000? I guess they value me even more highly than her. I wouldn't be so sure. It was the same drawing of Nuthia as he had come across in Nantes, only this must be a more recent poster, because this time it said, Wanted, dead or alive, bounty, 10,000 gold pieces. Rrr, said Saga. He tore that one down too, but it didn't go in his shirt. It was the next poster that really pissed him off though. Rin, an ink drawing of himself, complete with tousled hair, big eyes and boyish features, looked out of the third poster at him. Wanted, dead or alive, bounty, 15,000 gold pieces, highly dangerous. Well, that's just ridiculous, mumbled Saga. Stupid Imperials got their labelling mixed up. They know that he is on the loose, they know he is on this continent, and they know he has flame projection abilities. Well, they didn't need to add that highly dangerous bit, muttered Saga. They clearly view these as more dangerous than wind projection, Vish continued explaining, and even than lightning projection. Saga didn't say anything. His mind, for a moment. Just for a moment. Well, this just makes things even harder, said Elran. What are we going to do about this? There's nothing we can do, said Sid. But it's all the more reason to keep a low profile and find our disguises as soon as we can. Come on, let's keep looking. They found what they were looking for soon after that. Dowd up his hand. There, at last. Do you see them? He pointed. In the distance, at the end of the enclosed, built-up street, was a smaller group of Imperial soldiers out on patrol. Thankfully, they were walking away from Rin and his companions, or else they would have been spotted, which probably wouldn't end well. A patrol would surely not take kindly to a group of at night. As usual, they wore the black plate armour and bucket-like helmets of all Imperial soldiers. Rin did a quick count of them before the soldiers turned a corner down another street and disappeared from view. I counted 5, he said. 5 is fine, said Vish. I can remain as I am. I look like an Imperial Shadowfinger. Because, Nuthia. Vish didn't reply. Whatever, said Saga. We'll still need your help for this, though, much as I hate to say it. Right, listen, here's what we'll do. They've just turned left down that street over there, so I reckon if we turn and go down there, then our path will join up with theirs again, and we can give them the jump." "Got it," said Rin, nodding with the others, happy to push deception and theft. They crept their way down the street that Saga had indicated. The Sky Captain whispered to them while they walked. "Now listen, they're armed of course, but I only saw swords, and none of them drawn at that. No bows or crossbows. They look completely off guard to me. It doesn't seem like Syrah has put up much of a resistance to this invasion, or us at all. This will be like harpooning a sky whale on a clear day. Now, woman, don't go using those pistols of yours, as they'll alert others to what we're doing." "Well, obviously," said Elran, rolling her eyes. "Do you think I was born yesterday, pirate man? I've got about as much skyship experience as you do. I'll use my whip." "Good," said Saga, ignoring her. "Saga, you've got your poison blade and whatever else it is that you're carrying. Princess and Oldtimer, you stay in the back, but you've got your lightning and your healing abilities if things go south. They shouldn't, though." "What about me?" said Rin. The pirate glanced sidelong at him. "What about you, pup? I can fight too. You just try to stay out of the way and don't..." "But I don't want to stay at the back." He heard himself saying it like a petulant child, but he couldn't help it. "I want to be up front with you, Elran and Vish. I've been practicing my swordsmanship with Sid." Said Saga under his breath. "Fine, pup. I suppose we could use one more up front, seeing as we're trying to take down 5 of them. You've got your fire, I suppose, but we only want to use that in an emergency. Okay, use that sword you took from the soldiers Vish killed back near Nantes. You think you can handle being up front after last time?" "Yes," said Rin defiantly, trying not to pay attention to the memory of being impaled that flashed in his mind. If something went really wrong, Sid could always heal him like last time. Although he wasn't in a hurry to go through the experience of almost dying again. "Good, I'm glad that's settled," said Nuthia. "But that's still only 4 of you up front, when there are 5 soldiers. You're still 1 short. I don't want to use my lightning at all if I can help it, as it will attract attention. And you are only going to render them unconscious, aren't you? You're not going to kill them." "What?" said Saga. He practically squeaked it so loud that Sid said, "Shh," and they froze in their tracks for a moment. They waited to hear if anyone had taken notice of them, to see if anyone would come running. Only the silence of the high-walled alley they were creeping down answered. Rin exhaled his relief. "What?" Sagar said again, more quietly this time, as they resumed walking. "You can't be serious, Princess." "But I am," said Nuthia. "You can't be serious, Princess." "But I am," said Nuthia. "No unnecessary deaths. The One would not approve. We only kill in self-defense, if we really have to." "That's completely stupid," said Sagar. "I've had enough of this One nonsense. There's no way we're only knocking them out. We've got a much better chance of stealing their armour if we kill them first." "Captain Sagar, may I remind you that you are my escort on this mission. I am the one you are taking to Manolia." "So what?" "So if you don't carry out my wishes, it may affect the amount and nature of your reward when you successfully deliver me back to my people." A muscle in Sagar's jaw twitched. "That was a big one," thought Rin. "Fine, we can aim to knock them out, but it's not a precise art. If I accidentally kill 1 or 2 of them in the process, I can't be held responsible." "That's all I ask," said Nuthia. "That's all I ask," said Nuthia, tilting her head back with a flutter of her eyelids. "That you try." "What's the best way to knock someone out?" Rin asked, testing the weight of the Imperial sword in its scabbard, and suddenly feeling even more out of his depth. His mouth had gone dry. Saga looked at him. What? I've never done it before." "Do you really need to ask, pup?" said Sagar. "You just hit them really hard in the head with the hilt of your sword or something. If we get this right, we'll be pouncing on them from behind, so you should have plenty of time to aim. They shouldn't see us coming. Easy pickings." "What about their helmets?" "Easy pickings." "What about their helmets?" "If you hit them hard enough, you should be able to knock them out through their helmets. Or if you really want to, you can get that off them first, but I wouldn't recommend it." Rin's palms were clammy. He gripped the sword tighter. "All right, but like Nuthia said, there's still only 4 of us going in close and 5 of them." Just leave that to me, said Vish all of a sudden. I can take out 2 of them at once. At least, he added. Was he smirking underneath his face covering? By now they had arrived at the end of the street, where it met the one they hoped the patrol. By now they had arrived at the end of the street, where it met the one they hoped the patrol they had spotted was now walking down at a right angle. Wait here, said Saga. Get low. Rin crouched with the others with their backs against the nearest building, keeping themselves from view to wait for the patrol to go past. The stone of the building was cold against his back, even through his cloak for the patrol to go past. The stone of the building was cold against his back, even through his cloak. There wasn't much light to see by here. He could hear Nuthia shivering slightly next to him. On his other side, Vish's silhouette crouched perfectly still, like a cat waiting to pounce. Sagar crept to the corner of the building, and very slowly peeked his head round. Sagar crept to the corner of the building, and very slowly peeked his head round it with his good eye. No sooner had he put his head round, than he drew it back straight away again. Perfect, he whispered with a wolfish grin. They're coming this way, just like we hoped. They didn't see me. We wait here until they've gone past, then jump them from behind. Got it? We wait here until they've gone past, then jump them from behind. Got it? Rin nodded his silent assent with the others. They shuffled along the wall a little deeper into their own street, to make sure they were as concealed as possible, keeping to the many available shadows. Right, said Saga. Everyone, draw your weapons and wait for my signal. Everyone, draw your weapons and wait for my signal. The secret scrape of 3 swords being slid quietly from their sheaths. Elran rummaged in her overall and uncoiled her whip. They waited, and waited. Just the dimness of the street. Rin suddenly became very interested in one particular. The soldiers' faint footsteps came into earshot from around the corner, then slowly grew louder, along with their conversation. Has to be the easiest invasion the Empire's ever carried out. I know, but we were starting from a pretty strong place to begin with. Infis is a vassal state after all, and they don't have anything in the way of an army. Resistance at all, just a few boys and men with death wishes. The rest of them basically rolled over and surrendered. The soldiers came into view now, all 5 of them in black plate armour, and turned down the street that Rin and his companions were waiting in. Oh, poodoo. The soldiers took a couple of steps into the street. They hadn't, said the one who had been speaking most recently. It's like, what the? He had seen them. Now! Yelled Sagar. Rin sprang forwards and made for the nearest soldier. He gripped the hilt of his sword tight and drew it back, blade up, then slammed the pommel into the soldier's helmet before he could react. It resounded like a clear bell. Ow! The soldier raised at Rin. The soldier drew his sword, then lunged. Rin managed to jump back out of the way. His pulse began to pound loudly between his ears. Not again. A black shape crashed into the soldier, sweeping his legs out from underneath him, then slammed another sword pommel down onto the soldier's helmet, much harder than Rin had managed. Someone was shouting in surprise. Rin turned. 2 other soldiers lay unconscious at Sagar's feet. Vish dispatched another one, swiftly sliding his sword into the visor of the man's helmet, who went down with a muffled scream and clutched at his face. Nuthia's not going to be happy about that. Elran had her whip coiled around the arm of the final soldier. 2 of them stood frozen for a moment, sizing each other up, connected by Elran's whip. The soldier swept his helmeted head from side to side, taking them all in. He drew in a breath, like he was about to shout for help. Rin, Vish and Sagar all rushed him. Rin got to him first, and this time he hit the soldier so hard with the pommel of his sword on the front of him and lost his battle shyness. All the soldiers were down now. Quickly, said Sagar. We got unlucky. That was noisier than it should have been. We've got to strip them of their armour quickly, before anyone notices what's happened. They got to work straight away, looking around anxiously as they did to see if anyone had spotted them. Nobody seemed to have, yet. At least they. Rin followed Sagar and Sid's instructions and knelt down next to the soldier he had just knocked out, unfastened the man's chestplate and leg guards, and stripped him of his gauntlets. He then set about putting all of these pieces of armour on himself, over the top of his clothes. Lastly, he slid off the soldier's helmet. He almost gasped when underneath he found the self. Rin hoped that he had not done the boy any lasting damage. He slipped the helmet on over his head. At first the metal was cold against his cheeks, but it fit snugly. The black bucket-like Imperial soldiers' helmets all had a horizontal slit to see out of, which now became Rin's window on the world. You did not need to kill that one, revealing a bloody mess that used to be a face, which made Rin flinch and look away. I made a judgment, girl,
Vish said to her. We needed to be quick, so I acted as efficiently as I could in the situation and dispatched the soldier in the quickest way available to me. Said Nuthia. She had managed to wriggle into a breastplate, which from her grimace appeared to be torn, blood-stained dress poking out the bottom of it. You're going to need some trousers, princess, said Saga, barely stifling a laugh even in their highly dangerous situation. Sid pulled some off the soldier and gave them to her. Once the trousers and the rest of her armour were on, and her dress tucked in, she looked much more like an imperial, apart from the facts of her chestboard and hair. But she bunched that up as best she could, and shoved it inside a helmet, her lip curling in revulsion as she lowered that over her head. Ugh, it smells in here, said Nuthia. The illusion was more or less complete. Still, hopefully nobody would look too closely. Elran was having similar difficulty. She complained as she took things one by one out of the pockets and insides of her engineer's overalls and placed them on the ground. Her 2 pistols, her whip, a spanner, a wrench, a screwdriver. She seemed to have all manner of things stuffed down there, almost as many items as Sid kept in his healer's satchel, which he was simply able to sling over his shoulder as usual, at one of the fallen soldiers. Look, this one has a leather belt with some pouches sewn onto it. He must be some sort of Imperial engineer himself. You can use this. Ah, thanks, Pops, said Elran, bending down to take the belt from the soldier and inspecting the contents of its pockets. Hey, there's some good tools in here. I could use some of these, and some of mine need replaced. Come on, woman, hissed Saga. We haven't got all night. Once she was done and had strapped the belt round her waist, she stood up, and they all surveyed each other, 6 ragamuffin travellers now disguised as Imperial soldiers. With the helmets on, they just about passed as them. Rin twisted his torso from side to side, testing out. It's so light, he said. Flimsy, too, confirmed Sid. It's made of alphite, very plentiful in the Morocamian mountains. Alphite is light, cheap, and easy to pierce. The Empire don't exactly kit their soldiers out with the finest equipment, or even train them that well. The Emperor takes more of a quantity over quality approach to warfare. Enough yammering, said Saga, who had rolled up his pirate's coat and stashed it in his pack. We don't have time for lessons now. We need to get going. What do we do with them? Said Rin, nodding towards the flawed soldiers, 5 of them knocked out, 1 dead at Vish's hand. Drag them into a... 5 of them knocked out, 1 dead at Vish's hand. Drag them into a dark corner, said Saga, and hope they wake up later rather than sooner. He gave Nuthia a passive-aggressive look. Together they dragged the soldiers' limp bodies further into the alley and hid them in a particularly shadowed corner behind a wooden bench. One of the still-alive soldiers started to murmur something, but Saga hit him again, and the murmuring stopped. As far as they could tell, nobody had seen or heard them. When these guys wake up again, they'll raise the alarm, said Saga, sounding regretful that they hadn't killed more of the soldiers. By that time we will be gone, said Nuthia. It's worth more of the soldiers. By that time we will be gone, said Nuthia. It's worth it for a clear conscience. Saga tutted. Come on then, he said. We better get out of here before they do wake up. The 6 of them moved off as quickly as they could, not running, as that could attract attention, but walking briskly through the darkness of the sleeping city, trying to look like a group of Imperial soldiers out on patrol. They headed north, as that was where Syrah's main train station was found, finding their way bit by bit from landmarks and key streets that those of them who had been here before remembered. Elran knew the city best, having lived here the longest, but Saga, Sid and even Nuthia all seemed to know or remember parts of it too. Rin guessed that just left him and Vish. But for all he knew, the Shadowfinger had been here before as well, he just wasn't letting on. Not that he ever let on about all that much anyway. Rin supposed he was the least well-travelled of their whole group. Naive, greenhorn, pussy willow farm boy, ran Sagar's and Elran's words in his mind. Stop, said Sagar, when they finally sighted the station, still quite a long way off, as they approached it along one of the smaller streets that ran like veins to this focal hub. Syrah Main Station was a big, rectangular building with a series of pointed roofs and a massive clock face built into the wall above its many-doored main entrance. It was built out of the same white-grey stone as many of the other doored main entrance.
It was built out of the same white-grey stone as many of the other old or important buildings in Syrah, but Rin could see that it was extremely grubby in the light from the street lamps that lit this sector of the city, and there were soldiers streaming in and out of it. There were more soldiers going in than out, but there was still a steady stream going in both directions. Though thankfully the ones leaving the station were all heading off down a different street from the one that their party was approaching by, the main road that led due south away from the station. "Well, this makes things harder," said Elran. "How are we going to sneak onto a train with all these bucket heads around?" "Why are there so many of them?" asked Rin. "I don't know, pup," said Saga, "but I'm going to find out. You guys wait here and make sure nobody sees you. I'll be back in a bit." And before anyone could protest, he walked off towards the station. "He's very brave," said Nuthia. Rin bit his cheek. Elran snorted. "Very stupid, if you ask me." They kept watching Sagar as he strode towards the station. Soon they lost him amidst the stream, and he was just another helmeted, black-armoured soldier walking among the crowds. They waited in the street, staying out of sight, eyes fixed on the stream, nobody saying anything else. After about 10 minutes, from the clock on the front of the station, Rin knew they were all thinking the same thing. "What if he's been caught? What if he's not?" "What if he's been caught? What if he's not coming back?" Rin also wondered, what if he's decided to turn us all over to the Empire for gold? But that wouldn't make sense. Sagar had a price on his own head as well, and he seemed too enamoured by the prospect of the rewards Nuthia had offered him for transporting her safely, and possibly by Nuthia herself. Mother, father, hometown, find Vor, get Vor, kill Vor, stay with Nuthia. There it was, firm in Rin's mind as he watched the station intently, keenly aware of Nuthia's presence next to him. He wasn't sure if any of his goals were attainable, but damn him if he wasn't going to try to attain them anyway, he decided. If the others were all wondering if Sagar was going to come back, nobody voiced their concern, and the minutes continued to tick by, marked by the slow movement of the big black hand of Syrah's station's clock, which crept up. Everyone was too tense to say anything. They just stood there, watching the soldiers streaming in and out of the station, poised and alert like taut bowstrings. Then at last, one of the soldiers emerging from the station entrance turned right out of the main stream and started to walk towards their position. But was this him? His hand went to the hilt of the imperial sword that now hung at his side. "Relax," called the soldier as soon as he was in earshot, but close enough not to be heard by anyone else. "It's me. Don't look so nervous." Rin exhaled. Sagar drew closer. "I was right," he said from inside his helmet. "They're using Syrah as their transport hub to move troops around. Scale invasion of Dokkan." "By the one," said Nuthia. "Well, poodoo," said Elran. Neither Sid nor Vish said anything. Rin's head was too foggy from grief and disorientation for him to register much of the significance of this. So what if the Empire were invading the whole of Dokkan? He just wanted to kill General Vor. He just picked it up from walking around and listening. They've requisitioned the trains and they're running them round the clock to send troops to the various Infisi borders to prepare to invade the neighbouring nations. Rin heard Nuthia take in a sharp breath. Then they're also bringing some troops back into here to keep their grip on Infis and perform various different tasks here as their base. It's a major operation. What are you going to do now we're here? Calm down, Princess, I was getting to that. There's a train that leaves tonight, soon, at midnight. All we need to do is sneak onto it. But with the amount that's going on in there, that'll be a piece of cake. Where's it going? Asked Rin. Manolia, of course, said Sagar. Your homeland, or as close to the border as it will be able to get. Episode 14. The Midnight Manolia Express. All right, chumps, so here's the plan, said Sagar. They stood in their stolen imperial armour, looking at the large, dirty, blocky building that was Syrah Station from a nearby street. A huge round clock adorned the front of it, both of them to traverse until it got there. It was dark. To either side of the station building ran tall, spiked iron fences. 5 of them had waited here, while Sagar had got inside the station once already to carry out reconnaissance. Basically, Sagar continued, we can get on a train that will take us leaving very soon at midnight, They're taking troops down there to amass a land invasion force." "Why don't they just invade by airship?" Rin asked, "like they did here?" "Because of our lightning projection," Nuthia explained. "Huh?" said Rin. "We can blow airships out of the sky with lightning bolts," Nuthia said proudly. "Land force. So what we're going to do is go through the front entrance, find the correct train, and board it, as though we're part of the invasion force that's being transported there." "That's your plan?" said Elran. "Yes. So the plan is basically, we walk onto the train." "Yes." "You're an idiot." Sagar's mouth twitched. "Who we are." "Stop bickering," said Nuthia, apparently now familiar enough with both Sagar and Elran to reprimand them like this. "It's the best plan we've got, and our mission is urgent. Come on, it's nearly time." She drew a deep breath. "Let's go." Rin walked towards the station with the others. He went in his imperial armour disguise. The helmet, while not heavy, had grown stuffy, and he could feel his own shallow breaths on the front of his face. While it offered him some protection from head wounds in discovery, it also obscured his vision to a horizontal slit that disappeared into darkness at either side, so that he had to turn his head if he wanted to see into his periphery. The ceiling sloped up into the pointed roof they had seen from the outside, from which hung lanterns on chains, lighting the lobby with a white glow. At the far end, a series of desks broke up metal barriers at intervals, which barred the way to different doors and passages that Sagar had told them led to the different platforms. Across the stone floor, to and from, like a self-organizing colony of black-shelled worker ants. "Psst, Rin," whispered Sid next to him. "Don't lose your focus." Rin shook his head briefly and concentrated on walking with the group again. He had allowed himself to be distracted for a moment by the sheer number of Imperial soldiers in the station and veer off course slightly. Now, I wouldn't be able to tell the difference between each other if they got separated. Although Rin fancied he'd still be able to tell Nuthia a mile off, she walked in front of him now, her head held high, something very slightly out of place about the way she tried to keep her gait graceful and soft-footed despite the clunky armour she was in. Despite her disguise, Rin thought, though he didn't know why he was still addressing his thoughts to the gods. Especially Nuthia. You can take the princess out of the palace, but you can't take the palace out of the princess, it seems. Of their party, Vish alone wasn't wearing armour, though his black attire didn't seem to attract any unwanted attention from the Morocamians. If anything, the soldiers seemed to, or at least not gotten too close to. That could be to their advantage. Sagar led them to the clerk's desk for platform 4, which he told them he'd found out was the one with the train bound for Manolia. They took their place in a queue for it and shuffled along a few paces every time another soldier got clearance and went through the barrier. Rin tried as hard as he could. Front line, the armoured grunt behind the desk said, "Destination?" without looking up from the papers in front of him. "Manolia," said Sagar. "Unit?" said the grunt. A pause. Said Sagar. Panic gripped Rin's chest. Apparently Sagar hadn't known this was coming or thought this far ahead. The grunt looked up from his desk, and they narrowed. "What unit are you with, soldier?" It's a simple question. "What do we do? What do we do?" "They're with me," said Vish all of a sudden. "They're serving as my retinue for a mission." The grunt turned his head, then practically jumped out of his seat. "Oh, my apologies, Shadowfinger Vish. I didn't see you there. No wonder you didn't." Side of the desk, and the metal barrier in front of them swung up. Rin had to make a concerted effort not to run through. They passed under the barrier and into the walled corridor beyond. When they had gone a few steps, Rin whispered, "That was lucky," to Sagar. "Did you know that was going to happen?" "Be quiet, pup," Sagar hissed back. Sagar made no reply. The corridor opened onto a dark, dusty platform. All along it stood a series of conjoined rectangular steel boxes with multiple glass windows set into them. So this is a train, Rin thought. They followed the stream of soldiers on board. It was cramped inside the train, and Rin's soldier with his helmet off stood just inside the door they entered by, bellowing at the new arrivals as they boarded. "Keep it moving, soldiers!" he yelled at Rin and company when they passed him, spittle flying from his mouth, a vein throbbing on the temple of his fat, close-shaven head. "We haven't got all night. We need to be in Manolia by dawn. Train leaves in 5 minutes. H would compare only 6. Rin's pulse began to pound between his ears as he walked down the narrow walkway that ran the length of the train, passing closed metal doors. That was still Sagar walking in front of him, he was sure of it, and, he glanced quickly over his shoulder, there was Vish just behind him. But where were the others? Were they still following? Random soldiers joining them? We didn't properly think through what we were going to do when we actually got to our destination. Saga had just said something vague about sneaking away from the Imperials when they got to Minolia, just like they were sneaking onto the train. But how was that going to be possible? Before Rin could panic any further, suddenly Saga turned off to the right. Through the side was a small room with 2 cushioned benches that faced each other from either wall. Between them, on the far side of the compartment, ran another wall with a window looking onto the dimness of the station platform. Following Saga's lead, Rin went and sat on one of the benches next to him. They watched the door carefully. In came Vish, who sat at the end of the opposite 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. A crap. The last soldier in shut the door behind him. Whew, he exclaimed in a voice Rin didn't recognise. He collapsed onto the bench opposite Rin. It's bad enough that they fly us non-stop to Infis without any breaks and barely any rations, but then they frog-marched us to the station and rested it on his knee. He had a friendly, grinning face and a mop of thick brown hair. He was young, maybe in his early 20s. Rin found that he liked the man immediately, which confused him. Ah, quit your whining, Tilbrook, said the soldier whom he had sat next to. This one took off his helmet too. A somewhat older, more weathered look on one cheek. This is nothing. In the Umbar campaign, I once flew for 2 days straight without anything to eat, then got dropped directly into combat. At least here we're getting a run-up. He looked at Rin sat on the bench across from him. Aren't you going to take your helmet off? Rin lifted his hands to remove his helmet, but then Saga elbowed him in the side. Oh yeah, that's right. 3 of us have bounties on our heads. Rin's cheeks blushed hot, and all of a sudden he was very glad that he was wearing the helmet. We preferred to keep them on, Saga said. The older soldier frowned at him. What in the hell's for? The bench the soldiers were sitting on. The soldiers each turned to look at who had spoken, then jolted with surprise. A shadow finger, said the younger one. I thought you were all chasing a bounty in northern Infis, said the older. We were, said Vish, but I completed on it, and now I've been redeployed to Minolia on a classified mission. No questions asked. The soldiers looked at each other for a moment, then the older one shrugged. Suit yourselves then. Rin's shoulders relaxed a little. It seemed that Vish carried enough authority that this wasn't going to be queried any further. Just then a high-pitched whistle sounded, and the train began to strain forward. Outside, the pistons turning the wheels of the train began to pound out at increasingly fast rhythm. In moments they were out of the station, moving through the white buildings of Syrah which glinted in moon and lantern light, and before long they were again traversing the darkness of the Amphisi plains that Syrah sat within. Only now they weren't just walking across them. Now they were travelling much faster than they had been before. Well, said the younger soldier, I'm completely beat. Do you guys mind if we get some sleep? Good idea, said Vish for the rest of them. The 2 unhelmeted soldiers stood and pulled down another bench Rin hadn't realised was built into the wall above the one they had been sitting on. It folded out of the wall and hung suspended from it by 2 chains at either end. He, Saga, and whoever else was sitting at his side, Nuthia, Elran, did the same with the bunk on their side of the carriage. With the 2 bunks folded down, you could just about fit 2 people lying down one after the other onto each of the 4 benches now available in the carriage. We'll take the top, said Tilbrook deferentially to Vish, and he and the other soldier climbed up. Rin took one of the spaces on the bottom bunk on his side. He had no idea who was lying down on the other end of it, but they each lay so that their helmeted heads would be next to each other in the middle of the bench. Night all, said Tilbrook, and then there was just the darkness and the gentle rattle and chug of the train as it travelled through the Amphisi plains. Chugga, 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 chugga. Rin stared up at the grubby underside of the bunk above him as his eyes adjusted to the darkness. Well, this was some predicament they had gotten themselves into. Aboard an Imperial commandeered train bound for Minolia, stuck in a carriage with 2 genuine Imperial soldiers, which meant they couldn't even talk openly to each other. Maybe they should kill the soldiers while they slept. Maybe they should kill the soldiers while they slept. No, that was a horrible idea. That was thinking like Saga. Even if they were working for the Empire, these two soldiers didn't seem to be murderous monsters like Vor. They seemed like they were just trying to get by and do a job to earn a living. They were just following orders. Nuthia was right and do a job to earn a living. They were just following orders. Nuthia was right. It wouldn't be right to kill them in cold blood. Though he wouldn't put it past Sagar for the idea to cross his mind too. Hopefully the pirate wouldn't do anything stupid. He hadn't so far at least, and from the snoring noises coming from the opposite top bunk, the two soldiers seemed to be fast asleep. Coming from the opposite top bunk, the two soldiers seemed to be fast asleep. What was Rin even doing here? Mother, father, hometown, find Vor, get Vor, kill Vor, stay with Nuthia. He wasn't even certain that General Vor would be coming this way. It was just his best guess. Coming this way. It was just his best guess. He shut his eyes. In the darkness and the encasement of his helmet, familiar images started to crowd in on him. His mother being pierced by a sword. His father's eyes going out of focus. The Imperial General laughing in his face. How was he going to get to sleep like this? General laughing in his face. How was he going to get to sleep like this, without the cool of the open air and the reassuring chatter of his travelling companions to lull him into unconsciousness? He thought he would try to talk to Sagar on the bench next to him for a little while. Even that might be better than just lying here in the dark with his memories. Might. Just lying here in the dark with his memories. Might. Sagar, Rin whispered as quietly as he could, so that only the pirate, whose head lay a little way from his own, could hear. Nothing. Then, no, whispered back a noble feminine voice after a moment. It's me. Nuthia. Rin. It's me. Nuthia. Rin could barely believe his luck. He better say something else to her. Are you all right? Yes, quite all right. Stop talking and let me go to sleep. That stung. For a moment there was only the chugga 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 of the train again. Chugga chugga of the train again. Rin? This time she spoke first. Yes? I'm sorry. I didn't mean that. The truth is I'm not all right. I'm scared. Wow. A rare admission of vulnerability from the lightning-slinging, lecture-delivering princess. What are you scared of? Asked Rin eventually. Stupid question. What wasn't there to be scared of right now? I'm scared that we won't make it to Manolia, Nuthia whispered. I'm scared that we'll be discovered. I'm scared that the Empire will find all the jewels and overrun the world. That's quite a lot to be scared of, fair enough, thought Rin. But instead he said, I know. Me too. I'm scared of all of those things too, and I'm scared that I'll never be able to find Vor again, or that I'll find him, but I won't be able to beat him when I find him. You can beat him, said Nuthia. You're doing really well in your training. I shouldn't need to hear her say that, thought Rin, but I sure like that she did. If you continue on as you're doing, you're only going to grow more powerful in the use of your gift and your swordsmanship. But, Rin, she paused. Rin, she paused. Rin, by the time you do find him, and I'm sure you'll be able to find him again, you might not want revenge on him anymore. Rin's brow furrowed inside his helmet. Why would she say something like that? He thought of Vor again, of the man with the thick-set jaw and the flaming red hair, laughing in his face. At the very thought of him, Rin's hands grew hotter and the tips of his fingers tingled. There's no way I'm going to stop wanting revenge on him, Rin whispered to himself as much as Nuthia. He murdered my parents and destroyed my hometown. Why would I ever not want to take revenge on him? Nuthia took a while to speak again. Eventually she whispered, It is not the way of the One. The way of the One is to forgive. Ah, there she goes with her one stuff again, Rin thought. He wasn't in the mood for this right now. But he didn't want to be harsh with Nuthia, especially if she was feeling scared at the moment. All right, he said. Well, I'll think about it. Thank you. But Nuthia? Yes? Look, it's okay to be scared. It makes sense. Like I said, I'm scared too. but you've got a lot of people around you right now to take care of you. Me, Saga, Elran, Sid, and I guess Vish too. We'll take care of you and make sure you get to Manolia, all right? I'll take care of you, he added in his head, but he didn't quite find the courage to whisper that. Thank you, Rin, said Nuthia. I am glad of that. Rin smiled inside his helmet. Hey, lovebirds, someone whispered from the bunk above them. Rin spasmed and nearly fell off the bench. He hadn't realised anyone else could hear them. Stop talking so we can get some sleep, Elran whispered again. Yeah, talking so we can get some sleep, Elran whispered again. Yeah, whispered someone else from above. No, not Sagar too. You're lucky those two bucketheads are sleeping like babies, or you might have given us away. Quit yammering and go to sleep. Sorry, Rin whispered back sheepishly. They ceased talking. Rin's blush had come back to his cheeks, and he was even more grateful no one could see it. As it slowly faded and the tingling in his fingers died away, he thought of his conversation with Nuthia, listened to the chugga-chugga-chugga-chugga of the train, rocked with its gentle movements, and eventually felt himself slipping into sleep. Episode 15. Disembarking. Wake up, man! Out of your bunks! Sun's up! We'll make Manolia in 2 hours! Rin opened his eyes to the grubby underside of the bunk above him, which he saw through the visor of the helmet he was wearing. It took him a few moments to remember that he was posing as an Imperial soldier on a train bound for Manolia. In the instant after he registered all of this, he realized he had slept without having a nightmare for the first time in many days. Come on, up you get, maggots, yelled the man outside again, outside their own compartment door now, banging on it so that it rattled noisily. Hold on a moment, thought Rin. I recognise that voice. Deep. Thought Rin. I recognise that voice. Deep. Commanding. Superior. Rin got up and opened the door. The general stood in his black armour, his flame-red hair on display, his gauntleted hands still suspended in the air from knocking on their door. He hadn't needed to have a nightmare in his sleep. His nightmare had come to his waking day. Rin just stood staring at him for a moment in surprise. Vor raised an eyebrow in brazen nonchalance. Good to see you up already, soldier. A pause. What is it? What do you want? A pause. What is it? What do you want? Hot fury filled Rin's lungs. To see you dead, he shouted, and punched the general in the face. Vor staggered back and crashed into the wall behind him, clutching his nose. He was so big the whole carriage shook. At the same moment Rin became aware of what he had done. He also became aware that he didn't care. He had acted purely on impulse and blown their cover, but it didn't matter. This was the reason he was on this journey, to find this man, to kill this man, no matter what Nuthia says about forgiveness. Vor was upright again, his hand away from his face. He had the beginnings of a bruise coming through under his eye, but that hadn't done anything. That's right, he's immune to fire. The general stared at him, apoplectic. Dissenter! Treachery! Rin drew his sword and leapt at Vor, swinging it wildly at his head. Vor got his arm up, and the sword smashed into the black metal plate of the man's armour, sending painful reverberations down after strike at the general, trying to catch him in the head. But the huge man was also fast. Again and again he got his arms up in the way of Rin's blows, and they deflected uselessly off the black carapace, only making loud clangs and lighting a few sparks off them. And then Vor caught Rin's hand. Rin yelped as pain lanced through his arm, the ground. Rin tried to light another fireball in his left hand, but the pain in his right arm was so great he couldn't focus properly to do it. He just ended up banging his left arm uselessly into Vor's side. The general didn't even seem to notice. What are you doing, soldier? Vor snarled in Rin's face, so close now that Rin could see the blood red. There were shouts coming from the compartment behind Rin, but he couldn't make them out. Footsteps all around too, other soldiers flocking to the general's side. Rin shut his eyes as Vor shoved the fingers of his free hand into his visor slit and yanked upwards. The helmet came off Rin's head. Rin opened his eyes and stared hatred at Vor's horrible Estan, who turned up in Ast as well. You are becoming very irritating. How did you infiltrate this train? Are there others with you? Hatred prickled in Rin's lungs. The only thing he was afraid of was that he would die now without first being able to take revenge on this man who had killed his parents. Instead of answering, he spat in Vor's face, so that the globule of saliva went over his shoulder. You miserable little piece of poodoo, said Vor. Rin's stomach flared with pain and the air rushed out of him. He fell backwards onto the floor as Vor let go of him and curled up at once. Vor had punched him hard in the gut. It hurt like all the hells, even through his armour. The general was so strong. This courage! Remove your helmets! From his place on the floor, Rin could only see Vor's black steel-capped boots, but he grimaced and scrunched his eyes up in expectation all the same. What have I done? I've given my friends away and I didn't even kill Vor in the process. Come on! Vor bellowed in the compartment. Do it, all of you! This is it. Good, said Vor. What? Rin dared to open his eyes and twist around a bit. Sid and Elran had taken off their helmets. So had the two soldiers who shared their compartment the night before. But Nuthia, Saga and Vish were nowhere to be seen. If there are any more of them, and they are intelligent, said Vor, they will have spread themselves away. I can't imagine he really thought he could harm me. I'm beginning to think he must be soft in the head. A tremendous pain bloomed in Rin's back, and he skidded across the compartment wall, crashing into the far wall. This time Vor had kicked him across the room. He moaned and lay prone, spasms of pain shooting up and down his spine. What? Vor growled. There were 2 more soldiers in the compartment with us last night, and they never took off their helmets either. What? Why did you not challenge them? I don't know, sir. There was a Shadowfinger with them. A Shadowfinger? Which one? Shadowfinger Vish, General. Vor went silent for a moment. Bit old to be serving with the 66th Division, aren't you? No, sir, said Sid's voice, remarkably calm. Name's Tarn. I've seen a good few tours in my time, and I've been transferred to the 66th because I wanted to see some more action in this one before I leave service. Beg your pardon, sir, but I'm not that much older than Valen here. Shut up, said Vor. I didn't ask for your life story. Yes, sir. A new voice. There are at least 2 interlopers aboard this train with bounties on their heads, and Shadowfinger Vish is here too. I don't know what he's up to, but I want them all found. Order all units to remove their helmets. I want these vermin rounded up now. Sir, yes, sir. Go! More hurried footsteps that faded. Now, bring the mongrel. Yes, sir, said Sid. Sid drew his sword and gestured with it for Rin to follow Vor. Walk, scumbag, he said, with convincing animosity, playing his part well. Gods, I hope he is playing a part. All of a sudden Rin had a flash of doubt as to whether he could really trust Sid or not. Could he really trust anyone he died? Sid had told them an elaborate story about trying to track down the jewels with other people once before, with too many corroborating details for it to be made up. Sid had been training him in sword fighting. Sid was on his side. Sure enough, as Sid marched him at sword point down the length of the train behind Vor, who bellowed into each compartment they came to for everyone to and whispered, Don't worry, you had a momentary lapse in judgment, but we can get out of this. I'm sure the others will be back for us soon. Will they? Or will they just leave me for being so stupid, Rin thought. Saga won't want to come back for me. Will Nuthia? Just try to stay calm and don't say anything. If the general does you any, he'll heal you later. Serious damage? What did he mean by that? Butterflies darted about manically in Rin's stomach, and he began to tremble. They went through a door into another carriage. This one was different, open plan, not separated into compartments, and had red carpet and purple curtains. Inside, a number of the black armoured soldiers sat on leather-cushioned chairs, much more comfortable looking than the benches in the other carriages. None of these soldiers were wearing their helmets, and they generally looked older and larger than the regular soldiers Rin had encountered. Other officers, Rin realised, and larger than the regular soldiers Rin had encountered. Other officers, Rin realised. Through the windows on either side of the carriage, the landscape of Imphis, was it still Imphis? Streamed by in the brightening morning sunlight, now becoming increasingly hilly and mountainous. Attention! Vor yelled to the assembled officers. Attention! Vor yelled to the assembled officers. To a man, they all stopped whatever they were doing, shot up out of their seats, and snapped into salutes, barely hiding confused frowns. At ease, Vor said. Listen closely. I found a rebel infiltrator on this train. He inclined his head briefly towards Rin. He is dual infiltrator on this train. He inclined his head briefly towards Rin. He is dual-touched, but only by the ruby, so he will not be able to hurt any of you. There was a bounty on his head because he challenged me once before in Imphis, and he was working with a Manolian girl and an Imphisi pirate, both dual-touched too, by lightning and wind respectively. More frowns rippled pirate, both dual-touched too, by lightning and wind respectively. More frowns rippled across the officers' faces. They may be on this train too. The frowns deepened. Sergeant Entra? Yes, sir, said one of the nearest officers, snapping out another quick salute. This man had a sadistic glint in his eyes and a thick grey moustache. Quick salute. This man had a sadistic glint in his eyes and a thick grey moustache. Take Felon Bunce and search the train. Command all personnel to remove their helmets and join you in the search. The Manolian is undisguisably female. The Imphisi is blind in one eye and has an air of moronic indolence. If they are on this train, they will not be able to conceal themselves for very and has an air of moronic indolence. If they are on this train, they will not be able to conceal themselves for very long. If anyone runs, you will know you have found them. Bring me them alive, if you can. Yes, sir, Sergeant Entra barked, and hurried off out of the carriage with two other men. Shadowfinger Elpis, said Vor. Yes, sir. Even amidst his growing... Shadowfinger Elpis, said Vor. Yes, sir. Even amidst his growing terror, Rin's head rocked back with surprise at hearing the voice of a woman. From near the back of the carriage, a figure stepped forward, who he had not noticed till now. A figure wrapped all in black as Vish was, only shorter than Vish, and unmistakably a woman from her hips and bust. Shorter than Vish, and unmistakably a woman from her hips and bust. Her face did not give her away as such, because she wore a mask with a grotesque feminine face painted on it, a wide, smiling caricature of a woman, with rosy red cheeks and exaggerated eyelashes on a white enamel backdrop. I have been informed that Shadowfinger Vish enamel backdrop. I have been informed that Shadowfinger Vish is aboard this train as well, Vor said to the woman. What is he doing here? What he is doing here I do not know. Find him and liaise with him at once to find out what is going on. I suspect that he may have tracked the interlopers here under cover. Only I found them first, but I need to be certain. Go now. Only I found them first, but I need to be certain. Go now. Yes, General Vor, said the woman. She picked up a rolled-up length of chain that had been on the floor next to where she had been sitting, and walked out of the carriage the same way the three other officers had. As the Shadowfinger walked past Rin, the air seemed to grow momentarily colder. A shiver ran up his spine. That left about 7 men in the carriage, looking at Vor like a litter of nervous puppies. The rest of you, while I interrogate this whelp, I want you to go over to the Manolian invasion plan again. And ensure that you have perfectly memorized every detail. Rin gulped. We will no doubt find any remaining interlopers soon, and the operation will go ahead as planned. Be ready. Yes, General Vor, the remaining officers chanted as one, giving him yet another flurry of salutes. Yes, General Vor, the remaining officers chanted as one, giving him yet another flurry of salutes. Good, said Vor. Get to it. He signalled to Sid. You, with me. Sid gently pushed Rin after Vor, as the two of them followed him down the rest of the length of the carriage and through yet another door. This carriage was plush and comfortable like the previous one, with the same fancy carpet and curtains, but instead of seats or bunks, it contained a series of small beds alongside each wall. There was another exit at the far end of this carriage. As soon as the door had closed behind them, Vor grabbed Rin by the arm and threw him onto the floor in the middle of the carriage. Rin stumbled from the force of the throw and went down with a grunt, falling face down on the carpet. His hand, his head, and his back already all ached, but somehow he knew that the worst was yet to come. A cold dread settled in the pit of his stomach as he stared at the red carpet beneath him. You, soldier, stand guard outside the door, Vor said to Sid. Don't admit anyone unless they have news of the Shadowfinger or any other rebels being discovered. Yes, sir, Rin heard Sid say, before the sound of the door clicking open and shut. Yes, sir, Rin heard Sid say, before the sound of the door clicking open and shut again. Vor said nothing for a moment. Chugga, 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 chugga. Then Rin became aware of the sound of Vor's breathing. It was deep, coming from the general's nostrils, and so loud that he could hear it even over the sound of the travelling train. The breaths were getting louder still, and slightly faster, and now closer, as Vor stepped nearer and stood over Rin. "I'm going to ask you again," Vor said, slowly and deliberately, like he was holding back strong emotion. "Are you alone, or are your companions from Ast with you?" "What do I tell him?" Rin thought, as he stared into the red carpet. "I don't even know where they are now. They might have run away. But should I admit that they were on the train at all? He as good as knows that already. But no, if there's a chance they can get away, I shouldn't confirm that for him. Mother, father, hometown, Nuthia. I found Vor. I tried to kill Vor. I failed. Damn him." Rin flipped himself round and sat up. He looked up at the huge looming figure of Vor, this man who had killed his parents and destroyed his hometown, the man whom he hated so much. The general was still breathing heavily, but his massive jaw was set in a tight line in his stupid round face, underneath his bright red hair. There was something burning in his eyes, Anger, maybe? Or hatred? Or lust of some kind? Rin wavered for a moment. But then he said, "I have no idea what you're talking about," with a defiant smile. Rin lost a brief moment of consciousness. Then he became aware that he was now lying a couple of paces away on his back. The shout he had just heard caught up to him, and at first he thought it had been his own, but then he realized it had been a shout of fury from Vor. Then the pain set in. He had been numb with shock for a moment, but now a terrible pain screamed from his mouth and nose. He instinctively felt for his front teeth with his tongue. A couple were missing, others were broken. Vor must have kicked him in the face so hard that he had blacked out for a moment. The pain was so bad he could barely think over it. Vor was crouching over him. "Did you come alone or with others?" he said calmly and deliberately again. "How did you get on board this train? Tell me now, or I will break your fingers one by one." Rin could barely hear his own terrified thoughts through the agony of his mouth and nose. "I should just give in. Tell him." When he hesitated, Rin felt Vor pull off one of his imperial gloves and take hold of one of his fingers. "No, please!" Rin just had time to squeal. A snapping sound. An ecstasy of white-hot pain flooded Rin's being, flowing up from his finger and joining with the wells of pain already leaking from his mouth, his nose, and his back. He heard himself screaming somewhere, but he heard it as something happening to someone far away, on the other side of the pain. The initial flash of pain receded just a little, quietening ever so slightly, and Rin heard himself pleading with Vor in a manic squeal. All right, I'll tell you. Please don't break any more of my fingers. I know as much as you do. My two friends were with me in the carriage, but they got away when I attacked you. I don't know where, though. I don't know where they've gone." "Good," said Vor. "That's more like it. I may consider stopping torturing you now, if you keep talking." "Oh, thank the gods," Rin managed to think in the sea of pain. "Thank Imkala, thank Edres, thank Intric, thank all the gods, thank the One. On the other hand, I'm rather enjoying myself, and we've started now, so why not carry on?" Snap. The whole world was pain. Rin screamed again, kept on screaming. "Tell me more. Did you join up with the jewel-touched pirate? Are there any more of you? Where would the wench and the pirate have gone? Tell me now!" Snap. Pain, so much pain like a tidal wave crashing over him, almost enough pain to make him pass out. "Just tell him," Rin thought. "Just speak, say something." The first wave had passed over him. "We landed on his ship when we fell out of yours. Nuthia says it was the One, but it could have just been pure luck, and I don't know where they've gone. I wasn't meant to attack you. I just did it on impulse, so they've probably run away. They could be anywhere. They could have jumped off the train by now and left me.
Unlikely, said Vor's voice from somewhere. It does have wind projection. What about others? Are there any others with you? In the storm of pain, Rin searched through his mind for something to cling to. Could he afford to tell the General about Elran, Vish, Sid? Anything that might have the smallest chance of stopping this pain or slowing it down. Sid was dual touch too. That might be important. At that, when he hesitated again, Vor snapped another of his fingers. Ah! Are there others with you? Vor bellowed. Are there others? Tell me! Rin broke his limit. A strange tingling sensation joined the pain for a moment, mixing with it, spreading from his heart out through his whole body to his head, which had been scrunched shut in agony, and realized that he was on fire. In his desperation, he had somehow inadvertently lit his whole body on fire. He looked up at Vor through his new aura of flickering orange. The General was still crouched over him, holding one of his hands. Fire burst! Rin shouted, and this time flames leapt straight from his mouth, and they hit it, without any effect. Vor blinked a couple of times, and leaned in closer, so they were face to face. You stupid mutt, Vor said right in his face. I can see you've been practicing, but that's not going to work on me, remember? How many times do you need to be reminded of this? I am just like you, and fire cannot harm me. As if Rin thought that it would. As if Rin was acting rationally out of anything other than primal survival instinct. Vor's face receded, and then he kicked Rin in the stomach again, sending him skidding across the floor and into the side of one of the beds. When he automatically put them out to steady himself, the pain had reached a new intensity he had never imagined possible. He felt his attention starting to move in and out of focus. He was going to pass out. Either that or Vor was going to kill him first. Are there others with you? Vor shouted again, emphasizing every other word like Rin was. Why are you on a train bound for Manolia? Tell me, you pathetic piece of poodoo. Tell me, or I will break every single one of your fingers and toes. Tell me, or I will cut them off and make you eat them. Just pain, and the fear of even more of it, and the shame that he knew he couldn't hold out for much longer, and that soon he would tell the General everything. Someone had knocked on it. He heard Vor open the door. Rin could just about make out their conversation through the noise of his pain. What? I am busy. My apologies, General, but you said to let you know if there were any developments. Sid? Well, what is it? Spit it out, gods damn you, soldier. It's the shadow. Why didn't you say so straight away? Let them in, you fool. Yes, sir. Even though it hurt to move, Rin managed to roll over a little onto his side so that he could look at the door. Sid stood aside, and in came Vish and the other lady Shadowfinger, followed by an unhelmeted Saga and Nuthia. Rin's tired, overworked heart still leapt, and Nuthia were marched in by two more soldiers who held sword points to the back of their necks to stop them trying anything. The younger of the two they had met last night, and Elran. What in all the hells? Has Elran betrayed us now too? Or is Vish planning something? Shut the door, soldier, Vor commanded, and Vor walked in and fanned out in front of Vor, in what space there was between the beds. They were somewhat obscured by Vor himself, but Rin saw Nuthia's eyes flick down to him in concern, then back up to Vor, whom she regarded with tight-lipped rigidity. Saga, unusually, wore nearly the same tense expression. They didn't look like they had a... But maybe he should just give up and die now. General Vor, Vish was the first to speak, in his exotic, guttural tones. Shadowfinger Vish, acknowledged Vor. He and Vish addressed each other almost as equals. Congratulations. I see that you have made a gesture with a hand towards Rin. You will be rewarded accordingly with poppy seed. Vish's eyes stretched in size for the briefest of instants. Rin had to close his own eyes again for a moment, in response to a particularly strong throb of pain from his fingers. He didn't want to whimper in front of Nuthia, so he bit down on his tongue. Thank you, Shadowfinger, Vor went on, that I am a little confused as to why it is only here and now that you have managed to unmask and bring in these rebels. There was something off about Vor's voice, but Rin couldn't place it. It had taken on a sinister note, even more so than usual. Was he really confused, like he said, or was there something else going on? Was he really confused, like he said, or was there something else going on? Oh, said Vish. Rin couldn't read his expression underneath his headscarf, but this time his grey eyes stayed level. "What are you confused about, General?" "If you knew that the rebels were on this train, why did you not inform me, either of this or that you were on this train? Why did you not inform me, either of this or that you were on it too?" The briefest of hesitations. Then Vish said, "Simple, General. I had tracked the 3 targets to Syrah, but temporarily lost them when they disguised themselves and infiltrated this train. I was fairly sure I had the right people, but I was biding my time to make absolutely sure, and to see what they were up to. When that boy over there revealed himself, I knew I had them. So here they are for you." "Ingenious," said Vor, lingering over the word. "Well, your story makes sense," said Vor, lingering over the word. "Well, your story makes sense. Congratulations again, Shadowfinger." His hand went to one of a number of small pouches affixed to his belt, popped it open, and drew something out, holding it up in front of himself. Vish's eyes went wide again, and stayed that way. "Here's your pop—" Vish's eyes went wide again, and stayed that way. "Here's your poppy seed in reward," said Vor. "1 now and 2 more later, seeing as you brought in 3 targets, although really I was the one who apprehended the first one, so I'm being more than generous." Rin could see the longing in Vish's eyes. "Come on, Vish," he wailed through his... Rin could see the longing in Vish's eyes. "Come on, Vish," he wailed through his pain. He hadn't seen this coming. "Sid has plenty of poppy. We can give you poppy. If you're planning something, don't give in now." Said Vish. "I am grateful, General." The Shadowfinger stepped forward to take the poppy. "No!" When he stepped within reach, Vor grabbed Vish by the throat with one hand. Nuthia and Saga gasped. Vish's hands flew to his neck at once to try to prise Vor's hand off, but it was no use. The gauntleted fingers fixed tightly around his throat. Vor lifted him off the ground with one hand and held him aloft. Vish started to wheeze and choke, his legs kicking frantically as he pulled at Vor's hand with no success. "Pitiful darky," Vor said. "I don't know why the Emperor values you so much. How did they get to you? Did they offer you a better poppy supply somehow? Nobody has more poppy than us. The seeds are always your weakness." He looked past Vish. "Soldiers, kill the hostages." "Now!" Vish managed to croak from within Vor's grip. "Do it now!" "Do it now!" Chaos erupted. A gust of air billowed through the carriage. "Saga," Rin thought briefly, before he was flipped back over onto his front. He screamed as the pain in his hand and back spiked again. Shouts and battle cries and the sound of pistols discharging and the ring of steel on steel. And then he was on his back again, another flare of pain exploding through his body. Sid's face swam into his failing vision amidst dancing white spots. "It's bad," Sid was saying, kneeling next to him. "Really bad. I'm going to have to use a lot of mana to heal you. Hold on." Sid placed one hand on Rin's chest, cradled Rin's broken fingers with the other, and closed his eyes. Another shock of pain, and Rin screamed again. He was sure that this one was going to tip him over into unconsciousness, or worse. Cura! But then the heat of the pain transformed all of a sudden, and became a cool, soothing sensation that started in his hand and chest and spread slowly through the rest of him. Rin's fingers moved back into joint and went straight and normal again. He felt his teeth regrow and move back into place. The pain departed. He sighed, freed from the agony he had been trapped in, utterly relieved, and opened his eyes. Sid was panting. "Come on, lad," he said. "You're needed." Rin wasted no time. He let Sid pull him up, then looked around at the battle that had begun. Vor had been blown to the far end of the carriage, where it was back on his feet, and had his huge sword drawn, shouting in fury and swinging it in massive deadly arcs at Saga, who had his twin cutlasses out, and Nuthia, who knew how to handle the imperial sword she carried too, Rin was surprised to see. On the other side of them, near the entrance to the carriage, Vish and Elran were locked in a similar dance with the female Shadowfinger. Vish's black sword flashed this way and that, and Elran flicked her whip out in vicious snaps, but the Shadowfinger dodged and jumped and twirled to avoid each blow, and each time Vish and Elran to dodge out of the way themselves. On the floor next to them lay Tilbrook, eyes staring at nothing, blood leaking from his mouth. He was only a boy, thought Rin, barely older than me. Rin made his choice, and pelted towards the far end of the carriage where Saga and Nuthia were fighting Vor, familiar hatred for the Empire and the kill Vor. He saw a gap in the melee as Saga used another smaller gust of wind to push Vor back again, and, his reserves replenished by Sid's magic, flung a fireball directly at the general. It hit him in the chest, but then dissipated into nothing. "Get back, pup," Saga said. "We don't need you here. Go help the girl and the scum." A sudden thrill at being healed by Sid and back on his feet again. Rin had completely forgotten that for a moment. Again. Stupid. "Elpis!" roared Vor all of a sudden through the momentary lull in the fighting. "Call for reinforcements, damn you!" Rin spun to see the Lady Shadowfinger leap away from Vish and Elran in two elegant dashed through it, and the open door bounced off the wall and shut again with a clang. Distant shouts. They all stood blankly watching the door for a moment, blinking in surprise at what had just happened. She had moved so fast. A rumble. And then the door to the carriage burst open, and in flew the Shadowfinger again, followed by the armoured Imperial officers Rin had seen into the carriage like a stampede of giant ants. "Poodoo!" yelled Saga, still trading strikes with Vor. "Run!" Vish and Elran didn't need telling twice. But Rin did, frozen as he was in place by shock and his desire to see Vor dead. "Come on, Rin," Nuthia said, grabbing him by the hand and tugging him after her, away from something, and another massive gust of wind pushed Vor out of their path, slamming him into a window, leaving a spiderweb of cracks. Elran unloaded a shot at him as she passed, and sparks flew from his chest plate. It wouldn't have wounded him, Rin knew, but it kept him there a little longer as they dashed past. Rin felt a pang of regret that he was running away from Vor again, at last, that he wasn't going to kill the general today. Run, Rin, run. Run away. Live to fight another day. Live to find Vor again and make him pay. Thank the gods there was another door at the other end of the carriage. Saga got to it first and kicked it open. They piled after him out of it, but where Rin had a small exterior platform built onto the outside of the train. They skidded to a halt on the miniature platform, stumbling and holding onto each other to stop themselves falling off it with their momentum. Rushing air and green hills lit by morning sunshine greeted them. Elran, last out, slammed the door behind her and shoved her sheathed Imperial sword through its handle. It slammed into the door from the other side, and it came open slightly, but stopped when it met the resistance of the weapon. Shouting. It would probably hold for a little while, but not long. "What now?" said Rin desperately. A few feet in front of them, on the other side of the platform, was another carriage, only this one was smaller and round, with a big pipe coming out. "That's the driver's carriage," said Sid. "No," said Saga, "we'll just be cornered in there. Up." He pointed. Behind them, next to the door that Elran had wedged shut, a ladder. Saga shoved Nuthia forward so that she went up first. Then he followed, then Sid, then Elran, then Rin with Vish behind him. It was even windier on top of his head. The roofs of the box-like carriages were flat, though, so they could walk on them. As Rin stepped out onto the roof of the carriage they had just been inside, he heard snapping metal below, and shouts. "Where have they gone? Up there! Up on the roof!" Rin ran along the top of the carriage with the others. He could hear soldiers calling after them already. Carriage, only a couple of meters, they jumped it, and kept running. They kept on like this, dashing across the train top, and vaulting the spaces between the carriages. But, Rin thought, what's our end game here? How are we going to get off this train? And then he saw the black armoured soldiers in front of them, climbing up onto the roof of the rearmost carriage of the train, both sides. "Halt!" yelled Vish to everyone. "Form up! Stand ground!" He had used unfamiliar language, but everyone seemed to instinctively understand what he meant, and obeyed him. They all stopped in the middle of the roof of the carriage they were currently on, and intuitively arranged themselves so that they were back to back in pairs, 3 of them facing the back of the train, 3 of them on. Rin stood back to back with Vish, alongside Nuthia and Saga facing the same way to either side of him, who were back to back with Elran and Sid respectively, and watched the approaching stream of helmetless soldiers coming towards him over the top of the train. They were 3 carriages away. Swordless, he clenched his fists, readying himself to throw fire. The officers. There's only one way to find out. "I'm not sure we can win this," he thought aloud. "Quiet, pup," Saga snapped. The soldiers were 2 carriages away now. Rin could see their snarls and the battle lust in their eyes. We're going to try anyway. Don't forget, we've still got our elemental projection. An old timer back there can heal us if we need it. And now that we're outside, I can use my lightning, said Nuthia. A crackle, and the hair on the back of Rin's neck stood on end. The oncoming soldiers cleared the gap onto their carriage. They charged the last steps towards the party, swords drawn, onto their carriage. They charged the last steps towards the party, swords drawn, shouting curses and battle cries. Rin could see the spittle flying from their mouths. Here goes nothing. The closest one had his blade raised to strike. Fire! Shouted Rin, thrusting out his palms and willing the flames forwards. Burning orange leapt from his arms and willing the flames forwards. Burning orange leapt from his hands in a blast that engulfed the charging soldiers. Their shouts turned to screams. In the same moment, Saga shouted, Windara! Next to him. An instant after the flames appeared, a huge gust of wind blew from the side across the top of the carriage with a howling shriek. A huge gust of wind blew from the side across the top of the carriage with a howling shriek, making Rin wobble, even though he hadn't caught the full force of it. The gust blew Rin's flames away into the side, off the top of the train, and they dissipated into nothing. At the same time, the gust took most of the soldiers with it, knocking them off the train. They flew off the roof, still screaming, some still on fire from Rin's attack, like crumbs being brushed from a tablecloth. Rin winced as the screams were cut short by the crunches of the soldiers hitting the passing landscape beneath them. He turned, panting, to Saga. Hey! Hey! What are you doing? Your attack got in the way of mine. The pirate was panting too. He scowled at Rin with his good eye. Well, it worked, didn't it? I didn't know if your fire was going to have any effect on the soldiers. It doesn't on Vor. Behind them, Rin heard the sound of Elrond's pistols discharging. As she, Vish and Sid met the wave of soldiers that crashed on them from the other direction. Well, it clearly does, Rin snapped back, irritated. It must just be the officers they've touched with the ruby, not the common soldiers. Boys, said Nuthia. Rin and Saga looked up from their argument, ignoring the sounds of Elrond, Vish and Sid still fighting behind them. In front of them, at the other end of the carriage roof, stood 4 helmetless Imperial officers and the Lady Shadowfinger, all flanking, at their head, General Vor. Rin's heart skipped a beat. He needed to kill this man, but for the moment he was depleted, and he had realized that he still wasn't strong enough to kill him yet. He needed more time. That meant he needed to survive this battle somehow. He also wanted his friends to survive, even Saga. Okay, we need to coordinate our attacks this time, he said quietly to Saga and Nuthia, hoping that Vor couldn't hear. I'm not sure how much mana I've got left, said Saga, a sliding of metal as he drew his twin blades. Rin wished that he hadn't lost his Imperial sword. Don't worry, said Nuthia unexpectedly. I've still got my lightning projection. I'm not sure Vor's remembered that. I'm not sure that's the sort of thing he would forget, said Rin. Something was wrong. Vor had his own huge blade drawn too, but he wasn't coming forwards to use it. Yet. His jaw was set, and his brows creased in a deep frown. He looked thoroughly pissed off. Rebel filth, Vor said calmly, as if he was addressing them by a formal title. I don't know how you managed to turn a Shadowfinger to your cause, or why you keep popping up at inopportune moments, but I've had enough of you. By killing you, I'll be ridding myself of a nuisance and saving the Empire the money we would have had to pay out for your bounty. He took a step towards them. Stop right there, Vor! He took a step towards them. Stop right there, Vor! Yelled Nuthia, and he did. We're outside now, and I can use my gift. Why is she telling him that? Oh, right, her stupid no-killing rule. She wants to give him a chance. One step closer and I'll electrocute you where you all stand. There was some shuffling behind them, but Rin kept his eyes forwards, on Vor. Right, said Elran from behind. We've taken care of the soldiers on our side. Well, Vish took care of them mainly. What did we miss? Oh. Vor was still frowning at them grimly, moving his teeth from side to side, like he was pondering something. But then his frown cracked and became a menacing smile. Don't threaten me, witch, he called back to Nuthia. You don't know as much as you think you do. You've served your purpose and helped the Empire enough already by betraying your homeland. What? It's time for you listening, but he stayed where he was for the moment. Beyond him, and to either side of the train, the green hills of whatever country they were currently travelling through rolled by. What did he mean Nuthia betrayed her homeland? He's bluffing, said Saga, quietly enough so that only they could hear. At least Rin hoped that Vor and the officers couldn't hear him over the rush from behind them. Guys, what's the plan here? Said Elran nervously. If he takes one step, said Saga, hit him with everything you've got, princess. No, said Sid. Listen to me. There's no time to explain now, but that's really not a good plan. We need a different one. Look, in the distance, the train's about to pass, Saga. Are you mad, old-timer? I don't know how to swim, Rin just had time to think. Enough stalling, shouted Vor. He ran towards them with a battle roar, the officers and Shadowfinger following fast. Boltaga! Shouted Nuthia at the top of her lungs. A crack, and bright white lightning leapt from her outstretched, seen her summoned before, danced from her hands in a heartbeat. 2, 3, crackling and shifting and jumping between the Imperial officers, lighting up their faces, wide-eyed with shock. They cried out, presumably in pain. And then the lightning subsided. Steam hissed up from the officers and Shadowfinger, and their shouts died away, murmured Nuthia. Vor looked down at himself, apparently as surprised as she was. Huh, he chortled, sounding half disbelieving. And then another chortle came, and another, and his laughter grew and grew until it poured forth freely. Ha! 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 He looked up at them again. Vor and the officers came on, swords raised high to strike. Just beyond them, Rin glimpsed a ribbon of blue that the train was coming towards. Now! Shouted Sid. Quick, jump! Without thinking, Rin grabbed Nuthia's hand and jumped with her over the side of the carriage. Rushing freefall and a fluttering stomach. They enjoyed the episode. I always appreciate a rating and or review on iTunes. Thanks for listening. Episode 16. Infighting. Cold constricting around his chest, rushing noise filling his vision obscured by water, white spray again, a mouthful of water, another. Get me out of this water! I hate water! A gulp of air, by sheer chance, enough to keep fighting a few moments longer, being dragged downwards by the weight of the armour, frantically kicking his legs and flailing his arms around to try to prevent the downwards drag. Panic, not knowing how to grabbed Rin by the arm and yanked hard against the direction of the current was taking him. Pain flared in his shoulder, and he thought his arm might pop out of its socket, but Rin cooperated with the hand, and tried to pull himself in the direction it tugged him all the same, to reach round with his other hand. Another hand found his arm, and pulled. Bank by Saga and Elran. They released him, and he fell to the grass with a thwap, landing face down. He tasted soggy earth. He never thought the taste of it could be so sweet. Stupid pup, Sagar was saying. Why didn't you tell us you couldn't swim? Yeah, farm boy, Elran joined in. Why shouldn't you be able to swim? Ted. Like him, they were completely soaked. Sagar's hair hung like curtains over both his eyes, and his ponytail stuck limply to his neck. Elran looked more of a typical girl for once, her purple hair seeming much longer than usual when wet and plastered to the back of her head. Rin ignored their jibes. He couldn't keep... There wasn't really time to think it, let alone mention it back there. And what can I say? For some reason I've always had this funny thing about water. Never been so keen on it. Nuthia, he thought. Nuthia, he said, looking around frantically. I'm here, Nuthia called from further up the bank. Sid and Vish were with her too, all of them dripping wet. No, said Sid. I think we took the Imperials completely by surprise. The train carried them off before they had a chance to react. Even if they stop it and back up, that will still take quite a long time. And as soon as they leave the tracks, they won't be able to travel any faster than us, since they don't have any alternative means of transport, as far as we know. But all the same, we should get as far away from here. Are correct in that, said Vish. They did not follow immediately, but they may still try to. And they had Elpis with them. You should get moving.
They trudged up the riverbank together. A light breeze blew cold against their wet bodies, chilling their clothes inside the imperial armour they still wore, and a shiver ran up Rin's spine. In which they now found themselves. They traipsed to the top of the nearest hill to get their bearings. The sun was still climbing in the bright blue sky, and west, in the direction it was heading, the hills stretched out as far as they could see. In the east, the hills grew to snow-capped mountains. "Does anyone know where in mid we are?" said Rin. "We're in those mountains anywhere. We must be in the foothills of the Pelna Mountains, which border Imphis and Manolia." "That would make sense," said Sid, sagely, nodding. "The train would have had to go through the mountains on the border to get into Manolia, and would pass through Zerland briefly just before it got there." "Look," said Nuthia, pointing. "Look," said Nuthia, pointing. Over the hills, in the east, close to the mountains, its source obscured by one of the larger hills in that direction, was an unmistakable plume of steam, its tail getting slowly further and further away from them. "They haven't turned back," said Nuthia. "Of course not," said Vish. "You are merely," said Nuthia. "Of course not," said Vish. "You are merely an irritation to them, not a distraction worth diverting their whole course for." "He still says you, not we," Rin noted. "Though you should not assume anything. They may still have sent someone after you." "Like that Lady Shadowfinger," said Nuthia. "Elpis." "Perhaps," said Nuthia. "Elpis. Perhaps." "We really should keep moving then," said Rin, beating Saga to it, who closed his mouth and frowned. "Which way?" said Elran. "Towards Manolia, of course," said Nuthia. This time Sagar got there first. "But we'll never catch up to that train now. They'll beat us there. Never catch up to that train now. They'll beat us there, Princess, and invade before we can arrive to warn them." "Not necessarily," said Nuthia. They all looked at her, standing sopping wet at the top of the hill. She bit her lip. Once again Rin got the distinct impression that she knew more than she was letting on. "All right," said Saga, exasperatedly. "All right," said Saga, exasperatedly. "Come on, Princess, give up the goods. What are you not telling us?" started Nuthia. "She can tell you while you are moving," said Vish, his grey eyes scanning the hills. He began to walk, and everyone followed, except... "Hold on!" yelled Elran. Followed, except... "Hold on!" yelled Elran. They all stopped and looked round at her. Her cheeks had turned nearly as purple as her hair. Nearly. "You should not shout so loudly, girl," hissed Vish. "Oh, hush up, bounty hunter. If anyone sneaks up on us, I'll just shoot them like I shot you. What nobody seems to have remembered, I'll just shoot them like I shot you. What nobody seems to have remembered is that while we may still have our weapons and our lives, thank Indrik, we've all lost our packs. It looks like a good day or two's hike to those mountains, and then we have to get through them, and I for one ain't too sure our wilderness survival skills are up to a high enough standard to get us through all that without any supplies. I say we head to a standard to get us through all that without any supplies. I say we head to a Zerlinese settlement first and get stocked up. Hopefully none of you are so dumb as not to keep your coin about your persons like I did. I reckon I'm familiar enough with this part of the country that I could sniff out a town for us, sooner or later." It's not entirely true that none of us has any... It's not entirely true that none of us has any supplies," said Sid, swinging his satchel around to the front of him by a strap. "I managed to keep hold of this during our escape, and as well as my healer's provisions, it has a little food. I've checked it, and since it was sealed up, the contents are all dry and intact, despite our little swim. The twitch in Vish's face did not escape Rin's notice. Sid pulled some whey bread, salt beef, and a bit of cheese out of his bag. His eyes roved round the group. Did anyone else manage to hold on to anything? Nobody volunteered. They all seemed indeed to have lost their packs and supplies during the chaos aboard the train. "Ah," said Sid. A strong pang of guilt went through Rin's stomach, but it was soon swallowed up by hatred as he remembered what had led him to reveal himself on the train. Mother, father, hometown, find the train. Mother, father, hometown, find Vor, get Vor, kill Vor. "Well, that settles it then," said Elran. "Instead of southeast, we first go north to find a Zerlinese settlement to restock. Princess Girl can explain why we're in not such a rush, after all on the way." Nuthia's mouth dropped open. "I never said that we were not still in a rush. I just said we were not as
not in as much of a rush as you might think. I want to carry on in the direction of Manolia." "Princess," Saga snapped, "there is no way we can make it through those mountains with just a bit of bread and salted meat. Not even just the two through those mountains with just a bit of bread and salted meat. Not even just the two of us could manage that. You've employed me to do a job, but I can only do it and deliver you safely to Manolia if you're still alive." Nuthia opened her mouth again, but then something flickered in her eyes and she went tight-lipped. She said. For once she had backed down. Even she seemed to see the sense. For once she had backed down. Even she seemed to see the sense in what Elran and Saga were saying. Rin was torn, though. Vor was heading southeast, not north. At the same time, he thought, he needed to stay alive as well in order to be able to eventually get to Vor and kill him. And he still wasn't strong enough. If nothing else, their most recent confrontation had shown him that. He needed to train more on the way, to get stronger, to get better with his flames, better with his sword. And maybe it was the shock of what had just happened, maybe it was the cold water, but now he began to doubt seriously for the first time whether he would ever be able to kill Vor. The man was just too strong. Strong enough to kill him. Mother, father, hometown. Find Vor, get Vor, kill Vor, stay with Nuthia. Rin blinked. By the time he had finished thinking all of this, the others had already walked off down the hill. He ran to catch up with them. As he ran, he tripped over his feet, stumbled a few paces, then lost, but the hill was so steep that he rolled down it, turning over several times. He crashed into Saga from behind, taking the sky pirate's legs out from underneath him, before managing to put his hands out and scramble to hold on to the grass, raking the earth with his fingernails to come to a stop at last. Saga was on him at once, flipping him onto his back, kneeling on his arms. "Stupid pup," Saga yelled, his face red with fury, spittle flying from his mouth and dampening Rin's cheeks. "What in the 17 hells do you think you're doing? It's your fault we got into this mess in the first place, because you couldn't control yourself when you saw that Imperial General. I told you before that if you ever pulled something like that, like yanking me off that chocobo again, I would now." The others were yelling at Saga to get off him, but Rin couldn't hear them properly. All of his attention was taken up by the curved, glinting blade pressing at his Adam's apple. He had been in this position before. He was trying to remember how to get out of it. Rin croaked. I'm sorry, Saga. Catch a light, and the whole of his vision, from the shining cutlass blade to Saga's sneering face, turned red and orange, transfigured by fire. He didn't know how to project the flames from his eyes. Instead, as the heat rose up through his chest, Rin realized he was about to repeat something that he had learned to do back on the train. "Fire!" The sky pirate screamed and leapt backwards, dropping his cutlass and clutching at his face. He kept screaming as Rin got to his feet, still hot with anger and seeing red. The screams turned into, "You bastard! You bastard! You hurt me! You've burned me!" Saga took his hands away from his face. Rin couldn't completely tell. Nothing Sid can't heal, I'm sure. The whole of Rin was on fire again. He threw a fireball at Saga, just a small one, not big enough to seriously harm him, just burn him a bit more. Saga saw or felt it coming, and brought his hand across his body, making a movement as if to bat the fireball away. A rush of wind issued from his hand, blowing the fire to one side. He chucked another fireball at Saga, no longer caring how big it was, then another, and another. Saga blocked each one with his air projection, fanning them away in gusting flickers, but only barely. On his scorched face, the sky pirate's singed brows tipped back above widened eyes, and his jaw went slack. "That's right," thought Rin. "Make him..." "Hurrah!" someone shouted. A stab of shock lanced through Rin. The pain entered at his back, but in an instant spread to every point in his body. He cried out. The pain passed, but before Rin knew it, he had lost his concentration, and his fire vision and aura were gone, steam hissing up from him. "What the hell? I've had just about enough of this from the pair of you," Nuthia carried on. "She lightninged me. She actually lightninged me." He turned around to listen to the rest of his telling off. Nuthia was shaking with fury, and her eyes had doubled in size. "I can't believe you. I've got a highly important mission to carry out, and the two of you can't stop squabbling." "He started it," was all that he could say after a moment. He knew it sounded childish, but he was still smarting from being briefly electrocuted by Nuthia, and it was the best he could come up with at short notice. "Well, I finished it. Now apologize to each other, both of you." From the way that Saga was sitting on the ground, Rin guessed Nuthia lipped with disappointment, so the healer must have taken care of it. Their eyes met, and Saga scowled, flashing anger at Rin.
But, Rin realised, it was no longer the scowl of a superior. It was the scowl of an equal. At least he had achieved something. He probably should apologise for burning the guy's face, though. At least it passed as they held each other's gaze. Rage seemed to jostle with obligation in Sagar's brown eyes. Eventually Sagar looked away and mumbled something completely inaudible. "What was that?" asked Rin. "I said... Pardon?" "Sorry!" Sagar shouted. "There! Are you satisfied now, princess?" "Reason..." "This travelling party is a joke," said Sagar, as they began to climb another hill in a direction that Elran indicated. "You're right, princess. We'll all have killed each other before we have a chance to get back to your homeland." "Oh, I wouldn't be too hard on us," said Sid. Disappointed, but still optimistic then, Rin thought. "We did just manage to elude the courses together, in spite of the circumstances. That is no small achievement, and took a great amount of both teamwork and skill." Rin's shoulders eased a bit, and his spirits rose at that. When you put it like that, things didn't seem so bad. Find Vor, get Vor, kill Vor, stay with Nuthia. Even if she had killed, he was surprised that he hadn't been more lastingly hurt by it. There had been a brief shock of pain, but then he had been fine. He hadn't even needed Sid to heal him like Sagar had. He wondered why that was. Was she able to control the strength of her attacks? Nothing she had said before had seemed to indicate that. Though if she was, why had she hit Sagar harder than him? Really, there were other things more pressing on his mind. "So, Nuthia," he said, "can you explain to us why we're not in so much of a rush to get to Manolia anymore?" "Yeah," joined in Elran. "What gives, princess girl? For ages you're all like..." "What gives, princess girl? For ages you're all like..." She put on a refined voice in mock imitation of Nuthia. "I must return to my homeland to warn my people of what the Emperor has learned." Then all of a sudden, now that we're nearly there, you don't seem so bothered. What gives? Nuthia took a while to reply, and for a moment they were walking only to the sound of their own grunting and panting as they made their way up the hill. But eventually, she broke her silence. "As you know, we are currently in Zerlan, though very close to the border of both Imphis and Manolia, in the Pelnian Mountains." Of course she was going to tell them through a lecture. "Just beyond the mountains, in the Inflama forest, where the Manolian peninsula starts to jut out from the Dokanese mainland, there is a huge fortified wall. It is not very wide, because it does not need to be to span the width of the peninsula, but it is tall and thick and extremely well defended. The train will have to stop at the station of a town outside this wall. I am sure that my countrywomen will have got wind of the Empire's invasion of Dokkan by now, so they will have barred entry of the train through the tunnel that passes under the wall, especially when a battalion of Imperial soldiers appears in Plessa Station. It will take Vor time to work out how to get past this wall, and all the time he will be sitting at Plessa with his troops, and for all we know, he will be amassing more there. But now that he has beaten us to it, our goal is not speed, but stealth. We will need to sneak through or around the soldiers in order to get past the wall before they do. Then finally, I will be able to deliver the information that the Emperor has found out about the jewels to my people, before Vor can get to them." She took a deep breath. Her lecture had been punctuated by a lot of huffs and puffs as she climbed the hill. The rest of them took a moment to let this sink in. Then Rin said, "All right, so we need to sneak past the Imperial troops, again. It's a good thing we've still got this Imperial armour, even if we've lost our helmets. But what do we do once we reach this wall? How will we be able to get past it without revealing ourselves to the Imperials on this side of it? "Yeah, he does have a point there, princess," said Sagar, to Rin's surprise. Perhaps Rin should set his face on fire more often. "That's the reason I'm not in as much of a rush anymore," said Nuthia, determinedly looking at her feet as she walked, and refusing to meet any of their gazes. I know of a secret passageway through the wall, a secret entrance and exit. We will be able to sneak into Manolia through that." "Okay," said Elran. "Well, that makes a lot more sense now. But I think it makes all the more sense for us to be restocking our supplies here in Zerland before we carry on. There's no way we could even get to the Manolian border
wall on what we've got left. I agree, said Sid. Saga and Vish nodded their assent too. Rin didn't see any reason to protest, which meant that in a moment he could ask Nuthia about some other things that had happened on board. The train, which had been starting to bother him. They reached the crest of the latest hill and took a moment to catch their breaths in the crisp air. This hill was higher than the last and afforded them an even better view of the surrounding country. To the west and north, more hills, stretching back to the Infisi plains they had traversed on the train. To the east and south, yet more hills, yes, but instead of eventually flattening out, they rose to become the snow-dusted Palnian mountains. Wending its way down from these was the thin blue ribbon of the river they had jumped into. To escape from Vor. The plume of steam from the Siren train the Imperials had commandeered had long disappeared. Rin could not hold in his questions anymore. Why did we end up needing to jump off the train? He asked of the world in general. Then he rounded on Sid, addressing his next few questions to the old man. Why did Nuthia's lightning bolt not do more damage to Vor? You were worried about that before it happened. What do you know that we don't? The old man chewed his cheek. Everyone looked at him expectantly for an answer. Everyone except Nuthia, eventually, now that I had only suspected before. Rin couldn't help from feeling that the old man was only pausing for dramatic effect. What? Sid sighed. The jewels, when a person touches them, impart alignment to the element they are associated with. That's why a person who has been touched by one of them can manipulate. Old-timer, said Saga. Come on, skip to the new stuff. I'm getting there. When my former companions and I were collecting the jewels before, we developed a theory about this elemental alignment, but we never had the opportunity to test it properly, and we never dared test it on each other. The theory we came up with was that, when a person touched a particular jewel, not only an affinity with that element, somehow their body became attuned to that element and came to bear some of the properties of it. And from various anecdotal incidents, we came to speculate that with this affinity came certain weaknesses and resistances to the other elements. Put it in plain speak, old-timer, said Saga. In other words, other elements, and especially resistant to attacks from certain other elements. The most obvious one is that people who have touched the fire ruby would be especially susceptible to attacks from those who had touched the water sapphire, as fire is vulnerable to extinguishment by water, but in turn, water is highly vulnerable to lightning. It was going. That's why Nuthia's lightning bolt didn't hurt me more. That's why Saga needed you to heal him, but not me. That's why Vor and the officers touched by the ruby hadn't been hurt more by her lightning back on top of the train. Indeed, said Sid. As far as we guessed, fire isn't completely resistant to lightning, but it is the other way around. Lightning alignment does not grant resistance to fire, far from it, so fire seemed to be the dominant element in the pairing. But it was only a theory, and like I say, we didn't have a chance to test it out properly before, since nobody but us ever had any elemental powers, and we didn't want to test it by attacking each other. But now that you've done that, it does seem briskly. The colour had drained from her face completely. Her skin was milk white. Did the Empire know? She asked again, even more urgently. I don't see how they could, said Sid, putting his hands up in reassurance, unless they have access to lore that we didn't, although recent events may have given them an inkling. We've got to keep moving and move on to Manolia. She had started to hop from foot to foot. Come on everyone. She seemed to have turned even whiter were that possible, and had started to shake a little. Now hold on, Princess, said Sagar. All of a sudden we're in a rush again? What's with the urgency? Rin knew. Don't you see, said Nuthia pleadingly. Vor had said of my people won't even work against him, and he might even know this now. Ah! Rin cried out with frustration. The mention of the general's name had lit the flame of his temper again, and hate burned in his chest at the memory of being caught and tortured by him. Damn him! He's just too strong! Even with all my practice, I still couldn't... Don't be so hard on yourself, said Sid. Vor is powerful and devious. I hate him, Rin went on, unable to contain his outburst and not caring. I hate him for killing my parents and burning down my hometown and for stealing the jewel from us. Come on, Rin, said Nuthia, still agitated too. Let's go then. That's why we've got to get to Manolia ahead of him, to warn my people. First, he couldn't hold back his questions any more. Nuthia,
What did Vor mean when he said to you on top of the train, "You've been helpful enough already by betraying your homeland"? Now Nuthia froze. They all looked at her. She didn't speak for a long time. When she did, she said very quietly, "I didn't think you'd heard." He said it loud and clear. I just hadn't had a moment to ask about it until now. What did he mean? Nuthia looked at the ground. Rin's guts went suddenly cold, the heat vanishing as quickly as it had come. Slowly a chill crept up from the base of his feet to the top of his head, gripping his heart tight. Or kill Vor. Stay with Nuthia? He heard himself asking another question. How did Vor find out about the jewels in the first place? It wasn't just a coincidence that he attacked my town, was it? No, said Nuthia, very quietly, still looking down, fear in the pit of his stomach. He knows because I told him. Shock tore through Rin. His mouth fell open. What? Still Nuthia refused to meet his gaze. He knows because I told him, she said quietly, through the tears that started to stream down her cheeks. They stood, stunned to silence. Even Saga didn't offer any comment, but seemed keen to hear whatever Nuthia had to say next. Nuthia took a deep breath and brushed the water from her cheeks. It took her a little while, but eventually she started to tell them the tale. There never was an undercover mission to Imphis marriage, and I didn't want to be. I wanted to see the world and go on adventures. So I ran away and disguised myself and made my own way travelling. I got as far as Syrah, but one night I was staying at an inn there, and I met this man. A horrible premonition came into Rin's imagination. He bought me some drinks, Nuthia went on, and somehow I let slip that I was a Manolian princess. Why would you do that? Rin said. I don't know, Nuthia nearly started to sob again, then choked it back. He was very charming, and he had a very flattering way of talking, and I suppose I wanted to impress him. I suppose I wanted to impress him. When I told him I was a princess, he was very interested. Course he was, said Saga. He was very interested, and he started asking me things about my homeland and my people, and then he started asking me about the primeval jewels. Somehow he had heard of them. And he started to ask me what I knew, and I told him... Nuthia petered out as she looked back down at the ground. She didn't seem able to bring herself to say whatever she had been going to say next. What did you tell him? Said Rin. But he realised he already knew. Nuthia raised her gaze to Rin's. Her lip quivered. I told him what I knew about the jewels. I told him that the lightning crystal was in the Manolian capital, and that the fire ruby was hidden in a small town in Efstan, called Cleazor. Rin reeled, and had to put his arms out to stop himself from falling over. The world had begun to spin. He felt himself sit down on the ground with a bump. Said Nuthia, I'm sorry I lied to you all. Nobody else spoke. They just watched Rin. Say something, Rin, Nuthia implored him. Rin's mind caught up with his body. Do you mean to tell me, he said slowly, quietly, do you mean to tell me that the person responsible for the Morocamian Emperor finding out about the jewels, for Vor coming to my hometown to find the fire ruby, for the death of my mother, for the death of my father, for the destruction of my hometown, and the death of everyone I've ever known is... you? I'm sorry, Nuthia burst out again. I don't know what came over me. I had been drinking wine, and Vor is actually quite attractive when he's not in his armour, and you don't know he's an Imperial soldier. He must have been in there off duty or on shore leave or something, in his regular clothes, and he noticed me, and he was trying to ingratiate himself with me. The world was still spinning, and it spun faster. Rin's stomach turned over. He was going to be sick. You mean you... No, said Nuthia quickly. No, but I did get to talking with him.
After I told him who I was and then about the jewels, he overpowered me straight away and took me back to his airship, where he threw me in that cell. I'm sure he would have tortured me, but by that point he had already gotten out of me everything I knew. I'm so sorry, Rin.
The nausea receded just a little, leaving only cold.
Rin.
Cold.
Rin,
No, stop, said Rin. He stood up shakily. Don't waste your breath. This was all too much. I need to be by myself for a little while. He stumbled away from the group, down and round the side of the hill they were on. The whole time he walked he felt numb. And yet, underneath the numbness, somewhere in the pit of his stomach, Rin was vaguely aware that something else was stirring him, fighting to make itself known. When he knew he had walked down and round enough of the hill to be out of sight of his companions, he sat down and wept. The ocean of grief that had been sealed up inside of him burst forth all of a sudden, flooding him. He had had to keep it pressed down in order to escape the Empire, find a healer for Nuthia, sneak onto the train with the others, fight Vor. He had not allowed himself to feel it fully. But now it had grown too much, and the grief broke its dam. He buried his face in the grass so that nobody would hear him, however far away they were, as it came out through his eyes in hot tears, through his chest in big heaving sobs, through his mouth in muffled shouts of pain and anger at Vor, at the Empire, at the Empire, at the world, at the fact that everyone he had ever known had been killed, but he alone had been left alive. At Nuthia. Mother, father, hometown. Find Vor. Get Vor. Kill Vor. Kill Vor. Get away from Nuthia. Episode 17. Rest Stop. When Rin's grief had subsided a little, it left only anger at Nuthia. He lost track of the time he spent by Vor where the fire ruby had been hidden. Part of him wanted to walk away now, to abandon the group and strike out on his own. A large part of him wanted to get away from Nuthia. He felt so much anger at her for what she had done. Hot, roiling anger that choked his lungs and made it hard to breathe whenever he thought of it. But something held him in place. He had grown extremely fond of Nuthia, and he knew he was extremely attracted to her. This new revelation had brought with it a deep ambivalence about all of that. Why did it have to have been her who had betrayed his hometown to the Empire? He was extremely attracted to her, but now he wasn't sure if he could ever forgive her either. That just made him all the more anxious him or check on him. Maybe they had moved on already. No, Sid wouldn't do that. Nuthia wouldn't do that either, damn her. Perhaps they were letting him have some space. In the end, he knew he only had one choice. The thing that he knew he wanted to do more than anything in the world, and he only knew that he wanted to do it more to find General Vor again and to kill him, to avenge his family and hometown. To continue to train with a sword, he needed to stick with Sid. To find General Vor again, he needed to finish making his way to Manolia, where the general had gone. And the best chance he had of doing all of that was if he stuck with the travelling party. He needed them and their protection on the way. That means staying around Nuthia for the time being. Damn it. He supposed he would just have to tolerate being around her for a bit longer, but he didn't have to enjoy it or talk to her, did he? Oh, how he hated Vor. Oh, how he hated him all the more now. It was Vor who had given Fire Ruby to him. It was Vor who had seduced her. Rah! Rin punched a fist into the sky, and a jet of flames shot from it up into the air, disappearing somewhere above the clouds. That made him feel a little better, but only a little. He got to his feet and began to make his way back up. They hadn't gone anywhere. They had just stayed there and waited for him, apparently. When Rin arrived back at the group, everyone was sitting down, except Vish and Sid, who were standing up facing each other, having an argument. "I've told you," Sid was saying, as Rin came into earshot, his face red, clutching his bag of healer supplies tight to himself. "You've got to eventually come off of the poppy." "And I've told you, old man," Vish growled, "I don't want to come off the poppy. The poppy is what makes me feel good. The poppy is what makes me feel alive. The poppy is my life." His fingers twitched. "But don't you see," said Sid, That's no way to live. There's so much more of life to experience. Vish went silent, dangerously silent. He stared death at Sid. Now his hands bunched into fists, and Rin fancied they were trembling ever so slightly. I don't care, he said at length. Rin couldn't see his teeth under his face covering, but he was pretty sure they were gritted. Taking Poppy mid. Nothing else compares to it. It's the only thing that makes me feel anything. I want it, old man. Be that as it may, said Sid, you need to space out the hits, or the next one won't even feel as good as the last. And if you space them out far enough and start to come off of it, you can start to feel other things too. It is possible to leave you. Why would I lie to you? Because you've only got a limited supply of Poppy, and you need to keep me under control with it to keep me around. I can see why you'd think that, but that's not what actually is going on here, and I actually have quite a large supply of Poppy in here. Then give me my Poppy, old man. No, said Sid. Give me my Poppy, he shouted, and he was on top of the healer, grabbing for his satchel, trying to rip it out of his hands. Oh, Sid exclaimed, clutching the satchel even more tightly and trying not to let Vish get it as the shadow finger knocked him to the ground. Hey, said Rin, running forwards to help. That's not okay. When he reached them, Vish's elbow ran to it. He stared at the blood on his fingers. The others ran to Sid's aid too. Rin blinked the shock away, then joined them. More elbows, fists, feet flew, and Rin took another 2 strikes to his arms, but eventually, between the 4 of them, he, Nuthia, Elran and Saga managed to wrestle Vish off of Sid and pin him to the ground. Fighter, but it seemed that when ambushed from behind, even he could be bested. By 4 of them, at least. Crazy scum sucker, Sagar said exasperatedly as he held down one of Vish's arms. The sun around one of the Sky Pirate's eyes was turning black. The skin around one of the Sky Pirate's eyes was turning black. The sound of Elran cocking her pistol as she held another of Vish's arms down. I'm thinking that might not be such a bad idea. There was no need for you to attack Pops here. Get it together, bounty hunter. I've used this on you before and I'm not afraid to use it again. Rin noticed something. Elran didn't have any bruises on her. He looked over on the opposite leg to Rin. Neither did she. Even in the melee of what had just happened, Vish had been precise enough not to hit either of the women on this occasion, but he had given Rin a bloody nose and several bruises, and Sagar had a black eye. Did he have some sort of code? Some sort of honour that had come into play? Or had part of him wanted to be subdued? It's been a week now, Vish growled at Sid, as the old man stood up and walked over, as if he hadn't heard anything that Sagar and Elran had said. It's well past time. Give me some Poppy. Give me some Poppy. I've told you, said Sid, standing over them. You've got to space them out if you want a chance of coming off it. Is that or stopping completely all at once? I've told you, Vish shouted back. I don't want to stop. The craving is too much. I want the Poppy, old man. Give me much. I want the Poppy, old man. Give me my Poppy. He strained, and for a moment Rin worried he might overpower all 4 of them, but they managed to keep him pinned down. Elran pressed the barrel of her pistol to Vish's temple. I mean it, bounty hunter, she snarled. Calm it down for Intrick's sake, or I will fill your head with she snarled. Calm it down for Intrick's sake, or I will fill your head with lead. Vish shut his eyes and went still again. He seemed to have been defeated, in body and spirit. I know it's hard, said Sid. I'm sure it's the hardest thing in the world, or one of them. But if you stop, young man, in time the craving will give them. But if you stop, young man, in time the craving will go away, and you will awaken to other parts of your life. It won't, said Vish, in a small sad voice, his eyes still shut. I won't. I'm too far in, old man. The damage is done. Please, just let me done. Please, just let me have my Poppy. Please. Rin had never heard him speak like this. It will, said Sid. Trust me. Vish was quiet for a long moment. Rin shared quizzical glances with the others. Had he gone to sleep? Given up? Was he gathering his strength to try to overpower them again? Eventually, Vish said, very quietly, How do you know? I've seen others do it, said Sid at once. I told you, You're not the first to be addicted to poppy and come off it. You have to trust me. Trust the expit. You have to trust me. Trust the experience of others. It won't work for me. Please, just give me my poppy. Okay, listen, said Sid. I can see that you are very upset by this, and it has been quite a long time since your last hit. I would have liked to start spacing them out more and earlier than this. But I can see that you're going to need some more persuading until you decide that you're ready to do that. But if I give you poppy seed right now, you're going to be useless to us, and we won't be able to keep going unless we carry you. That's why I asked you for it now, Vish snapped, opening his eyes and scowling. The boy there had gone off for a sulk, Vish snapped, opening his eyes and scowling. The boy there had gone off for a sulk, and who knew how long it would be until he came back and we could keep moving. Rin felt himself bristling. True, but he's back now. Hello, by the way, Sid said, nodding at Rin. So I'll make you a deal. Keep walking with us for now, and when we stop to rest... for the night, I'll give you your poppy then. All right? Vish shut his eyes again for a moment. All right, he said, very deliberately sounding, and very quietly. Good, well done. You can let him up now, folks. I believe him. Slowly, cautiously, they let go of the shadow finger and allowed him to stand up, eyeing him closely as they did. With some reluctance, Elran put the safety mechanism back on her pistol and stowed it in its holster on her belt. Well, I'm glad that entirely pointless episode's over, said Saga. We best be off. They spent the rest of the day hiking through the Zerlanese hills in the direction that Elran indicated for them. Up, down, taking care to look out for any signs of Imperials whenever they reached a vantage point at the top of a new hill. None appeared. Rin's shins began to ache from the hill walking, but it was nothing compared to the torture he had experienced at Vor's hands on board the train. He was grateful that Sid had been around after that to heal him. He stayed at the back of the group so that he could see where Nuthia was and deliberately avoid her. She walked about 20 paces in front with Saga and Sid on either side of her, and Vish and Elran about another 10 paces in front of them leading the way. Just once, Nuthia looked over her shoulder at him, presumably to check where he was. But only once. Stupid Nuthia. She probably doesn't even realise the wrong she's done me. How can the others just carry on with her so easily? He supposed her actions hadn't led to the destruction of their hometowns, so they didn't have the same reason to be angry. He kept walking despite his anger. Find Vor, get Vor, kill Vor, get away from Nuthia. Elran turned out to be exactly right. She knew the geography of this area well enough. Just as the sun was beginning to dip into its final descent beyond the hill line, they sighted a settlement. Wooden houses and cabins were built right onto the tops and sides of 3 hills. Never, Elran said when they had spotted it. We've found Never. I used to come here with my mother for holidays in the summer. A holiday, said Saga. That sounds about right. Just what we need right now. The town had a calm, peaceful sort of feel to it. The people were polite but reserved, acknowledging their arrival with nods and smiles but keeping out of their way, although that might have been because they were still dressed in Imperial armour. But there were no genuine Imperials to be seen. Elran explained that even though Zerlan was a vassal state of Morocamia, like all the other countries in Dokkan, the Empire saw it as so small and insignificant that there had never really been much of an Imperial presence here at all. And apparently this applied to the invasion too. The Emperor hadn't even seen fit to invade Zerlan, but merely passed it straight by on the way from Syrah. Why does he care about it so little? Rain asked Elran. He was surprised when Nuthia answered for her. Because what he is really interested in is the jewels, not military occupation. Yeah, thought Rin, because you told him where to find them. He did not reply to her. The innkeeper at the inn they stopped in, another wooden construction named the cheese wheel for the picture on the sign outside of a wheel of cheese. The picture on the sign outside of a wheel of cheese confirmed this. Because they were all still in their Imperial armour, except for Vish, which didn't matter, he thought they were Imperials and gave them special treatment. He told them they hadn't seen any signs of the invasion, except the occasional movement of Imperial airships in the distant skies, and only knew about it from rumours and hearsay from people travelling from Imphis who had got out just before the occupation. He was extremely obliging, perhaps feeling that Zerland was next on the list for invasion, but Saga made up a story about them only being out on patrol to keep the peace and ensure that nobody from Zerland tried to revolt against the occupation of neighbouring Imphis. The innkeeper offered them free room and board for the night, but Cid insisted he take their coin for it, claiming that it was only proper, and that it was the Emperor's policy. "Why did you do that?" Sagar whispered to him as they climbed the creaky stairs. To their rooms. "We can't exploit him and take his food and rooms for nothing, just because we're still dressed as Imperials," Cid whispered back. "Why the hell not? Suit yourself, old-timer. It's your coin." The inn had 2 separate dormitories for men and women, as was Zokane's custom, so they parted from Elran and Nuthia at the top of the stairs. Rin felt a pang in his chest when Nuthia said an abrupt "good night" and turned to go into her room without even looking at him, or any of them, but he was only angry at himself this time for feeling it. There were no other travellers staying at the inn, probably because of the recent invasion, so they had the room to themselves. "Now will you give me my poppy, old man?" Vish said the instant their door was shut. Cid paused for the briefest of moments. "Yes, I said that I would after all, and my word is my word." He rummaged in his satchel and eventually brought out another of the small black seeds, which he handed to Vish. Vish didn't thank him, but pulled down his headscarf, revealing his blackened mouth, and popped it in at once. He sighed, and fell back onto one of the beds immediately. His eyes rolled into the back of his head. It looked quite enjoyable, really. Rin wondered if he should try it, to sleep better and escape from the night and day mares that plagued him, even just for a little while. But no, it clearly led to not being able to stop, and became all-consuming if you started taking it. He had enough demons and emotional baggage to contend with already. "What a loser," said Sagar. "Time for a bath, methinks." While they had been eating their dinner of bread, cheese, and wine, the innkeeper had filled a bronze bath that stood. Sagar took the first dip for himself, and Rin couldn't be bothered to fight him for it. He didn't stay in it long, though, and Cid offered Rin the second. The water was still very hot, and as Rin lured himself into it, trying not to think about the dirt from Sagar's body that was now in it, his muscles relaxed in the enveloping warmth, and it soothed his bliss, he thought, or the closest I've got to it for a long time. The others appeared too tired to talk, and Rin was no exception, so he lay enjoying the bath, and his mind was left to wander. This was not a good thing. The usual thoughts crowded in on him at once. Get away from Nuthia. He washed himself, then got out of the bath to let Cid have a turn. He dressed in his underclothes and hit the bed, which was firm but comfortable. He was asleep in a matter of moments. His sleep was deep, but he dreamed of many things. As usual, he dreamed of his light going out of his father's eyes. He had thought and dreamed of these things so many times by now that even as he dreamed them, he knew that he was dreaming, and simply watched them happening again, aware of this, with his sleeping mind's eyes. But then he had a different dream. He dreamed of Nuthia standing in the kitchen of his old house in Cleveland alive, for even in his dreams he remembered that his mother was dead. Then Vor appeared again, in the dream kitchen, in his black suit of armour, his huge sword on his back, flaming hair exposed. He took Nuthia by the hand, and they began to dance together, their bodies moving in time, and she giggled and jiggled and twirled for him. "Tell me of the jewels. Tell me where the jewels are. Tell me where the lightning crystal is. Tell me where the earth emerald is. Tell me where the water sapphire is. Tell me where the fire ruby is." Yes, 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 cried Nuthia jubilantly. I'll tell you everything, and more. I'll give it all to you. And then Vor drew his Nuthia stopped and went still, looking down at the sword, rivulets of red running from where it entered her, making trails over her white stomach, then looked up at Rin, seeing him in the dream for the first time. You couldn't save me, she said quietly to Rin. You didn't do anything to rescue me. It's all your fault. You're a failure. Oh, will you just shut up, pup? Saga complained from the next door bed. Sid was standing over him. Don't worry, lad. You were having a nightmare. Again. Rin blinked and looked around. The bedroom in the inn. The middle of the night. For some reason, his mind had flowed. Sid mopped his brow, which was covered in sweat, with a cloth, and gave him a sweet-tasting herb to chew. Rin turned over onto his other side and chewed it, trying and failing not to think of Nuthia being seduced by Vor to reveal the location of the jewels, and then of the memory of his horrible nightmare. But eventually the sweet managed to get back to sleep. He did not dream again that night.
Episode 18. Magnolia. In the morning, it was time to be moving on. They rose at first light, dressed at the opposite end of the table from Nuthia. She didn't say anything to him, and that was fine by him. Before they left the town, they stopped by some shops to stock up on supplies, buying enough provisions for their trek through the mountains, and taking the opportunity to furnish themselves with some new cloaks. Sid had all the coin for it, and didn't seem to mind spending it. They bought cheese, this place was big on cheese, salt beef, and some hard whey bread that the shop vendor promised them would keep over their journey. Then they set off, back the way they had come, south and east to the river they had jumped into from the train, and then alongside it, towards the Faenon mountains. For a while they discussed that would be a foolish move when the Empire would probably be sending more trains up and down it to transport troops. So they stuck by the river instead, which had its source in the Faenon mountains, taking them towards Magnolia as they walked upstream. As they walked, their conversation grew stilted, then non-existent. Or if he would ever speak to her again. He just wanted to find General Vor, kill him to avenge his parents and hometown, and then be done with this whole group of travellers. He had no idea what he would do after that, but he didn't need to think about that now. All the same, he continued to practice his flames by himself, and his sword fighting with Sid improving fast. Maybe he would finally be good enough to best Vor the next time he met him. Or maybe Vor will finally kill me instead, he thought once in the depth of the night when he was on watch, and then at least I'll be free of this pain and grief. They kept an eye out for Imperials, but never spotted. They relaxed a little at this discovery, but Vish didn't let them stop keeping their eyes out for Imperials, just in case. A strange sense of foreboding seemed to hover over the party, Rin thought, but foreboding of what he could not be entirely sure. The end of their journey together, perhaps, which they all must know was coming now they were so near to paths with General Vor again. Or maybe it was a premonition of something even worse? Were that possible? Once, in the light from their evening campfire, Nuthia approached Rin while he sat a little way off from the rest of the group. Lost in his thoughts, he didn't notice her until she was standing a step away from him, her face solemn and ringed by an orange halo that blended with her golden hair. Surprise embarrassed Rin into talking to her, something he hadn't been accustomed to doing lately. Hello. What do you want? Damn him if he didn't sound like a child. But gods, damn me if I don't care. Nuthia showed she was trying not to talk down to him, for once. Rin, she said softly, inaudible to the others who were still sat or lay nearer the fire. I wanted to apologise to you, again. I'm so sorry for what happened between me and Vor. I never intended to tell anyone about the location of the fire. I don't know how he got it out of me. I never meant to cause any harm. But I know I have, and I know I didn't tell you earlier because I was ashamed. But I'm sorry for that too. I'm so sorry, Rin. I'm so sorry for all that you lost. But we can't go on like this with you not speaking to me. Nuthia had been giving him her token apology, and even as the tears had started to slip down her cheeks. But when she said the word forgive, a memory suddenly shone in his mind.
The way of the One is to forgive, she had said to him, as they lay next to each other in the darkness aboard the Siren train bound for Manolia, before he had found out about what she had done. Another path opened up to him in his imagination, a different path to the wide, dark, thorn-littered road of bitterness and hatred that he was currently walking. It was an unfamiliar path, a narrow but smooth and straight path, paved with bright white stones. Maybe I could forgive her, he thought. Maybe better. Maybe I could even forgive the Empire and the Emperor and Vor. But then, as quickly as it had appeared in his mind, the path disappeared, replaced by an image of Vor's fat, grinning face. No. The thought of Vor triggered the thought of his mother's death, his father's death, of the roofs of Cleesor burning town. Find Vor, get Vor, kill Vor, get away from Nuthia. He shot Nuthia a scornful frown and, without saying anything more, turned his back on her, shuffling around so that he had his back to the fire and her. He pulled his cloak round him and lay down on his side to go to sleep, still facing away from Nuthia. Too grievous an injury. She had been responsible for the death of his mother, his father, and his entire hometown, all because she had been attracted to the monster who had ended up killing them. After a while, in the darkness behind his closed eyes, he heard the soft squelch of Nuthia's feet, walking over the ground away from him, back to the others. 3 days' hike to reach the Manolian border. First, the rolling foothills of Zerlan rose to mountains. These were actually easier to cross because instead of having to climb every single mountain, they simply used the position of the sun to make sure they were still heading southeast and kept to the lower slopes, cutting a path through them that wove below the summits. They soon had a small valley and up towards the snow-dusted higher slopes, but this didn't matter, as they had filled their water flasks. Sid had bought them in Never, and they were nearing their destination anyway. Although they would not need to traverse any snow themselves, since, as Elran explained, they were cutting across the southwesterly edge of the mountain range, where it was not quite so cold at this time of year grew wooded. For in time they reached a place where a blanket of tall pines covered the slopes, a beautiful convergence of mountains and forest that they had no choice but to plunge into, since it lay between them and Manolia. The unharvested, dense trees hid the sky, throwing them even harder onto their trust in Elran's sense of hearing, or the rise of an incline offered them a gap in their covering, and the party was able to check the position of the sun again, as its rays slanted down to greet them for a few moments. The forest also had the benefit of concealing them from any Imperials who might be around. Proceeding thus, on the afternoon of their 3rd day walking, they sighted Manolia, the Siren train they had been on had been heading towards. As they came to the edge of a rocky crag, where the ground suddenly fell away in a vicious drop, and the tree line with it, taking care not to stumble over the edge, they were given a glimpse of the space between the lower slopes of several mountains. And there, beyond them, beyond where the mountain range ended, in the distance, all. Rin thought it was a natural feature at first, so vast was it. He thought that the earth must have pressed together from 2 sides and, with nowhere else to go, pushed up into the air to form an enormous cliff shelf. But as he looked more closely, he saw that the edge of the shelf was entirely straight, and all the same height along the top, and that it stretched out of sight on either side. It could not be natural. It had to be man-made. Or woman-made, Rin supposed, from what he had heard from Nuthia about Manolia, back when he was still talking to her. It was impossible to tell how tall the wall was from this far away, but it looked to be at least the height of a mountain. There is the border, what he had heard from Nuthia about Manolia, back when he was still talking to her. It was impossible to tell how tall the wall was from this far away, but it looked to be at least the height of a mountain. There is the border wall of my homeland, said Nuthia, as they all stood side by side staring at it. Our journey is nearly at an end. Treasure way, but it looked to be at least the height of a mountain. There is the border wall of my homeland, said Nuthia, as they all stood side by side staring at it. Our journey is nearly at an end. Treasure, glory, and beautiful women, here I come, said Saga, and licked his lips. We need to stay out of the way of the Imperials, said by side staring at it. Our journey is nearly at an end. Treasure, glory, and beautiful women, here I come, said Saga, and licked his lips. We need to stay out of the way of the Imperials, said Sid. That will be easy, said Nuthia. We can avoid Plessa, where the train will have stopped, entirely, and make for the secret passageway in. His lips. We need to stay out of the way of the Imperials, said Sid. That will be easy, said Nuthia. We can avoid Plessa, where the train will have stopped entirely, and make for the secret passageway in his lips. We need to stay out of the way of the Imperials, said Sid. That will be easy, said Nuthia. We can avoid Plessa, where the train will have stopped entirely and make for the secret passageway in the northeastern tip of the wall. It is not actually all that far away, as the wall is not as wide as it would seem, since the land contracts here as it lesser, where the train will have stopped entirely and make for the secret passageway in the northeastern tip of the wall. It is not actually all that far away, as the wall is not as wide as it would seem, since the land contracts here as it forms the Manolean Peninsula, and it should be easy enough to stay out of sight of any lurking Imperials in this tree cover. Let's go. As the wall is not as wide as it would seem, since the land contracts here as it forms the Manolean Peninsula, and it should be easy enough to stay out of sight of any lurking Imperials in this tree cover. Let's go. They set out then on what Rin hoped was the very last leg of their journey before they reached Manolia, turning from the crag to descend the last part of the sight of any lurking Imperials in this tree cover. Let's go. They set out then on what Rin hoped was the very last leg of their journey before they reached Manolia, turning from the crag to descend the last part of the slope they had been walking on, then turn northeast to walk in parallel with the wall. Nuthia seemed to know this part of the world well enough to be able to guide them before they reached Manolia, turning from the crag to descend the last part of the slope they had been walking on, then turn northeast to walk in parallel with the wall. Nuthia seemed to know this part of the world well enough to be able to guide them confidently, without Alran's help any longer. As if in assistance of their plight, when dusk began to fall in parallel with the wall, Nuthia seemed to know this part of the world well enough to be able to guide them confidently, without Alran's help any longer. As if in assistance of their plight, when dusk began to fall, a thick mist began to spread over the mountains. It started high up, around the peaks, glimpsed as roiling white fingers. As if in assistance of their plight, when dusk began to fall, a thick mist began to spread over the mountains. It started high up, around the peaks, glimpsed as roiling white fingers reaching through the gaps between the trees, and then rolled slowly down to meet them, cloaking the wooded slopes in fog. It started high up, around the peaks, glimpsed as roiling white fingers reaching through the gaps between the trees, and then rolled slowly down to meet them, cloaking the wooded slopes in fog. If there were any Imperials out looking for them, it would be even harder to spot the party now. The only drawback of the mist, and then rolled slowly down to meet them, cloaking the wooded slopes in fog. If there were any Imperials out looking for them, it would be even harder to spot the party now. The only drawback of the mist was that it limited their own view as well, and meant that they had to walk closer together to keep from losing sight of each other, so Rin was no longer able to hang back. It would be even harder to spot the party now. The only drawback of the mist was that it limited their own view as well, and meant that they had to walk closer together to keep from losing sight of each other, so Rin was no longer able to hang back from the group and walk at a distance from them. He heard every word of their occasional nervous conversation. How do you know they had to walk closer together to keep from losing sight of each other, so Rin was no longer able to hang back from the group and walk at a distance from them? He heard every word of their occasional nervous conversation. How do you know this land so well, princess girl? Elran asked her, apparently impressed. In spite of the fog, Nuthia still seemed to know exactly where. He heard every word of their occasional nervous conversation. How do you know this land so well, princess girl? Elran asked her, apparently impressed. In spite of the fog, Nuthia still seemed to know exactly where she was going. She did not answer straight away, but when she did, she said, I used to gaze out at these mountains every day from my bed straight away, but when she did, she said, I used to gaze out at these mountains every day from my bedchamber in Orma, the capital city of Manolia, where we are heading. It is not far from the border wall, on the other side. I know them well. I know their names. I know where Plessa sits in relation to them. It's a good thing too, said Saga. Nuthia announced that it was time to walk all the way to the far foot of the mountain they were on, and keep walking until they came out from underneath the trees to a plain where the forest ended. There in front of them, suddenly looming like a visitor they had not known had been at their door, was the Manolian border wall again. It was even more immense up close, now but hewn out of a smooth grey stone. If you looked closely enough, you could see the weathered lines in the places where massive rectangular blocks of it had been joined together. It must have taken an age to build. And what was that noise? A gentle susurrus, rising and falling to and from a larger swell from moment to moment, not unlike the wind on the wall. And there, just visible through the descending dusk and lingering mist, was the dark blue shimmer and crashing white foam of the sea. They walked the last stretch of misty land that lay between them and the wall. "What are we looking for, then?" said Saga. "A secret door?" "You will know it when you see it," northeastern tip. Here its edge suddenly stopped and fell away to a rocky coastline where the white spray of the crashing waves glittered in the air. A vertical pole about as tall as a person came into view. It stood a little way away from the wall and near enough to its edge that they got a bit wet from stray droplets of the sea spray. It had the shape from a distance, so you would not have known it was there if you were not looking for it. It was thin and straight, except for its tip, about head height, which ended in a metallic sphere that was slightly wider than the pole itself. "Is it this?" said Sagar. "Yes," said Nuthia. "This is the lock to a secret passage." They did, and Nuthia spread her feet and opened her hands. "Bolt!" she yelled. Bright white lightning leapt from her open hands to the sphere at the top of the pole, a single shock of discharge. In the same instant that it hit, it ran down the length of the pole into the ground, and the whole pole shone white for a moment, then returned to its booming sea. Of course Sagar broke it first. "Well, that was a pretty trick, Princess, but how does that help us?" Even as he spoke, two upright rectangular sections of the wall in front of them slid backwards with a rumbling scrape, revealing a dark, person-sized opening in the stone. "That was quite clever, I suppose," said Sageway. Once she had stepped inside the wall and gone a few paces, she checked that everyone else was in, then turned to her left and pressed her hand against a certain place in the stone that she knew to look for. The stone she had touched depressed into the wall of the passage, and the doors behind them slid shut all of a sudden. They were plunged into dimness, passageway a few steps further in. "Princess Nuthia!" exclaimed a female voice. Rin almost jumped out of his skin. Sagar and Vish put hands to their swords. In front of them stood a tall, broad-shouldered woman clad in a golden breastplate over a gold-dyed tunic and skirt. She wore a golden helm too, like Nuthia, she had long, golden hair. All the gold on her glittered in the flickering glow from the torch on the wall. She carried a metal spear taller than herself, with a vicious twinkling tip. Her approaching footsteps had been masked by the sounds of the tunnel doors sliding shut. "Cthulhu," Nuthia said, and ran forwards. They embraced and stepped forward when the woman had appeared, turned round and gave Rin a leering smile. He mouthed the words, "Beautiful women," and his eyes flashed mischievously before he turned back round. "Ugh, how could he be thinking about that now?" thought Rin. "He's got a one-track mind." He could see what Sagar meant, though. But the woman wasn't striking angular cheekbones Rin could see even under the helmet she wore. Also, she just wasn't Nuthia. Not that any of that mattered. Why was he thinking this? He wasn't even interested in Nuthia like that anymore. The two Manolians had begun a rapid interchange. "You've come back," the woman called Cthulhu was saying, "and you've brought these people with Sid, Captain Sagar, Master Rin, and Vish." Why did she say Alran first, thought Rin. Why did she say Sagar before me? Well, there's no time to explain now. Cthulhu, the Morocamian Empire is seeking to invade our country. I must see my mother to warn her." Calm down, said Imperials for a few days now. "They have been mustering troops at Plessa on the other side of the border for some time, bringing them in by train. It's fortunate that you chose to come back this way, the same way you left, but maybe you knew to avoid them." "You mean they've been mustering troops but haven't attacked yet?" said Nuthia. "That's right. I've been here at the passageway on guard duty for a week in Plessa." "Oh, thank the one. I'm so glad we're not too late." "Too late for what?" Cthulhu tilted her head to one side. "Where have you been all this time, Princess? What have you been doing?" "I'll explain everything in time. I must get to my mother as soon as possible all the same. I have some other information that I need to share with her." "Of course. Follow me." Cthulhu took the torch from the wall and they followed her down the passageway. "I've got so much to tell you," she said to Nuthia. "I've got so much to tell you," she said to Nuthia. "So much has happened while you've been away." "Oh, such as?" Well, as I'm sure you expected, the Queen was furious when she discovered that you'd left the country. I was questioned thoroughly as guardswoman in charge of the border wall, but you'd given me enough information to construct a sound alibi, so thank you for that. House Aluna were furious as well. Vivenna vowed to go and find you and bring you back to Manolia herself, but her mothers wouldn't let her. They were so offended that you'd run away from the wedding that they withdrew their proposal altogether. Oh, thank the one, said Nuthia. That is a relief. In spite of himself, Rin had lots of questions, but he couldn't voice them. Rin had lots of questions, but he couldn't voice them, what with his pact of silence with regards to Nuthia. Fortunately, Saga voiced them for him. Huh? Said the pirate. Who's this Vivenna person? Vivenna Aluna, said Cthulhu, is the woman Princess Nuthia was engaged to be married to. You were engaged to Princess Nuthia was engaged to be married to. You were engaged to be married to a woman? Rin could not help himself from blurting out, breaking his pact of silence without another thought. She was, Cthulhu answered for her, by the arrangement of their families, as is our custom. I have heard this is not so common in the primitive lands, but this is how we do things in the motherland. In the motherland, women rule and reign supreme while the men serve, as the one intended, rather than the other way around. We have little need for men, except as servants and surrogates. Rin's throat went dry, and for the moment his questions dried up too. Hang on a moment, said Saga, suspicion suddenly seeping into his tone. You're not about to try to enslave me, are you? I was promised gold, gemstones, and beautiful women in return for escorting the princess back here. You were promised what? Said Cthulhu. In return for escorting the princess back here. You were promised what? Said Cthulhu. Never mind that just now, said Nuthia, and laughed nervously, a sound that Rin had never heard before. The promises I made to you will be fulfilled, Sky Captain. And do not worry, Rin, Vish, Grandfather, you will not be made to be servants here either. Grandfather, you will not be made to be servants here either. You are here as my guests. Manolia knows that not every country in Mid follows her customs, and my mother should be able to tolerate men in her presence, so long as you behave yourselves and are polite. She shot Sagar a pointed glance. Okay then, Princess, said Sagar warily. Vish grunted the barest acknowledgement. I'm starting to like this country, said Elran. I did warn you, said Sid quietly to Rin and Sagar, while Nuthia and Cthulhu continued talking with each other. On our journey from Never, that Manolia was a matriarchy. Rin supposed that the old man had, but he hadn't really been paying attention. He had been too preoccupied with his thoughts of revenge, as usual. I should hasten to add, not all oneists take this view of the role of the sexes, that men should be subservient to women. I, for example, do not of the sexes, that men should be subservient to women. I, for example, do not. It is a doctrine that is peculiar to the Manolians, so you will need to tolerate a certain amount that you are unfamiliar with while you are here, too. Rin didn't really care that much. Why should he? At last they reached the end of the passageway. Why should he? At last they reached the end of the passageway. It had gone on for a surprisingly long amount of time. The Manolian border wall must be massively thick. This time Cthulhu was the one to depress a small place in the wall, and two hidden doors in the stone that barred their way swung open. Bright sunshine greeted them as they stepped out into Manolia and were hit by a wave of warmth. At the same time, the air felt clearer, crisper here, as Rin sucked a big gulp of it into his lungs. Mother, father, hometown, find Vor, get Vor, kill Vor, get away from Newtown. Find Vor, get Vor, kill Vor, get away from Nuthia. Built into the border wall on this side, near the edge of the passageway, was a small stable that jutted out from it, hewn from the same grey stone. Here they were greeted by two more female guards wearing the same tunic and armour as Cthulhu, and again with the same golden blonde hair. Rin supposed that Nuthia wasn't that special after all. Although they don't wear that royal circlet, and their hair doesn't shimmer quite like hers does, and they're just not her. Ugh, why am I thinking this? Shut up, Rin. Cthulhu introduced these guys with recognition of Nuthia at once, but rather than peppering her with questions as Cthulhu had done, they looked away or down at the floor, seeming to go bashful in her presence. The stables held yellow chocobos and chariots with curved silver fronts and big golden wheels. Was everything made out of gold in this country? They were able to fit 4 to a chocobos each, while Thula stayed behind to take her turn on duty, guarding the border wall passageway. Rin made sure to take a different chariot from Nuthia, and held on to the side of one with Sid and Vish, as Rana lashed the reins and the chocobos cawed and began to run. And then they were galloping over the Manolian plains of lush green towards Orma, which Rana announced as Manolia's capital. The bright sun's rays blazed down from a clear sky. It was definitely hotter here than in Imphis, but the breeze from rushing along in the chariots whipped at their clothing and kept Rin cool. White buildings rose up in the distance, gleaming in the sunshine. Rin squinted domed roofs. Orma was built somewhat differently to the towns and cities he had visited on his journey thus far. Instead of tall towers, the buildings here were all wide rectangles and domes, which must be why they hadn't seen them sooner. Soon the chariot wheels were clacking over streets of paved white stone, but not dirty off-white like the stone that Sim and almost hurt Rin's eyes to look at. He supposed that the stone must be quarried from the Palnian mountains, but the Manolians seemed to take better care of it than the Imphisi in Syrah. Indeed, now and then they passed someone scrubbing at a wall or a patch of floor with a mop, or lifting one to clean a window. That was when Rin realised that all simple, dirty servants' clothing, brown breeches and overalls, or just rags, Sid hadn't been joking when he said that the women were in charge here. The women, for their part, appeared to walk the streets at leisure, and were dressed either in flowing white togas or, occasionally, the same tunic and armour that Cthulhu, Rana and Thula wore. Some of them did double military chariots. Some noticed Nuthia and gasped and muttered to each other, turning their heads to watch her pass and pointing after her. The chariot turned onto a much broader road which led up a small hill to a domed palace. Rin knew it was a palace for its opulence and position. 3 white buildings sat next to each other at the top of their domed roofs, making the air above them shimmer. Of course, the domes were made of gold, like Nuthia's hair. "Shut up," Rin mumbled to himself. "What was that?" said Sid next to him. "Sorry, nothing," Rin said, his cheeks heating. They drew up in front of the palace, and the Manolians reined in the forward and began to protest, but then Nuthia jumped out of Cthulhu's chariot. "Hush!" she commanded the women. Suddenly Rin saw where her air of regal authority came from. "It is me, Nuthia." "Princess!" the guards exclaimed at once, halting in their tracks just as Cthulhu had done. "What do you wish of us?" one of them said, when she had regathered herself. "My companions and me to my mother at once." The guards looked at each other, then at Rin, Saga, Sid, Vish. "But Princess," said one, "there are men with you." "Do you think I don't know that?" snapped Nuthia. "You heard what I said." "Yes, Princess," the pair yelped in unison. "Please, come this way." Your mother's counsel a particular rhythm on the massive doors to the palace, and they eased open. Rin barely had time to take in the splendour of the palace's rooms and corridors, as they were swept down them by the guards in the wake of Nuthia, who paced through them like a woman possessed by some maddening spirit. The floors and walls were polished white stone, the ceilings held up by pillars of stairs. A huge gold-framed mirror reflected the dishevelled forms of Rin and his travelling companions back at themselves. They looked severely out of place in such an impressive palace. Several more guardswomen posted at key points frowned quizzically at the party as they approached, but then inevitably deferred and allowed them passage as soon as they recognised Nuthia, into letting them through another huge set of doors that opened into a wide oval chamber walled with the same white stone as the rest of the palace. A second balcony level ringed the room too, built a little over halfway up the high wall, with a rail to stop people falling off of it. On this balcony, Rin could see rows of wooden benches which extended out of sight from ground level. Light came into the room through tall, high windows on the balcony level. The light fell on a raised, stepped dais, with a tall stone throne set into the centre of it that stood at the far end of the chamber. 2 more guards holding spears stood in front of the dais, to either side of it, facing the wooden chairs. All of the benches and chairs in the throne room were empty. All save one. In the centre of the dais, on the throne, sat a figure. As big as the room was, it was hard to make out the figure's features at first, but as Rin walked towards it with the others, the sound of their footsteps echoing around the vast course, it was a woman. This must be Nuthia's mother. The queen stood. The first thing that struck Rin about her was how big she was. Even as they approached her throne from across the hall, Rin could see that the queen was exceedingly tall, a good 7 feet, he reckoned, much taller than Nuthia. Rather than the metal breastplate and tunic of the Manolian military, the queen wore a floor-length white dress interwoven with patterned gold thread, much like Nuthia's dress had looked before it had been torn, blood-stained and bespattered with dirt, mud, river water, and all manner of other things on their journey to get her. Mud, river water, and all manner of other things on their journey to get here. The queen's white feet were bare where they peeked out from under the hem of her dress. Her hips were very wide indeed. Her bosoms were gigantic underneath her dress. Her shoulders were broad. He had expected her hair to be golden. Her shoulders were broad. He had expected her hair to be golden, like Nuthia's, and apparently everyone else's here, but instead, a waterfall of straight dark hair fell down her back, stopping at her waist. She had something of the same obvious beauty in the lines of her nose and cheeks as Nuthia did, only it was a more taut beauty in the lines of her nose and cheeks as Nuthia did, only it was a more taut, strained beauty, a crueler beauty. On her head she wore a simple, shining, many-pronged golden crown. In short, she was majestic, and Rin found her utterly terrifying. As they arrived in front of the dais, the queen fixed the party with two piercing blue eyes with crystals dancing in them. Those eyes were almost exactly the same as Nuthia's, and Rin felt as though she was looking directly at him. Silence for a time. Nobody announced them or said who they were. It must be obvious. Nobody announced them or said who they were. It must be obvious, or the queen must have already been told, Rin supposed. Sweat moistened his forehead. He couldn't meet the queen's gaze. He wished she would stop staring at him. As if hearing Rin's thoughts, the queen transferred her stare to Nuthia at last. Her expression was hard, her mouth a thin line. She drew in a deep breath. "Why?" the queen said, in a clear, proud voice that was deeper than her daughter's, and had a very slight tremor in it. It was an odd sort of greeting. The silence lingered on. It was an odd sort of greeting. The silence lingered on for a moment longer. "Mother, I'm so sorry!" Nuthia suddenly broke out into a run towards her mother's throne, moving as if to climb the steps, but when she was still yet 10 paces away, her mother held up a hand. The two guardswomen on either side of the dais stepped forwards. The two guardswomen on either side of the dais stepped forwards and crossed their spears in front of Nuthia, barring her way forward. "Stop there, child," said Nuthia's mother. "You do not so easily approach my throne." Her motions and speech seemed stiff and restrained, as if she was dealing with some great inner conflict or holding some force of emotion at bay. "You had the favour of this throne once, Nuthiana, but you discarded it carelessly, and your actions have had consequences." "Mother, I'm so sorry for the pain that I've caused you," Nuthia said. "I'm so sorry for the pain that I've caused you," Nuthia said, her own voice trembling a little. "And the Aluna family. But I couldn't marry Vivenna. I didn't love her. And anyway, that is not what I've come back to Orma to talk to you about. Mother, I have important information to share with you about the primeval jewels. Speak carefully! Speak carefully! The queen interjected all of a sudden. Was she shaking very slightly? Rin could not tell why, whether it was anger or some other emotion that she was holding at bay. "We are in the presence of servants and foreigners." She glanced ever so briefly at Rin and the other members of their travelling party. Then quickly looked back at Nuthia. "We can speak freely in front of these people, Mother. They are my friends, and they know everything that I have to tell you anyway. Well, most of them know almost everything." Huh? Thought Rin. What does that mean? "They helped me return here after I was captured by a Morocamian officer." There was an intake of breath, including from the guards in the room. Tension radiated from every line of the queen's body. You were captured by the Empire. How did you escape?" That doesn't matter now, Mother. What matters is what I have to tell you, and my friends can hear it because they helped me get back to Manolia." "Yeah," said Saga. "About that. Some of us were promised a reward." "Not now, Saga," Nuthia snapped without even looking at him. "You will get your reward in due time." Saga turned a very pleasing shade of purple. The queen sat tight-lipped a moment longer. What was she holding back? Why was she sitting so tensely? Say what you have to say, and take care of your words. Now Nuthia seemed to struggle to get the words out in turn. Because, while I was travelling outside Manolia after I ran away, I inadvertently revealed to him my knowledge of the primeval jewels. I told him that we have the lightning crystal, and I told him where the fire ruby was hidden. He captured me and took me to Efstan to find the fire ruby, which he did successfully. Oh, sorry. The one forgive me, I'm so sorry. Silence. The queen's face remained tense, but unmoved, her eyes on the floor. I'm sorry, Nuthia said again after a while. I know I let you down. Please, say something, mother. The queen lifted her eye manifest from them. At last she spoke, in a hushed voice, the tremor now barely concealed. Is that all you have to say to me, child? Huh? Yes, said Nuthia. At that the queen's tight shoulders slumped ever so slightly, and she seemed to relax a little. At least I didn't tell them where the earth emerald was hidden, she said quickly. No! Yelled Nuthia's mother out of nowhere, high and shrill, her face going bone white. Do not speak of that! You are in danger! Something shot down from above like a diving swallow and hit the queen in the front of her neck. She fell forwards at once, making a horrible choking. Rin looked around and up in horror. The arrow had come from the balcony. A score of black-armoured imperial soldiers clutching crossbows looked down on them from where they had been hiding behind the rail. A deep, sadistic laugh rang out through the throne room. From out behind the ivory throne, where he must have been hiding all the... Season 1 Finale, Part 1, Episode 19, Vor. The general's gleeful laughter filled the hall. Vor stepped around from behind the queen's throne, big and black-armoured and red-haired. Mother! Nuthia cried at the top of her voice, and shoved past the two Manolian guards, shooting up the steps of the dais to kneel next to the fallen queen. Sid, heal her! Not so easily done, Vor laughed. You are quite surrounded. On the balcony level that ringed the hall above them, soldier after black-armoured soldier stood. They must have been hiding behind the guardrail when the party had entered the hall. Rin looked back at the dais. A deep red puddle seeped out from underneath the queen where she lay on her front. Nuthia knelt with her hands thrown over her mother's head, her face buried somewhere in the queen's shoulder, and she sobbed uncontrollably. In between sobs she whimpered, Mother, heal her! Somebody heal her! Rin stood watching all this like a statue, numbing cold spreading in his belly. Vor calmed down from his outburst of laughter and spoke over Nuthia's whimpers. Nobody's going to be healing her unless they want a crossbow bolt through their neck too. Pitiful girl. Do you realize we discovered, thanks to our little brush with you on the train, that as Ruby touched, we had some immunity to the lightning crystal? Everything was easy. We didn't even need to carry out an invasion. All I had to do was request a single diplomatic meeting, show your queen our immunity, and then I could force her to do whatever I wanted, without any fear of your little lightning tricks. Kill you on sight when you arrived here if she didn't comply with my commands, made her submit quickly enough. Most of her guards have been following her orders for the last few days, without even knowing that we were still here. In fact, the vast majority of your queendom doesn't even know it's been occupied by the Empire. After I'd got in here, all I had to do was wait for you to show up with your pitiful estimated me. Someone else was whispering nearby. Rin became aware. Saga, I can take them. I can create a wind gust that deflects their arrows. Don't, Sid hissed back. You've seen how many of them there are up there. You saw how fast that arrow flew. You can't take all of them, Saga. Stand down. We're better off letting us in turn. Once he has gloated over us and explained how he beat us, he is going to kill us anyway. I have seen him do it 100 times before. This could be the only chance we... Vor paused mid-speech and frowned at them. Silence! He shouted, his voice cracking for a moment on the second word and going incredibly high, second syllable, and going telling you how I defeated you. Nuthia suddenly cried out in a high-pitched wail, but not at Vor. She was still kneeling over her mother, her face soaked with tears. She stopped breathing! You killed her! You monster! You killed her! Rin stared at the lifeless body of Nuthia's mother sprawled humiliatingly face down on the dais, her long steps. Vor had killed her, just like he had killed Rin's own mother, father, hometown, found Vor, get Vor, kill Vor, avenge Nuthia. Vor! Rin felt himself light on fire as he ran up the steps towards the general and drew his sword, the cold in his belly replaced by heat. Somewhere behind him he was vaguely aware of a rush of air and the sound of arrows pinging off the stone floor, but only vaguely. He ran past Nuthia and her mother and swung his blade with all his might at Vor's head, holding and moving it as Sid had taught him to. This time Vor caught the hilt in one hand and the blade in his other. This time Vor caught the hilt in one hand and the blade in his other, snapping his gauntleted fingers onto it and holding it in place. Rin's fire went out from the shock. Vor twisted his arms and snapped Rin's sword in two as it came out of his hands. The general flung the useless pieces of the broken weapon away, sending them to clatter. The general flung the useless pieces of the broken weapon away, sending them to clatter on the ground. Before Rin could recover from his surprise, Vor reached out and grabbed him by the neck, lifting him off his feet. A tight band of pain constricted around Rin's neck at once. He gasped for air but found none. Rin clutched at once. He gasped for air but found none. Rin clutched at Vor's fingers and looked in horror into the man's bulging, sadistic, red-veined eyes. The general was crushing his windpipe. All that came into his head were words of despair. All that preparation, all that training in swords with Sid, and I still couldn't beat him. I didn't even training in swords with Sid, and I still couldn't beat him. I didn't even have a chance. I just did exactly the same thing again. I just lost control and threw myself at him. Now this is it. I'm going to die. I failed. I'm a failure. Miserable whelp, Vor was saying to him. Don't you ever learn? Don't you ever learn? For the 100th time I am touched by the ruby and so invulnerable to fire like you utter idiot. You didn't change your plan of attack once. I guess you just couldn't resist me. Poltergeist! Rin felt a surge of shock pass through him, but then it passed, leaving only the ever-growing pain around. Shock passed through him, but then it passed, leaving only the ever-growing pain around his neck. It was growing harder to think with every moment that he was unable to take a breath, but he realized that Nuthia had hit Vor with a lightning attack. Vor's gaze shifted down into the side beyond Rin. Stop that, girl. Haven't you learned your lesson either? I have resistance to lightning, girl. Haven't you learned your lesson either? I have resistance to lightning too. You just stay there and wait your turn. I knew that you knew more about the jewels than I got out of you in Infis. I'll happily torture you to get the rest of that information if you just wait a moment. Let me deal with this mongrel first. The pain around Rin's neck. Let me deal with this mongrel first. The pain around Rin's neck was tight as death. He's going to kill me and kill Nuthia too. Darkness prickled at the corners of Rin's vision. He was passing out. He was going to die. He was going to die bitter, unavenged and unfulfilled. He was going to die bitter, unavenged and unfulfilled, full of hate and anger and misery. As his vision faded, Rin's eyes drooped. The last thing he saw before they closed was a pair of short silver chains that hung around Vor's neck, over his armour. One chain had a ruby set ring on it. One chain had a ruby set ring on it. The other chain had a crystal pendant on it. Behind his closed eyes were the last thoughts of his life. Rin found himself remembering something Nuthia had said to him once, on the train to Manolia. The way of the one is to forgive. Her word. The way of the one is to forgive. Her words echoed in his mind. Fine, Nuthia. I'll try it your way. I'm about to die anyway. I've got nothing left to lose anymore. I forgive you for revealing the location of the fire ruby to Vor. I forgive Vor for killing my parents and burning down my hometown. And I forgive myself for failing to save them. And then fire exploded all around him. The grip on his neck loosened slightly and some breath came back into Rin. He opened his eyes and looked up. Bright white and orange heat enveloped him, a glowing ball of incandescent flame that grew from his heart and enshrouded all of him, all of Vor. Unhindered by unforgiveness, Rin's fire burned brighter than it ever had before. Through the fire, he burned brighter than it ever had before. Through the fire, he saw fear in Vor's irises. It was clear what he must do. The jewels. Rin reached out his hand to touch the small, translucent, round jewel which hung from one of the silver-chained pendants around Vor's neck. It was still too far away. He concentrated, willing the fire radiating out of him to burn brighter, hotter, and focused it in one particular place. The chain turned red, then orange, then white, then melted. As he closed his hand around it, a strange tingling sensation rippled down his arm and through the rest of his body for an instant. The fire around him disappeared. If you touch a jewel, you gain affinity with that element. Before Vor could react, Rin had just enough time to lift the crystal up a few inches from where it hung around Vor's frown and let go. At the same time, with his other hand, he reached out and touched the fire ruby where it hung from Vor's neck, felt a familiar rush of warmth flow down from his hand, and flared. His whole body lit on fire again, and fire leapt from his hands and blasted forwards into the general. His "Ah!" screamed Vor as Rin's fire flashed over his body, no longer invulnerable to it because of his new lightning alignment. Rin landed on his backside on the dais with a thump as the general dropped him. He gasped for air, and at last he found it, taking it in a huge, hungry gulp. His neck still hurt like hell as he rubbed it. He got to his feet. He was dimly aware of the sounds of battle still going on all around him, but only dimly. He remained focused on Vor. He took the few steps to where Vor lay and stood over the general. Steam coiled up from the general, where he lay on his back. The man's eyes were shut in his round face, from where Rin had burned him. He lay still, and Rin couldn't see his chest rising and falling. I did it. He had finally killed General Vor, and in the end, he hadn't even meant to. He reached down and grasped the fire ruby on its ring, then tore it from its chain. Links of metal scattered around. "Help us!" cried Nuthia. Rin's head snapped round to see what was happening in the rest of the hall. Streaks of orange filled the air, deflected away from Rin's friends and the two Manolian guards, as Saga stood at the centre of them and flung his hands around like a madman, drawing huge gusts of air across the hall that buffeted Rin's face and made his eyes water. Fire at the party instead. Vor must have touched them with Ruby too. Saga was doing a good job of turning the fireballs away, but sweat was streaking down the back of his head, and he was having to move his hands incredibly fast. He wouldn't be able to keep this up forever. Rin didn't even have time to properly acknowledge his own feelings at his victory over Vor. A battle. Killed Vor. Avenged Nuthia. Now what? Stay with Nuthia. Protect Nuthia. Nuthia, who was about to be blasted by fire from the hands of an Imperial soldier who had somehow made it down to ground level, out of Sagar's line of sight, about 20 paces away from her to the side of the hall. Rin sprang from the dais, clearing it time for the soldier's fireball to hit him instead of her, right in his chest. Rin felt the flames ripple over him and spread out to the sides of his body, as his body took their full force. He remained standing, unscathed. The soldier's mouth dropped open in horror. Energy rose up from Rin's stomach. The soldier thrust out both his hands on reflex and yelled in desperation, pouring a jet of flame at Rin. Rin took the flame jet head on, which did nothing to him, and kept on running, right through it to the soldier. By the time Rin reached him, the terrified man had finally thought to stop trying to fight fire with fire, and was reaching for his sword, but Rin got to it first, to grab the soldier's arm, then reached and grabbed the soldier's sword hilt with his other hand. He drew the sword in a swift, clean motion, then stabbed it into the soldier's neck, before the man even had a chance to react, pushing into the soft resistance of his flesh, which gave way at once. Rin slid the blade out of the neck of the man, who fell back to the second time he had killed. Vor, and now this man. Sickness turned over his stomach. He didn't like it, but it had been necessary. This was life or death. He needed to protect his friends. He needed to protect Nuthia. He looked back at the battle. Saga still drew the air around the room in a frenzy, pushing oncoming fire stretched towards Saga. Elran, Nuthia, and Vish were launching gunshots, lightning bolts, throwing stars up at the soldiers above when they could. The Manolian guards stood among them, trying to hide behind Saga. They must not have lightning projection like Nuthia did. Rin had an idea. He charged back into the fray, unafraid, impervious as he was to fire. Cthulhu, and threw the fire ruby to her. She caught it deftly with her spear hand. "What's this?" Cthulhu called over the noise of the battle. "It's a primeval jewel. It will make you safe from fire and able to project it yourself. Go, get out of here. Touch all the other guards in the palace with it, and bring them back here to fight. I'll cover you." Cthulhu didn't. At the same time, Rin sprinted back to join the party, yelling, "Watch out, Saga! Take a break!" The pirate snapped his head round to look at him, mid-wind projection. "What?" he yelled. Rin didn't bother explaining further, but just stretched out his open palms towards the balcony. "Fire! Gah!" was the sound. A huge sheet of fire appeared and leapt upwards at the soldiers on the balcony. It obscured them completely, hurtling over them in a mass of orange and red heat that made the air around it shimmer. Rin kept up the stream of flame for a long count of 5, then dropped his arms and exhaled. An ache throbbed through them at once. The flames subsided, An ache throbbed through them at once. The flames subsided, revealing the soldiers blinking in confusion for a moment. "What was the point of that?" Saga snapped. "They have fire. They're invulnerable to fire, you moron. When are you going to learn this?" "I wasn't trying to hurt them," said Rin calmly. "Only to distract them for a moment." He pointed towards the door. "Only to distract them for a moment." He pointed towards the doors of the hall. Cthulhu and the other guards were just reaching them. "I gave them the ruby." Saga frowned. Then, "Oh, not bad, pup." Rin watched as the guards wrenched open the double doors and found Elpis, the Lady Shadowfinger, stood waiting for them, dressed all in black, with her horrible painted lady mask on, twirling a length of chain with a metal ball on the end, covered in sharp spikes. The Shadowfinger's arm twitched, and all of a sudden the spiked mace shot out of its rotation at a tangent, pulling the chain along with it, and flew straight into Cthulhu's face. The Manolian screamed and dropped to the floor. Nuthia cried out with grief. Rin sprinted for the doors, the sword he had stolen from the Imperial still in his hand, calling over his shoulder, "Just hold them off for a bit longer while I take care of this." Even as new fire came down from the balcony, and Sagar threw up his hands to gust it to one side. "I've come so far. I've killed Vor. I'm not about to let the Empire kill all my friends and me now." As he approached the Shadowfinger, who had been rounding on the next guard, he flung fire at her, but she saw him coming and leapt to one side, out of the way of it. Before he knew what was happening, her mace hurtled out towards him, hitting him in the stomach. Pain sang from Rin's abdomen from uncountable needle points as the spikes pierced it. "Stupid boy," Rin thought to himself as the spikes pierced it. "Stupid boy," Rin thought to himself as Elpis yanked back her chain and he put his hands to his stomach to clutch at his bloodying tunic. "You're invulnerable to fire, not metal. This is a really dumb way to die." He sat down on his backside, stunned by the wound. Elpis twirled her chain and brought her arm up and around again, about to whip it out at Rin again for the finishing blow. Rin shut his eyes. Metal clanged loudly against metal. Rin opened his eyes. Vish stood in front of him, black sword drawn and out to one side. The spiked ball of Elpis's flail lay a little way away at the end. Of its chain. Vish must have deflected it with his blade. A frustrated growl came from behind Elpis's mask, and she flicked the ball back towards her along the chain, then span it back into its deadly dance, around her head, then flung it back out again, not at Vish this time, but at one of the Manolian guards who had made another run for the door. She caught the woman on the side of her helmet this time, and the ball bounced off without sticking in. The Manolian cried out and hit the floor, and then rolled and came back upon her feet. She backed away from the door, wary, but still alive. Elpis wasted no time, and pressed her attack. No sooner than the ball had rebounded off the Manolian's helmet, she pulled back on the chain and spun, bringing it around herself and back at Vish, who had been running towards her, but now had to duck and roll to one side to avoid being impaled by the spikes. A dance had begun. The Lady Shadowfinger fought like some sort of demon, shouting with rage as she leapt and spun and flung her spiked ball at Vish, the guardswomen, never letting up, not letting them get any closer to the doors. Her opponents were managing to dodge or deflect the attacks, but they couldn't get to the doors. Her opponents were managing to dodge or deflect the attacks, but they couldn't keep this up forever. She was so vicious, so wild, so persistent. The pain throbbed in Rin's stomach, and he let out a moan. He doubled over and looked down, unable to concentrate on the battle anymore. Blood was leaking through his fingers, running down over his hands. Sid, through his fingers, running down over his hands. Sid, I need Sid. He managed to twist his head around, then grimaced at a protest from his stomach muscles. Sid and the others were still clustered at the centre of the hall, pinned down by a barrage of fireballs from above, which Saga held off with gusts of wind. Sid had his eyes shut, Sid had his eyes shut, and a hand held out towards Saga, his lips mumbling something. Rin had no idea what he was doing, but it must have something to do with the reason that Saga was able to keep up this defence for so long. "Sid!" Rin called out in a weak voice, but just loud enough to make Sid open his eyes and look over. The healer's mouth dropped in concern, and he started out in Rin's direction, then stopped when a fireball crashed down in front of him, missing him by inches. "Wait!" a female voice cried out from somewhere behind Rin. Rin looked back round. A Manolian guard lay in an unconscious heap on the floor by the doors. Her breast, a few paces in front of her, stood Vish, his sword held out straight, pointed at Elpis. The Lady Shadowfinger's spiked ball was on the floor next to her, severed from its chain, which lay like a sleeping snake at her feet. Vish must have cut the ball from the chain. Instead of it, Elpis now held a black-bladed sword of her own in front of her face in a defence again. Her voice sounded surprisingly delicate, almost like Nuthia's. "Don't do this, Vish." "You may be skilled with that flail of yours," Vish replied, "but I've vested you now, and I was always your better at swords. Give it up. You can't win." "You don't know that," said Elpis. "You may favour blades, but you didn't beat me ever." Vish hesitated for a moment. "So what? This travelling party have poppy too, and they give it to me whenever I want." "Yes," said Elpis, "but they will all be dead in a moment, and their poppy will belong to the Empire. I can give you 2 poppy seeds right now, if you put down your weapon and return your allegiance. Come back. The Emperor will understand. He is most merciful." She held out her hand. 2 small round seeds lay in the centre of it, even darker than the black of her glove. Vish didn't reply. "Oh no," Rin said aloud. "Not this again." His stomach hurt so much, and it hurt to talk. "Listen to her, Vish! You've been here before! You've resisted before!" Vish threw him a quick glance, grey eyes unusually wide with anxiety, then returned to facing Elpis. He was still for a long moment, and for a while Rin could only hear the shouts and cries and gusts of wind behind him. Vish put down his sword and held out his hand. He put them in his mouth, then fell backwards with a moan of pleasure. "Yes!" Elpis let out a cry of glee from behind her mask, and leapt over Vish's body towards Rin, raising her sword high. As she did so, Vish's hands shot out and grabbed her leg, pulling her down to land face first on the floor with a smack. In the same stabbing her in the back. Elpis screamed, twitched a couple of times, and then abruptly went rigid. "How?" Rin said to Vish as the Shadowfinger ran over. Vish showed him the 2 black seeds in his free palm. "I only pretended to ingest them. I will save them for later." He stowed them somewhere in the folds of his vision, pulling him back to it. "There's no time! The guard! Take the fire ruby from her and get it to the other Manolians." "You are hurt," Vish observed. "Yes, you can't do anything about that now. Go!" Vish nodded, sprinted to Cthulhu, picked up the ruby ring from where she had dropped it, then pelted out of the double doors. "One god, please let him—" Black spots filled his vision. The pain in his belly screamed. "Sid!" he called again, with everything he had left. This time Saga heard him too, catching a quick glance at Rin in between blowing back the fireballs. "Hold on, pup!" he shouted back. Saga bit his lip, then made a jump to one side, away from... Saga thrust out his hands at Sid, Elran, and Nuthia. "Go!" he shouted at the same time, and blasted the trio with air. Rin's eyes watered as the healer, engineer, and princess were swept off their feet by the blast of wind and sent flying down the hall towards him. Nuthia put her hands out. Elran curled into a ball and shot past Rin, tumbling and cursing as she went. Sid turned head over heels in the air and crashed right into him. Excruciating pain in Rin's stomach as something tore. He was on his back, but he barely knew that. The pain was so bad. "Cure," Sid's voice said. replaced by soothing warmth as the wound in his stomach closed up. Sid helped him to sit up. That was a close one, Rin said. Again. Sid's brow remained knotted in concern. Quick, lad. I don't have much mana left. I was lending mine to Saga. He can't have much left either. He pointed back towards the centre of the hall. The above were focusing all of their fire attacks on him at once, pouring a series of flame jets at him. Sagar was on his knees, both hands held up, holding back the flames with air, his jaw clenched tight, a vein bulging in his forehead. Rin wasted no more time. He dashed back across the hall, leapt in front of Sagar, facing him, as on his back. Again he actually felt them replenishing him and giving him energy. Sagar groaned and lowered his arms, at last able to drop his defence. He was red-cheeked and drenched in sweat, his ponytail clinging to his neck. Thanks, pup, Sagar gasped, with just a hint of reluctance. The flames at Rin's back found a way down from the balcony. Rin had an idea. You got anything left in you? He asked Sagar. The pirate frowned at him. Maybe a little. Why? Could you do what you just did to the others to me, to get me up on the balcony? What, like a wind-assisted jump? Yes, exactly. The pirate said, Do it. Rin spun to see the soldiers above turning and running up the sloped balcony, making for exit doors in the far wall. He crouched. Now! He yelled. Rin jumped and hung in the air for a moment, propelled only by the meagre strength of his legs. Wind! Shouted Sagar. Wind! Shouted Sagar. The air beneath Rin rushed up to meet him, so forcefully that it lifted him up further, his body going weightless, his stomach dropping out below him as he flew upwards towards the balcony rail. Only he wasn't quite going to reach it. He was going to fall short of it and fall back down. Acting on instinct, Rin focused on the soles of his feet and willed fire from them. He felt his feet catch alight and project jets of flame downwards, with enough pushback to get him up and over the rail. He landed on the balcony level clumsily, smacking onto one of the benches and taking a nasty hit to the shoulder, then bouncing off it and rolling on the floor between them. He came up as quickly as he could. The soldiers who had seen him threw fire at him on reflex. Rin simply absorbed it. It made the top of his head and his fingertips tingle as it gave him more mana, as Sid called it. He held out his sword and rushed at the nearest soldier. Kleazor! He yelled. He parried away the soldier's first blow, knocking it to the side, then followed up with a thrust to the soldier's neck, where he knew the Imperial armour had a gap. He withdrew his sword and the soldier toppled over. All that practice with Sid was finally paying off. Another soldier was on him at once, making him raise his blade and block high, middle, low, high again. He saw an opening and tried to slash at the man's chest, more to drive him back than anything, but the soldier blocked it in kind, and Rin was forced to respond defensively to the counterattack. Another soldier joined the fight, and another. Rin had to move faster to block and parry more cuts and thrusts from each side as more soldiers got near to him, driving him back towards the balcony rail. He could barely keep this up. The soldiers pressed in on him together, collectively targeting him as a priority threat to eliminate. Panic seized Rin's chest, and he began to block and parry, more manically, backing closer and closer to the balcony rail. There was no way he could defeat all these soldiers at once. What had he been thinking? When he had absorbed the fire attacks aimed at Sagar, it had given him a surge of energy, but he had gotten carried away. How had he thought he could fight all these soldiers by himself in weapon-to-weapon combat? He needed the others. He needed Vish, but the others weren't fire-aligned. They were still vulnerable to the soldiers' flame attacks. Ah! A flash of pain in Rin's leg, and he dropped his sword and went down, rolling down the last few steps of the balcony and thudding into the rail at its edge. He clutched his leg tight. One of the soldiers had finally found his mark and caught him with a vicious cut. Probably the same one that was still standing over him now, desperate hate in his eyes, visible through his black helmeted visor, pulling back his sword for the killing thrust. "For the one!" shouted a chorus of furious female voices.
The soldier above Rin froze. Furious female voices. The soldier above Rin froze, then turned to see what was happening. Rin stumbled up as a wave of gold crashed into the soldiers on the balcony. A stampede of Manolian guardswomen coming through the balcony entrance. The Imperials tried to hurl fire at them at first, but their fireballs simply dissipated on contact without causing any harm. A stampede of Manolian guardswomen invulnerable to fire coming through the balcony entrance. He did it, thought Rin. Vish followed my plan. He gave them the ruby. Rin heard pistol shots. Elran was with them as well. The soldier who had been standing over him, screamed as he flew off his feet through the air, then over the balcony, pushed off the balcony by a targeted gust of wind. And there's Saga. And that streak of black death was Vish. The others had found their way up to the balcony, and now in the chaos the Imperials couldn't work out who was invulnerable to fire and who wasn't. All Rin needed was, "Young man, do you think you could just stop yourself from being grievously wounded for a few moments?" said Sid, as the old man arrived at his side. Rin chuckled, but then stopped and closed his eyes at another wave of pain from his leg. Rin crouched next to him and laid a hand on his leg, whispering a cure, and the pain departed. "Well, I think that's about all I have left in me," Sid said. "Come on, we better make sure nobody else gets wounded, as I won't be healing any." He drew his own sword, then helped Rin up by the hand. Rin retrieved his dropped blade from nearby and rejoined the fray with Sid, charging into the battle. Season 1 Finale Part 2 Episode 20 Now What? The aftermath of the battle, in an exhausted trance. It was almost entirely black armoured bodies that lay about the floor, though there were a handful of golden armoured Manolians too, who Sid had not been able to save since he had used up the last of his mana reserves for the time being, healing Rin's leg. But most of the Manolians, in fact, not all of them were blonde, but some had brown, dark, even red hair underneath their golden helmets. Elran, Vish, and Saga were up here with them too. Smoke coiled up from the barrels of Elran's pistols, and Imperial blood dripped from Saga on Vish's swords. All of them were panting. Even Vish. "Well," said Saga, then paused for a moment. "Well done, pup. I hate to say it, but you got us out of a sticky situation there. If you hadn't got the ruby off that Imperial officer and got it to the ladies, then boosted up here to distract the soldiers until they arrived. Well, thank you." A thank you for a moment, though. "Yes, thank you, young man," said one of the Manolians, who had long brown hair. She sounded almost as reluctant to say it as Saga had been, if not more so. "If it hadn't been for your intervention, we might have lost our princess, as well as our queen." "Princess?" "Nuthia!" Room next to the throne, kneeling on the dais, her face buried in her mother's neck. When they got down there, they all stood in a circle around her. Nobody said anything for a while. Nuthia stayed where she was. Rin knelt down next to her and tried a whisper. Nuthia, No response. Cthulhu came and knelt with them too, and spoke equally quietly. "Princess, our grief is great, and there must be time for mourning. But now that the queen is dead, the throne will pass to you. You must be strong for the queendom." At that, Nuthia raised her face, seeming to harden all of a sudden. "I must compose myself. It is what she would have wanted." She wiped her face with both hands. Then, without warning, she stood up and addressed the ring of adventurers and her guardswomen. "The Manolian throne now passes to me," she said to them, "and already it is fixed in my mind what and assassinated a queen. We must make sure that nothing like this ever happens again. That's why I am leaving tomorrow on a quest to find the rest of the primeval jewels before the Emperor of Morocamia." "What?" said all of the other Manolians at once. "Do not forget yourselves in the presence of your new queen-to-be," Nuthia said. "We're after our lightning crystal. As long as it remains here, Manolia is not safe. You heard that, Imperial General. They know of other jewels already. The Emperor will clearly stop at nothing to get his hands on them. But we have the advantage now. We have 2 jewels, and 2 more who are jewel-touched.
The Emperor must be stopped, not only us. That is why I am leaving with the lightning crystal, to do just that. As he listened to her, Rin was surprised to discover that he was inclined to agree. What Nuthia was saying felt right, and once he knew that, he also knew right away that he must join her. What else was he going to do with his life? And he had finally achieved the goal that had brought him here. Mother, father, hometown, found Vor, got Vor, forgave Vor, killed Vor, stay with Nuthia, find the jewels, save the world. But Princess, one of the Manolians was saying, if you leave us, who? She has been a strong and loyal friend to me for a very long time. I trust her judgment implicitly. But Princess, said Cthulhu, I want to come with you. Yes, said another of the guards, we all want to come with you. We will muster a mighty Manolian army and make war on Moracamia. For Queen Nuthia, said another, and raised her weapon. Queen Nuthia! Lowered their spears again, looking like chided children. First, I have not been coronated yet. And second, this quest does not call for an army or a great show of strength. I will need to operate covertly, seeking out the jewels one by one, and warning their owners of the Emperor's intent, without being detected. Those who helped me to return here, and who made it possible to defeat the Imperials who infiltrated the palace. She turned to Saga, Elran, Sid and Vish, who were all standing next to each other in the circle. She didn't look at Rin. Sagar was the first to respond, and held up both his hands in front of him. Whoa now, just wait a second here. Back here. Isn't that right, Princess? Yes, I suppose I did promise you those things, Nuthia said with a sideways glance, to a chorus of gasps from her assembled countrywomen. She gestured with her hands to them to calm down. Let's see then, she said pensively, and Rin detected just the faintest note of mockery in her voice. Well, gold we have aplenty in Manolia, and we shall be taking lots of it, as we shall need lots on our journey, to look after our airship and stay stocked with supplies. Jewels we have too, the fire ruby and the lightning crystal, and as for beautiful women, well, I am not unattractive in appearance, am I? Understatement of the century, Rin thought, though he didn't like that Nuthia was pointing this out to Sagar. And Elran is beautiful too, in her own special way. Thanks, princess girl, said Elran, I think. So really, you will have everything you were promised as a reward if you come with us on this quest. Rin noticed how she said us. Who did she mean when she said us? Did she mean him and her, or the others, or all of the above? Now hang on, said Sagar, getting worked up, pointing a finger at Nuthia. This is not what I signed up for. This is not what I signed up for. That is not what I thought you meant when you promised me gold, jewels, and beautiful women, and you know it. Well, said Nuthia thoughtfully again, biting her lip, I suppose you could stay here if you wanted. As I said, there is a lot of gold in Manolia, and there are some jewels of the non-primeval variety here as well. I would even give you some to send you on your way with, Sky Captain. But with regards to the beautiful women, she became more serious for a moment. Well, yes, I am afraid to say I may have misled you there somewhat. My apologies. Now Nuthia was apologizing for something. This truly was a day of impossible happenings. I mean, Nuthia went on, back to her slightly more playful tone, there are lots of very beautiful women in this country too, but they won't allow themselves just to be given to a man. I suppose you could commit yourself to the service of a woman who would have you and see if you could win their affections over time, but there is no guarantee there, I'm afraid. Sagar looked from Nuthia to the Manolian guardswomen that stood assembled with them. One of them winked at him. Another made a little meowing noise and playfully waved a hand at him like a cat pawing at a toy. "Urgh," said Sagar as he turned back to Nuthia. He had turned purple. What's more, said Nuthia, I would really rather prefer it if you came with us. Seeing as in order to get around on our quest we will be needing your airship. My ship? Exclaimed Sagar. What about my ship? How do you know where my ship is? Well, you heard Vor, didn't you? He managed to get a single ship into Manolia to get his audience with my mother.
He stole your airship, didn't he? His audience with my mother. He stole your airship, didn't he? I assume that it is therefore somewhere around here. My ship, said Saga quietly, looking off into the distance. Furthermore, if you come with us, although I can only promise you at present the company of 2 beautiful women, I will pay you monthly for the use of your ship. In addition to the substantial fee that you are due for safely delivering me back to my homeland. Sagar continued to stare at nothing for a while. Eventually, slowly, his eyes came back to the princess. In that case, I can't believe I'm saying this, but... All right then. I must be crazy. I want a lot of gold for this. You will have it, said Nuthia. An excellent choice, Sky Captain. Her eyes moved one person along the circle. Elran, will you come with us too? The purple-haired engineer shrugged. Sure, I'll come. I've got nothing better to do. What with Imphis being invaded and all. I wouldn't mind taking a cut of that gold, though, for serving as the ship's engineer, like. Consider it done, said Nuthia. Hey, started Saga. Don't worry, Don't worry, Sky Captain. That is, of course, in addition to what you will be paid for navigation and the use of your ship. Oh, said Saga. Well, I guess that's all right then. Nuthia beamed at Elran. Good to have you aboard, Engineer Elran. Her eyes moved one person along again. Grandfather? Of course I will come with you, said Sid straight away. There is nothing that I want more, except at present possibly a hot meal and a warm bath. But to quest with you in this way has been my intention from the start, as you know, granddaughter. It is the will of the One. It is the will of the One, agreed Nuthia, nodding. Shadowfinger Vish? I will come with you so long as you keep me supplied with poppy. I can do that, said Sid, and slowly we will work at weaning you off it and getting you clean. Vish just grunted. He would come with them all the same. Good. Then it's settled, said Nuthia. Huh? She isn't going to ask me, thought Rin. Guards, have chambers made up for my companions. I want them in the finest guest rooms, the ones in the East Tower. Rest well, my friends. I will see you at dinner in the feasting hall. I have business to attend to. You will be provided with food, drink, and new clothing. We leave at first light tomorrow. The circle broke, her guards taking this as a signal to get to work, to move about and start talking to one another, to begin clearing the bodies from the hall. Nuthia had gone back to her mother and was looking down at her. One hand didn't hold out any more. Nuthia, he said gently. She turned to him at last, and her eyebrows rose above her pale blue eyes, as if she was expecting him to say something to her. Said Rin. He broke under her gaze and had to look at the floor. I'm sorry. Part of our journey. I was mixed up and confused and full of rage and hate. He looked up at her still expectant face. But that's no excuse, and I've dealt with that now. I've gotten rid of it. I'm sorry for holding on to it for so long. Nuthia held his gaze, held him in agony as he waited for her response. It was unpleasant, but I forgive you. The way of the One is to forgive. She moved close to him all of a sudden, and gave him a delicate kiss on the cheek. You can spend the rest of the quest making it up to me, she whispered quietly into his ear. Thank you for saving us from the Imperials and from Vor. She walked once, the first to have the body of her mother removed from the throne room. Rin stood watching her go. The small place on his cheek felt on fire with sensation, and he had to put a hand to it to make sure that it was not, in fact, actually on fire. Well, pup, you did it, said a voice from someone stepping up next to him, but only a little bit. Rin turned and looked down at Vor's body with Sagar. The general's corpse lay flat on its back, its flesh abnormally red and brown and charred. Its eyes were closed. It was beginning to stink. You know, said Rin, in the end I didn't even want to kill him anymore. But Strange gave me the power to beat him. You what? Said Sagar, uncomprehending. Well done, Rin, said Sid, stepping up to join them too. You've taken your first steps in the way of the One. Rin didn't reply, but he thought, I suppose I have.
and that may not be a bad thing. Gosh, what do we do now? I am going to go and take some poppy, said Vish, turning away. Wait, said Sid to him. Can't you hold out a little longer? No, said Vish. Rin spoke up now. We'll come with you. What we do now is find our guest rooms and get some good rest before dinner is served. You heard me, well fed, watered, washed and rested. Pup, that's the most sensible thing you've said all day. And off they all walked together, to find a Manolian to show them to their chambers. End of Season 1, The Fire Ruby.
Vish sat on the end of the bed and stared at the 2 black poppy seeds in his open palm. Why wasn't he just taking them? This was his chance. Dinner, which he grudgingly admitted to himself had been quite good, what he could taste of it, that is, with its roast pig and truffle, could taste of it, that is, with its roast pig and truffles and little birds marinated in wine, was over. Everyone else had retired to their chambers too. He had all night to enjoy the sweet delights of the not 1, but 2 poppy seeds he had taken from Elpis before he killed one, but 2 poppy seeds he had taken from Elpis before he killed her. A double hit. The hot, fast rush as he first swallowed them, the building intensity in his head as his body processed them, the wave upon wave of pleasure that would gradually overwhelm his entire being, the warm afterglow he would eventually bathe in afterwards, the loosening, the calm, the relief. This was his chance. So why hadn't he taken them? The old man. Damn the old man. The old man had planted a different kind of seed in his mind, a different kind of seed that had slowly been growing and had now produced a small shoot that was big enough to notice. If you space out the hits far enough and start to come off it, you can start to feel other things too. It is possible. I've seen others do it. I've helped others do it. The old man had planted the seed of his mind that it was possible to come off the poppy and learn to enjoy other things again. But he didn't really want to do that, did he? The poppy was his life. The poppy was pure joy. The poppy was the greatest thing it was possible to experience. He didn't want to lose that. He didn't need to be free from that. But then why hadn't he taken them? He put the poppy seeds down on the nightstand next to the bed, stood and began to pace the room. The floor was made of white marble shot through with wisps of black. The walls were hung with tapestries and paintings that in the light from the candle of the nightstand he could see depicted long-haired Manolians winning battles over other nations or successfully defending their realm from invaders. There was no god on any of them, a strange people, these warrior women, who made the men do all the women's work in their country, who worshipped a single invisible god who made everything, and who didn't acknowledge any of the other gods, though not uniquely strange, he supposed. The old man worships this one as well, after all. The curtains were made of purple velvet. Vish drew one back to look out the window, but only found the blackness of the night beyond, except for his reflection, which looked back at him, lit up in the candle glow. He pulled off his headscarf, revealing the branded X scar on his forehead, cropped black hair, the black discoloration around his mouth. Someone glancing briefly at him might be forgiven for thinking it was a beard, but if they looked for any length of time, they would see that, no, in fact it was part of his nose that had turned from barky tan to black, deep black, black as a poppy seed, black as the darkness of the night outside. It was almost as if the flesh itself had died, and indeed Vish had much reduced sensation in those places. Why did the poppy... Yes, it went into his body through his mouth, or sometimes crushed up through his nose, but then it went into his stomach or his brain. Vish supposed that the poppy was so powerful that it simply had this effect on his body at the point where it entered him. There were probably parts of his inside reduced sensation as well. He had often wondered if it would eventually turn the whole of him black. Then he would truly have become a creature of darkness. His transformation into a shadow finger would truly be complete. He turned and looked back at the nightstand where the 2 poppy seeds, inky dots staining the room, marring it. Wasn't there a life that he had once had before that Imperial agent had got him hooked on the poppy and recruited him for the Emperor's hand? Of course, it had been a hard life, working as a personal assassin for the leader of Ibar, and he hadn't known, but he had had a measure of freedom, the ability to do what he wanted between jobs, his own dwelling. He had been able to fully enjoy the taste of food, the touch of a woman, the feel of the breeze on his face. The poppy had taken all of that from him. It had enslaved only want it, only really able to feel it. The times in between the hits had just become times when he was waiting for his next hit, or doing something to enable himself to get his next hit. They had become times when he wasn't really alive, or tuned into drifting, or trudging through a pale grey landscape, questing for the next poppy seed. That was no way to live, was it? Vish walked back over to the nightstand and picked up the poppy seeds. He was going to throw them away. He had lived long. He walked back to the window and slid it up and open. He barely felt the chill of the night air on his body. He was going to throw them out the window. Come on, throw them out the window. Only what had he gained? Would he lose if he threw it away? The greatest pleasure he had ever felt, pure, all-encompassing, ecstatic sensation, washing over every inch of his body, thrill, the ability to be completely focused on and lost in something that wasn't pain, self-hatred, regret, and bitter. How could he throw all that away? No, he wouldn't throw them away, but he would wait a while before he took them. That way he would be spacing out the hits a little more, and maybe he would be able to come off it eventually like the old man said. He shut the window, walked back to the nightstand, the poppy seeds down on it. He sat on the bed and looked at them. The thing was, it had been a fair while since his last hit. Not since that Zelenese village they had stopped in to rest and stock up on supplies. Just one now, and one later. He picked up one of the seeds between his thumb and forefinger. A little black orb that encompassed a world of pleasure. But if he was going to have one hit now anyway, why not have 2? A double hit. How often did he get to have a double hit? Even the old man only gave him 1 poppy seed. There was no way that he would ever give him 2 at once, especially with his talk of spacing out the hits and coming off them. Vish picked up both poppy seeds and chucked them into his mouth, swallowing them in one gulp. Pleasure exploded in his body, starting in his mouth, and then spreading down through his neck, his chest, his arms, and the rest of him. He lay back on the bed, falling into the poppy trance. In his poppy trance, Vish got up off the bed. He looked around the bedchamber, working out where he was. He surmised from the white marble, the home of the crystal keepers. He padded to the door of the chamber and turned the bronze knob gently till it clicked. He eased the door open slowly and silently. Only the glow from the wall-mounted lights lit the shadow finger looked both ways down it. Wall hangings, a wooden chair, a table with a vase atop it. Not just Manolia, but the palace in Orma, the capital, He had been here once before. He could not believe his good fortune, and made his way down the corridor, sticking to the candle-thrown shadows, as was his way, and taking care that his footsteps did not make a single sound on the carpets or marble floor, his poise and focus only enhanced by the poppy trance. Which chamber would hold what he was looking for? Several other doors that led off from this corridor. None of these. He continued to make his way through the palace, allowing his intuitions to lead him to its most opulent area, a wide hallway bedecked with more huge versions of the ridiculous tapestries up. There, Vish drew back from the corridor into which he had just peered, concealing himself around the corner on the landing at the top of the steps. There were 2 guards posted outside of the door that he wanted. Of course, the Manolians, though, would have to be colossally stupid not to guard her. And it. He could use his talents in this state to slip past them, but they would be alerted by the sound of him opening and closing the door to the chamber. No matter. He knew what he needed to know now. Back to the first bedroom, keeping silence. As he did, so he paid close, poppy-enhanced attention to the exact route he was taking, to the descent of the stairs, to the particular twist and turn of the corridors he took, to the number of steps. He shut the door to his room. He walked over to the window and slid it open. Cool night air blew in. He took off his black gloves and let them drop to the floor by the window. He reached into a pocket stitched into the inside of his robes in the left breast and drew out another pair of gloves. Slipping, he held up his finger and gave them a little wiggle. 10 small, vicious, gleaming points twinkled back at him in the moonlights from the tips of his fingers. He turned round and climbed out the window backwards, shoving one clawed hand into the wall on the outside of the window. Smiled. The points on the end of his gloved fingers stuck fast in the stone of the Manolian palace, giving him a purchase. Slowly, carefully, the shadow finger made his way along the outside of the wall, in the direction of the chamber he had identified, crawling 4-legged spider in the darkness. He drew on his considerable strength, honed by all those years of training, and held himself up with his arms alone as he crawled, though when he could find a ledge or a slant, he allowed it to take his weight. He traversed walls to the chamber, making use of the mental map he had formed in his mind when he walked to and from it on the inside of the building. He arrived at the outside of the chamber. Not just 1 or 2 windows here, but a whole wide wall of them, the courtyards below which were, thankfully, empty at this hour. Many windows, but they looked to have the same design as the one in his room, and would therefore open the same way. Vish supposed the Manolians had never counted on anyone being able to infiltrate them. He crept over to the nearest window, got level with it, and then took off one glove by pulling it off with his teeth as he hung from one hand. He pressed the palm of his now gloveless hand to the window, cold to the touch, and slid it silently up and open. He swung underneath the curtain into the chamber, crouching as he landed to take his weight and muffle any sound, and was still. Darkness cloaked the chamber, but darkness was Vish's element. His eyes grew accustomed to it even more quickly than usual, helped by the poppy, and he saw the 2 large cupboards against the wall, a dressing table with mirror and chair, a nightstand, and bed. He remained crouching, listening. No sound came to break the stillness of the room, even to Vish's poppy enhanced senses. Only he strained his hearing to its limit, the rhythmic rises and falls of a sleeping breath. Good, the thought echoed in Vish's entranced mind. He took a step. The person in the bed grunted in their sleep, and Vish froze, eyes still again for a moment over, and the rhythmic breathing resumed. Vish exhaled noiselessly. Vish moved to the bedside like a cat closing in on its prey. It was not on the nightstand. It hadn't been on the table either. Vish would have caught its glint from the candle glow in the brief moment. That must mean the girl in the bed, the princess of this land and the heir apparent, now that her mother had been disposed of, was wearing it. Fortunately, the girl was sleeping on her back, where she was breathing heavily. Quilts and blankets covered her up to her neck, and around the hem of the blanket, paused, then ever so carefully folded it back, making no sound. A chain. The girl was indeed sleeping with the crystal in its setting in the pendant about her neck. Unfortunately, she was only clasping the jewel tight in one. Vish put his finger underneath the girl's left ear and tickled it very gently. When the girl did not respond, he tickled it slightly less gently. The girl grumbled in her sleep and let go of what he was holding, to which his ear, then let her hand lie flat on her pillow. Zoomed again. There it was, a pendant, and, set into it, a crystal which even now glowed faintly with a silent crackle of pent-up lightning. Vish's mouth made a smile underneath his face covering. Too easy. Inside the fold of his uniform to another of its many inner pockets, the one sewn into the right breast, and found there a small implement which he retrieved and a small Hessian bag. He reached over the girl with his gloved hand and used the implement, a small thin sharp line at a right angle at its end, like a miniature pick, to scrape the crystal slowly once, twice, thrice. The girl stirred and murmured, and Vish stayed still again a moment, but then her sleep-breathing restarted. He held, and when he was satisfied that it had enough minute glittering crystal scrapings on it, he deposited them carefully in his bag. The shadow finger left the room by the way he had come in.
Please leave us a comment on the website or a review on iTunes. The story continues in Volume 2, The Earth Emerald, now being serialized on this podcast and at sagaofthejewels.substack.com. To listen to a bonus prologue to the saga for free, subscribe to the monthly written version of the Saga of the Jewels serial